and bright digital night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Sad dudes, welcome back to another episode. Here we are again. More eggs. Oh my fucking god. Fuck. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Yes, we had a couple of other things to talk about as well, other than more 4chan LARPing with eggs. There is something that happened with this John MacAfee character. Supposedly John MacAfee of the MacAfee antivirus, that kind of is a virus on a lot of computers you get pre-installed, has come back from the dead. Oh my god. So I'll be looking into that. And then really big news. Yes, Hendrix, I saw that. I'll pull those links up. I think I got one of them open actually. The JFK files are going to be released, all of them. Trump just signed the executive order just, an hour or two ago, I think. So very big deal. Huge deal, actually. That could be big news. It could be some very spicy meat. So, yes. I saw that, Sam, that your Twitch name is also Jimmy Russell. Yeah. The name is inspired from the rustling of your Jimmy's meme that was from the... a cereal box that I used to get, the Gorilla Munch. I used to eat it when I was vegetarian all the fucking time, and I love the meme. So yes, welcome everybody. Welcome everyone else. We'll get into this, but the RFK and MLK too, yeah. The JFK one maybe will tie into UFO stuff. Who the fuck knows? We'll find out. We'll look into this here now, I guess. But there's what do I have up here? Here we go. Yes. Yeah, breaking. This just happened. So Trump signs executive orders to declassify JFK, RFK, and MLK files. So now the other thing that happened in tandem with this is supposedly he has revoked Mike Pompeo's security protection. This move comes less than 24 hours after Trump revealed Pompeo blocked the release of the JFK files during his first administration. Here's Mike dancing with some people. Pompeo has also been accused of playing a key role in plotting the assassination of Julian Assange. He's a traitor. Should never be granted security protection again. Spicy shit going on. So I'm pretty sure he had mentioned that before, that it was Mike Pompeo who had encouraged him not to release all the files. He stated that again in an interview with CNN or somebody. But those two things coinciding together, I guess, maybe quite revealing. Yeah. But the Silk Road guy got pardoned too. His timeline is wild. Did he actually? Oh my God. What was his name again? Fuck. Absolute insanity, huh? I mean, man, I'm exceptionally curious to see if George W. Bush's name is included, as I suggest that possibly 7 years ago. Is this who was removed from JFK files released? The truth is stranger than, who knows? Fuck, he died a couple years ago now, didn't he? Yeah. Ross Ulbricht. Yeah. God damn. Crazy memes. Truly fucking crazy memes. Shit's going down. I mean, obviously here, what I'm waiting for, well, some of the people are, what we all are waiting for maybe, is for Trump to go ahead and fucking declassify some UFO stuff. Maybe Roswell will be the next one. Be like, yeah, it crashed. The JFK ones could be spicy enough, so it wouldn't fucking even surprise me, honestly. So, man, holy fuck. So I guess you had this link here, Hendrix. Here it is here. Wow. Yeah. Oh, I opened that already. Sorry, I was going to go to here. So News Nation, 15 days from today, present plan to POTUS for full release of records relating to JFK. 45 days from today, present plan for full release of records relating to RFK and MLK. But he signed to have them declassified within the last hour. So, yeah. Crazy shit. It manages the operations of the executive branch of government through executive orders. So here, this is where they'll show up, Hendrix, is it? Okay. From 2017 to 2021, so to 2025. So it'll show up here at some point, I guess, when it gets updated. Yeah. You would assume not, but well, that's the only thing. I mean, because the files that were released already had redactions in them, did they not? That'd be the only annoying part. But, I mean, there was a reason why they didn't release them. So I'm assuming there's still information in there that might be kind of spicy, It might kind of give us some context as to, like, what happened, who was actually involved. Yeah. Shit. That's a big one. I was not betting that he was actually going to go ahead and do it. But he has kept his promise. And this should be interesting. This is a really good one. This is another great idea, Jimmy. Jimmy, you should contact Joe Rogan and Joe can contact Trump's people. Should President Trump open the Smithsonian archives? Imagine what's been boxed up in their basement for the last 100 years. We've talked about that a little bit. What could be boxed up in their fucking basement? Some giant bodies, potentially. Remnants of them, at least. Wouldn't that be a fun fucking can of worms to open up for everybody? God damn. Ratcliffe got confirmed too, and he openly speaks with UP transparency. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, seems like he's going to do all the stuff he wasn't allowed to do last time. Oh, welcome, man. Welcome, Blip. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my God. Just fucking. What a meme. So I guess we'll be following this. So they think that it's 100% going to be 15 days. That's the plan that's been mentioned, I guess, that they'll be released. So what's that? It's about 2 weeks from Friday. So that's the 7th of February. They'll be out. So, man, oh man. I might have to stream that day if it's especially spicy, which I'm hoping it will be. So what's up, man? What's up, Bones? And welcome everybody else I didn't mention. War Drinker, Corey, Shadows, Pambo. Yes. Yeah, Sam Squinch. Yeah. That's when I think he maybe pissed and they bullied or forced him. And now he's saying, fuck that shit, I do what I want. He gave a long speech at Davos today too, I believe. Oh, did he actually? Yeah, actually I saw, maybe I should pull that up. What was it? Davos. was it Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, was getting harassed? Oh, here you go. He's going to make the United States, a world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. Meme coins of the future. Oh my God, I saw a post on here today. I'm not even going to mention the names of some of the fucking meme coins. But the guy took a screenshot. He's like, how am I supposed to explain this to my accountant? And like, some of them are pretty audacious, the fucking names. And he had a bunch of money, and he had a shitload of money in some of them. And I was like, holy fuck, man. Like, oh my God. Anyway, edgy as fuck. What's up, Melvin? Yeah. God damn. It's not true that as we speak, in the UK, citizens are being imprisoned for exposing horrifying crimes committed by migrants, crimes that the government seeks to conceal. Well, because they've lost control. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Here it is here. So again, for people who don't know who Larry Fink is, we'll just, because you can kind of see him in the picture, but he is the CEO and has been the CEO of BlackRock, which controls a lot of assets. Now, it's complicated. Like, he's not like the king of the world or anything. He's also the co-founder, isn't he? Right. Okay. Yeah. But the American Multinational Investment Management Corporation, BlackRock. Truly what's it in a James Bond movie? What do they use to describe? It was Inspector. Was it a squid or an octopus? But like all the tendrils, from this entity into so many other businesses, and oh my God, it's endless. So I'm not going to play the whole thing, but
Mr. Fink, are you going to follow
right
Donald Trump's plan and get rid of DEI and ESG in your companies? BlackRock really is the opposite of Donald Trump in so many ways. You're authoritarian, you're anti-populist, you're top-down. Are you going to change it all in light of the U.S. presidency? How is Donald Trump? Have you talked to Donald Trump since he was elected? Is the World Economic Forum a counterpoint to Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why are you running away from simple questions? Just answer a question. Have you talked to President Trump yet? Why are your bodyguards pushing away journalists, Mr. Fink?
They're simple questions. Is it that hard to answer a question that you need bodyguards and to swerve through traffic? Is the next 4 years going to be bad for business with Donald Trump in charge?
Man, you can sit on top of the castle, but at the end of the day, you're just another fucking Jim Bob on the street. And I'm sure what happened recently with the assassination of the head of that healthcare company by what's his name, Luigi, probably spooked these guys a little bit. Like, that's the kind of, and I'm not encouraging that at all, but I'm sure it has them kind of second guessing walking down the street, right? And man, these elites. And it's probably complicated, but, at the end of the day, he's just another fucking person. He starts taking pictures of their faces. Yeah. It's early. Takes a picture of his face.
Mini. Should I be scared now?
Which of your former directors?
I probably would be a little bit, actually. I probably would be walking away at that point. These boys be waking up dead in their fucking hotel rooms. No, just a heart attack in the middle of the night. Yeah. Oh my man. I mean, there's craziness. Yeah, man. Yeah, it is poor security. Yeah. Guys like these in no class. If I was a billionaire, I get a dozen dudes to carry me around everywhere on a litter. Yeah, fuck. I would not be going outside some of these people. Now, I mean, BlackRock, most people don't even know what that is. They don't even know what BlackRock is. But the people that do know do think that it's some kind of arm of the Illuminati or something. So, very interesting. Yeah. They started taking photos of our faces. A bizarre attempt to threaten us. Didn't work. Yeah. So that was Rebel News in Canada, actually. A Canadian news channel. So, boys got big cock and balls going up to him. Anyway, I mean, bringing him down to earth a little bit, maybe, right? So, not that I'm calling for violence. I am not calling for violence, Twitch. I do not call for violence. Just exposure is what we need. So, yeah. Yeah. You can manipulate people with neurotoxins. Man, it wouldn't surprise me, man. Some of the methods that are employed now would probably just blow our minds. Even poisons deployed back in the day that could induce a heart attack back in the 70s and the 80s on people. And it would probably scare the fuck out of us, actually, what some of these people could do. Even from a distance, supposedly. And this goes into the whole Havana syndrome, where there's some very advanced weaponry that can like fuck people up permanently. And the diplomats that were exposed to that are still fucked up, I guess. So it happened in, Havana a couple years ago. And no one believed them. No one thought there was anything, but there were people inside the intelligence community supposedly that like knew what had gone on. And was it Matt Pine on here talked about it? Lou had talked about it, but recently it was just confirmed that they think it was some kind of weapon system from Russia or China, and scary shit. And there's been rumors that this weapon system can induce a heart attack in somebody, which is really scary. So yeah, it's fucked. Undoubtedly, it's fucked. So yeah. Yeah, you'd have a golden chariot, 12 horses, shotting everybody. Get those big fucking like spike spinners out of the side of it. Just cut everybody's legs off as you go by. Who was it? Was it Akhenaten? There was somebody. I watch these remote viewing videos because I find him to be fascinating. And they did a session on him, and he died suspiciously. And when they remote viewed the session, they did this blind again, which I thought was kind of interesting. They got a guy in a chariot who had, I guess, run over a child, and he didn't give a fuck, and somebody tossed a rock from a distance, like the child's parents or sibling, and it hit him in the head, and he fell off the chariot and rolled down a hill and died. I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, if that's true, that would be wonderful, you know. If that's how he met his end. Just some piece of shit, you know, just thought the people were just like bugs he could run over, like... Christ, that's their attitude though, man. It's scary shit. I mean, you know, BlackRock is a scary entity. It really honestly fucking is. So it explains a lot. The brand is a battlefield of the future. You have thousands of Swiss troops and fighter jets securing the area of Davos. You do, yeah. Low rent version, was it? Yeah. Fuck, man. I mean, yeah. Just an absolute rival of magnificence, yeah. That's what they want, undoubtedly. That's what they're looking for. Oh, the brain is the battlefield of the future. Dr. James Gordini, Chief of Neuroethics Studies Program and Scholar in Residence in the Pellegrino Center for Clinical Bioethics at Georgetown University. Holy fuck, man. Well, maybe we'll check this out later. That's, I've heard people go on about this. Oh, the American philosopher, you go. Yeah, it's something we have to kind of be cognitive of. You know? So, there you go. Speaking of conspiracies, I thought I'd bring this up. I don't know what has happened. I was literally at the gym and I opened up my phone to kind of browse through Twitter to see if I could like find some stuff to pull up here, which that means I forgot to pull some of the stuff up actually. But I saw John McAfee's account post some stuff, and then people start freaking out and being like, you're dead. Like, what the fuck's going on? And I think what's happened is it his wife that's posting or something that's doing this? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I guess that's the only thing I was going to pull up. We'll go over that later. So let me go through here. Pull the screen up now. Fucking Twitch. Fuck. Is it the deadhead? I don't know. So John's account has not been hacked. This is a real deal. More information forthcoming. So I don't think this is John, no, right? I'm back with AI antivirus, an AI version of myself. You didn't think I would miss this cycle, did you? Do not fall for scam tokens. This is the only official AI antivirus CA. Is this some fucking like coin or some shit? Like, still waiting on this death switch. Yeah. Well, I've got a video I'll hear up about this. For people that don't know about this guy, he was a wild man. He was a wild guy. Where was he living down? Like Belize. He ended up like, I think what set this all off is he had some confrontation with his neighbor. He shot and he killed him. Then he was on the run. Then he started like, I think through all this, he was under the influence of a lot of substances. And then he started talking about, I got this video here, some really spicy shit. about what he did to Hillary Clinton and her team and some people at the State Department, where he sent them laptops to use and didn't tell them that they were cracked, and he was watching everything they were doing. According to him, supposedly. And right, this guy kind of went on a Charlie Sheen kind of bend on crack, like on crack, on fucking, you know, on steroids on crack, because he fucking killed somebody, supposedly. I think that may have been confirmed now. Anyway, what the fuck is this? I was just curious. In a world overrun by surveillance states, chat with John. Good morning, everybody. Hope this video answers everyone's concerns about whether mine and John's accounts have been compromised. Is this his wife? John being resurrected is a dubious AI crypto scam, the most John MacAfee thing possible. I'm going to develop a digital drug habit within a week and then start a metaverse called New Belize before escaping to Europe. Oh, fuck. Just milk him, I guess, right? This is what happened. It's a token, yeah. Okay. I genuinely didn't know what the fuck this was about. Unfortunately, he is still dead. So, the globalists still killed him. He's still dead. Yeah, they're just trying to milk every little bit of him now. His ex-wife, I guess, is probably...
Janice MacAfee here, and first, let's everyone just breathe with me, please, okay? In through your nose, out through your mouth.
You feel that? You feel that? That's this meme coin blowing up in my bank account. All right. Yeah. Can't afford the car payments on the Bugatti anymore. Burn through all John's money in a couple of years. They extracted him. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. Unfortunately, he is still dead, I guess. And just blatantly disrespecting his memory. I have a video up of his memory just to go over for people that don't know, which was right here. When was this? Like 2015 or 2014 or something? Here, but who knows if all this is true? We don't know.
Attention, because really, that's all that matters to me.
Did you think Trump was going to be president?
Yes, I hoped he was, actually, because the alternative was not very palatable to me.
Did you think
I will not tell you why, because it will implicate me in horrific
Sounds like
situations.
you're asking me to inquire, but I'm not going to.
I am actually, because I'm not sure I'm going to say it or not.
Well, it sounds like you're egging me on to ask you. I want to respect your
I
privacy.
am actually, because I'm not sure I will say it. I've never said it, ever.
Well, if you
Not
want me
not
to...
in 6 years since I left police have I ever stated why.
Do you want to?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, you're welcome.
Okay, so when I went on the run in police, I had friends in the U.S. Embassy in Belize. I knew what was coming down. I'm not stupid. I had arranged with the head of security. I was going to come in. He said, "Sir, we have it from the highest authority. We are not to allow you entry into the U.S. Embassy." Understand me. Who was the highest authority of the State Department? Hillary Clinton. I'm an American citizen with a American passport. I'm sorry. I'm not wanted in America. I've got no crimes in America. Is it not a reason to say, I don't think I'm going to vote
Just
for
a crime in Belize for
And yet
murder.
you're here now.
For a month and a half, I was on the run. The reason that the government wanted to collect me.
Why the blur? It's not blur. It's 180p, I think, the resolution, Shadows. Yeah.
Was that after they had raided
I'll
my
shrink it.
property in 2012 in the jungle, shot my dog, abused me, destroyed $500,000 worth of my property over a bogus charge, I was pissed off. And so I donated to many secretaries within the government laptop computers, really nice ones that were preloaded with viral spyware. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was watching, monitoring, listening. I was looking for information that they had set me up for that raid. I didn't find it. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America. And the Minister of Immigration, the largest human trafficker.
Well, we don't want to get killed by them either, so we're probably not going to
That's fine. That's fine.
It's a dark rabbit hole. And again, I don't really want to go over on Twitch either, to be completely fucking honest, because it's a dark side of humanity, I think. That, anyway, yeah. I think you can kind of get from what he just said what he's getting into, though, and who some of these people are that were involved in the trafficking of drugs and people. That this still goes on in the current investigation on Diddy and Co. Also touched on this, unfortunately, that potentially there could have been trafficking of very young people and children to wealthy people, which also tied into Epstein, right? So, you bet Epstein's still alive? Really? Yeah. I mean, maybe the same group of people that ended up having him killed, right? In the end, had Epstein killed. I mean, yeah, but man, it's a dark, scary place out there. I'm glad that I'm not really involved in any way, shape, or form with the halls of power or Hollywood or any of those areas, because I imagine they're unimaginably dark. Anyway, John's shown a little bit of light in there. Another problem is John's also tweaking. Who knows if you believe that? It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. He didn't provide any proof that that was the case, but then he ended up, dying not much longer after this happened, so... But he had a lot of other shit going on. He got himself involved with a bunch of shit. Yeah. Yeah. He donated the Belize government secretaries got virus laptops, not the U.S. government people. Oh, was he Belize? I thought he was involved in... I thought he had something to do with Clinton, though, too, Malibu. I thought there was I mean, it wasn't mentioned here. I thought that he also did the same thing to Hillary's staff. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought I remember him saying that. Yeah. Oh, in this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I did hear that. I thought I heard that he also gave infected laptops to Hillary as well and her staff. So I recall him saying that. Yeah. I know he did hear. Yeah. Say that. Yeah. Fuck. MacAfee's alive and well, living with Elvis and JFK on the moon. Man, maybe that's what it is, right? They're all looking down on us from somewhere. What that place is, we don't really know. But, yeah.
All attention.
Yeah. Anyway. So he hasn't come back to life, though, unfortunately. He just turned into a fucking meme coin. What a way to immortalize him. Milk him. Milk him for all he's worth. But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, well, let's get on to, this will go on later. Let's go on to some other schizo takes and theories then. Oh, Christ. So our 4chan leaker is back, and this time he or she has more photos. And I think this is after a couple people had posed as him. So we had the couple egg videos we went over yesterday that Finn here had kind of debunked that were clearly generated in either Unreal Engine or Blender. Supposedly this is the first guy. There's no way to tell, although he has called himself original poster now. So we can discern between who's posting and who's not. So, yeah. Yeah. You seen Greenwald tweet calling everyone from grifters? Yeah, so I'm going to go over that later too. Good on John. I mean, John gets a lot of flack from people. They regularly drag his balls through the glass, but I'm with John, honestly, that, yeah, he was being honest, and I'll go over that here in a little bit. Yeah. So you don't think any of the 4chan egg pics are real, Far? The photos that we've gone over so far, no. The first video has not been debunked. So the first video has not been properly debunked yet. So the video that was posted by this guy has not been debunked. The eggs that we went over that had Egyptian lettering at 100%. The Egyptian symbols, those are 100% fucking debunked. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Was there any A connection with JFK? They're not out for 2 weeks, Lemon. So 2 weeks from Friday, they'll be released, and I'll stream that day because I think that's a big fucking deal to go over them. Depending on how many there are, I might have to wait till some more knowledge from people like myself sift through them. But John can be a little negative, Nancy nitpicker, but at least everything he releases has documentation behind it. That's true, but yeah. I think I definitely vibe with what he said. I'll go over his post here in a little bit, but let's indulge this meme, I guess. New photos of egg UAP and pod outside of the Queen Elizabeth Range's cave. This guy's original poster 34556. So this was the guy who first posted. So I don't know if he's implying here that the other posts that we went over are not him. I have seen the threads in the interview. It was laughable. U.S. agents need to step up their game. I have no dog and no one attacked me. I am okay. My contractors have allowed me to upload some of the photos and the objects outside the cave. This is also a way to show I am the same person who spoke to you originally. I obtained a transcript document of an actual interview here. I believe the audio release yesterday was in anticipation of this leak. We were planning to leak only the transcript, and some insiders of our team must have stabbed us in the back. About the photos, we'll go over them. Taken from camera 1, night vision and the angle is from the inside a Boeing CH-147 Chinooks. An image shows the vehicle and the retrieval egg. Taken from camera 4, different night vision option and the angle is from another Boeing CH-147 Chinook. Shows the pod coffin. Okay, so yeah. Taken from camera 3, different night vision option and the angle is from another Boeing CH-147 Chinook. It shows the egg once more, and then there's another one here that shows the egg again, so... So there you go. There it is in vehicle. You got a Humvee, 2 Humvees there. There's from a distance. There's another photo there. That's supposedly of the coffin that we were going over earlier. They found in there. There's a close-up shot. Now, what we can discern from this is not a lot again. Someone will have to go over this in depth. And are these Blender assets? They could be. Like, this resolution is so fucking low, you could hide so much shit in here. So, they do look odd. Yeah. This might be Red Alert. I have no fucking idea. There it is at a distance. Yeah. Man, yeah. So now, I don't know if I want to go to LimeWire and get this myself. But I believe this is the audio that was posted here. The 4chan egg leaker has dropped audio of a conversation with the being. In this clip, the entity states that the egg is 3,000 years old and was made in Egypt. Link to the full interview. Is this the same thing? I think it may be, yeah. Original post, Odyssey. 10 minutes long. United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Warning, the following audio is exclusively for United Nations Space Affairs affiliates only. Sharing this content with unauthorized parties is a crime and result in severe legal penalties. Well, I didn't share it. I'm just watching the leaked version of it. So guys, we'll be okay here. This was on the 22nd, 2025.
Okay, let's see if I have everything ready.
This is supposedly a conversation with the entity that was recovered with the egg. This is a conversation with this 8-foot-tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed gentleman. Yeah. Yeah, LimeWire, I know. That's what I thought too when I saw that, man.
Okay, recording number 67, 22, January 2025, 15:35. Gravação número 67, 21 de 2025, 15:35, enregistrement número 57, 22 janvier 2025, 15h35. Okay. How are you, Seth? Good. Thank you for allowing me to ask you these questions once more. My night's kinda tiresome. Okay.
Yes.
By the way, did you read what was said about you on the 4chan forum?
Okay, we're just going to try to get through a bit of it here.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you find it amusing?
Interesting, good. Questions were strange, but many were different and good.
I guess that's just how we are. Now, I know you hate these...
I don't hate. Anger is not an emotion for my people.
I'm sorry.
Don't be You did nothing wrong.
If you don't mind, back to the question. Why were you in that cave alone?
As I said countless times, I was alone.
This guy has like an Eastern European accent, I guess they found in the cave.
Yes, but
Oh,
why?
I mean, I won't be able to sit through 10 minutes of this, so.
If I helped you with, how you say, technology,
Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing this. That's clearly an Eastern European accent. Like, boys, come on. Like, what the fuck? What are people's reactions to this? I guess no one has reacted on there. What are people saying here? Yeah, this guy's putting effort into the LARP. Yeah, it speaks perfect English, yeah, and with an Eastern European accent. Anyway, yeah, I just don't know if I can. Make it stop, Jimmy. No, I'm gonna subject everybody for another fucking 10 minutes. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. So anyway, this is how far it's gone on for though. So access to space for all. Outer Space Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. I mean, this guy could get in trouble because he himself could get in trouble for he's I'm assuming fabricating documents with these logos, right? From the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Oh my god, man. He's got a whole fucking look at this, man. I mean, I get why he would do this now because this is obviously going to track and trend, especially in these schizo places. Oh fuck. Because everybody's hyped up for disclosure, right? Like that. So people are going to be humoring this stuff when maybe they shouldn't be. Yeah. Anyway, I was just seeing if there was any other photos that he posted that are a fucking meme at least. At the very least, we'll milk it for the meme. But I don't think there are. I think it's just more conversation and whatnot. So, again, I'm somewhat nervous going through these 4chan posts. But anyway, yeah. Oh yes, it is a real office. Oh yeah, no, it's a real entity. I didn't think it was real either. But it is real, so I mean, yeah. Anyway, fuck me. Yeah, just keeping the LARP up. Yeah, yeah. It's just this thing. What are people saying about it? So this guy posted. Here we go again. I don't think we're gonna get much out of this. The quality is terrible, poor. Yeah, terribly poor. There's an egg on a HEMET vehicle. I'll look for another nugget tonight when I go to work. So he found the vehicle there. You could make that no problem. You can find all those assets online. I love your work, but I think you will lose credibility if this continues in the egg videos that are clearly a hoax. They could be. Well, this is definitely just horse shit, man. Yeah. Can't believe I cut the interview off. I couldn't listen to it any longer. It was just clearly an Eastern European guy with a voice changer on. Yeah. OD, what's up, man? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Fuck. Egg. Yeah. Yeah, they both have accents. Probably the same dude doing both voices. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. Yeah. So close-minded. Yeah. No, I can't. I can only handle so much. Here's a clip that this guy took of it.
That's fine. How old is the vessel, as you call it? You call it the vessel. We call it the hex shape.
it was built by my people 3,000 years ago in the land you once called Kemet.
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 Where is Kemet? Hold on. Fuck's sake. Okay, here.
What did he say? Fuck's sake? Hold on. Yeah, Unchained. It is the original guy. Yeah, it has all the hallmarks of the same guy.
Fuck's sake.
This fuck's sake.
Okay, here, and the phone. Where the map is covered.
Shit, man.
That says Egypt.
Oh, okay, Egypt.
This
Okay, I
one
see.
Here.
Okay. It's old then. It's really old. Okay, that's fine.
So in this story, in this fan fiction, this is the egg is 3,000 years old and it was made in Egypt, which makes a lot of sense. 3,000 years ago in Egypt wasn't even that long ago. That was like, they get a pretty broad history there. That was like right in the middle of all the dynasties, really. That was, where would that be? That would have been a couple hundred years into like the Middle Age, I guess. Because 3,600 years ago, there was a disruption. Yeah, that doesn't make any... At least put it back like 8,000 years or something. Like, make it older than that. It's fucking being smooth, yeah. You're making eggs, shout out Big Egg. Holy fuck, Slippery House, bro. Fuck, yeah. Shout out to eggs, yeah. 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 It's beyond obviously fake as fuck. I don't know. Oh yeah, 100%, bro. This is 100% a LARP. Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind. This is a fucking LARP. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of sense in continuing to go along with it, honestly. Yeah. I was just curious if he posted anything else to pull up, but he didn't. It's just this document transcript of the anyway. I knew this reading through the story anyway. I've read through all of these schizo stories, whether it's to do with the Anunnaki or it's Zechariah Sitchin's Anunnaki, or it's all these alternative ancient, these theories about ancient history. And he's weaving together this with other theories. It's a lot of it's Sitchin, where they were living on Mars and they blew up a planet in the asteroid belt, and there were different factions of them that made mankind, and it just, I could LARP better than this. Maybe me and Finn together can do a fucking really spicy one for everybody once. Get everybody going. No, we don't want to lead people on. Yeah, I'll write the script out. Finn, if you're in here, you can do the visuals. We'll cook something up real spicy. Yeah. We finally get proven this is how you act. Oh my fuck. You bitch. They didn't even spell Antarctic right there. Oh, really? Oh, it doesn't surprise me. There was a couple misspells in it too. Yeah. When the syntax too in the sentences, some of them, it seemed like maybe English wasn't his first language, and then there was some like elaborate responses. It sounded like ChatGPT to me. So that's like just the nuanced bits and pieces out of it. But yeah. Yeah. Did we see John McAfee's back from the dead? Yeah, man, it's a meme coin or some shit. They're just milking his dead body. Yeah. Yeah. The journalist guy put his whole reputation on the line for this egg story. Who did that? No, I don't think anybody did. This guy just does video analysis, image analysis stuff. So, I mean, people are like razzing him saying, I love your work, but you'll lose credibility. Is a fucking, live with the meme a little bit. People are so fucking serious, man. Like, it's like he's just going, he'll need, if he can definitively show it's fake and bullshit, then great. I mean, that's what he's there for. Like, you're going to lose credibility covering it. Shut the fuck up. What's his name? Jason? Fuck off. Like, fuck, people piss me off like that. He's memeing. Yeah, he did say he thought he was 99% sure this one was real. But digging deeper into the egg photo, comparison of the same process used to make the image of the egg, texture matters. You'll see that there. He saw that it was a generated image. Okay, again, it's, but he's making his posts and he's having fun, and fuck, live a little. Yeah. 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 Goddamn. I have it tabbed. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't know what to expect with this. I'm not reading through all of this because this is just, it's clearly a LARP. So, does the NHI tell you how we as a human can meditate to achieve greater psionic ability? This is where it gets interesting. The NHI doesn't explicitly tell you anything, at least in no way you'd expect for a conversation or guidebook, but the reports, experimental people who have had contact often describe suddenly knowing things or downloading concepts or techniques directly in their heads. Okay, yeah, no, it's just a fucking anyway. So there you go. TLDR for people that are curious. The entire egg thing. I'm wagering, is just a fucking giant LARP. Not Jake Barber's video, because I would bet that's probably not. I bet that's probably true. It's still not great visual evidence, right? But this is just somebody running off and fucking doing a very elaborate fucking meme. This isn't unknown. I mean, like, you know, again, I've been covering this here on Sundays with Galen TV for the last almost 2 years now, where at Sunday we go through schizo stories, and X on 4chan, there's been so many people that have done these elaborate LARPs. Some of them still are around, like the UFO whistleblower, right, that was on here, that talked about this mobile construction facility that makes UFOs, and they run on 115, and there's been someone, and there was another like EBO scientist type that was on here too. Not the one on Reddit, but there was another one on here. There's been a couple of them. There was one that we went over. A really spicy one was that there was a space station found around one of, I think, Saturn's moons. And that was a long one that spanned a couple years. Like, somebody threaded together this. It was pretty expertly crafted, especially when people went back to the breadcrumbs and they're like, holy fuck. We went over that. It was amazing. That one, honestly, to me, I wouldn't be surprised if there was actually something to that one, where there was a signal that they got from one of Saturn's moons. And then supposedly they went there, or a probe went by and took a picture of this destroyed space station. And then someone was killed over it. And then someone else had posted a year later, after the guy posted this, that they killed him. And it was just crazy story, but it was fun as fuck, right? I mean, to go over, like, it's like people read fiction novels and shit, right? Like murder mysteries. We read the schizo stories on here because there's tons of great narratives. Like, some of these people should be fucking writers, honestly. Yeah. Did the egg UFOs make me hungry? I have 4 eggs every morning. And actually this morning when I had the eggs in on the counter, I looked at them, I said, fuck. I said, maybe, you know, yeah. I wouldn't even fertilize my plants with this horse shit. Really? Fuck. Yeah, no. I enjoy and respect the meme of it. That somebody crafts these narratives and gets everybody going, and it's fun for people to, like, just for a moment consider what if, you know, what's the possibility? It's like this adrenaline rush for some people where they just give it some time. And for me though, I've given so many of these stories time. My patience is quite limited. And obviously I'm covering this too to discern, like, well, is this real or not, right? Because that's really what we're looking for here. What I'm looking for, many of us are looking for, is like, are there going to be more actual leaks? And, you know, maybe on Sunday I'll do like a collection of all the stories and we'll go through some of the information. But day to day, I want to get to the fucking meat, right? And to get to the meat, we got to cut we got to throw all the vegetables in the garbage. And this is a vegetable writing a story. Yeah. Yeah. What about the science one by the biologics? Yeah, the leaker, the 4chan EBO scientist, Lemon, was definitely an interesting one. That's another one where I was like, that was right when ChatGPT came out. I don't know. That one made me. That's an interesting one. Genuinely, yeah. Buckle up, because shit's getting even thicker to sift through. It is, man. It's harder to discern too when you've got AI that's aiding in the crafting of these stories and the writing of them and generating images. And this is a mess that we're in. But it's also, we're fortunate we're in a time when I'm expecting that there will be legitimate leaks. But I think the way that they'll go about it, I mean. Maybe they will post on 4chan though. I don't fucking know, right? Yeah. It just man said. Well, I think that's the thing, guys. For me, that's exactly it. Yeah, it's like we want the meat. We want the fucking meat. We want the spicy meat. Yeah. Not a LARP to read through when I'm off work. Oh, more LARP. Yeah. We'll probably give it time on Sunday. Sunday night we usually come on just for silly story readings, and it'll give me time to sift through this. I mean, this is a lot of these are his posts. So, I mean, it's he went off today again, but he's probably loving the attention. He'll probably come out with a fucking meme coin. You know, that's how it usually goes. Try and make some money off and blow it up. You know, that's how the game goes now, right? Yeah. Nobody can tell it's real. Do you, man? Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's all anonymous, and I have humored 4chan for years. Well, it became quite a cesspool the last couple of years, but back in the day, I mean, first of all, there were a lot of funny memes on there. There's a lot of really bad shit too, right? Which is why I stopped going on there. But also, it's like a wild west of the internet. You know, there probably has been legitimate shit posted that people just didn't take seriously. There's a couple instances of that where I think we talked about this the other night, but buddy who posted those classified documents recently on here, like a year or two ago, like the first post was like, fuck off, like LARP, like nobody instantly takes anything seriously on here. Although in that instance, they were real documents, right? You're always waiting for somebody that rolls those fucking dice and just posts it. And then, you know, and initially when you look at this, you know, I'm not an image analyst. I have no idea if those are real or fake. I can honestly tell you, and I don't think anyone could say, and looking at that you would know instantaneously those are fake. Even the eggs. After looking at the other ones that were posted, they became more clear. But, you know, when you click on a post like this, it's like, no one's going to fucking... You see it's on a computer screen, right? That he probably just made it in Blender, but you can't tell. So you just fucking read through it and see. But, I mean, I think the audio is just like that. That just put the nail in the coffin for me, honestly. Remember B from 2008 2010 saw some shit. Fortunate isn't a place to be as a teen. And yeah, that was me. I mean, you know, from, oh my God, 2000 and when did it come out? It came out in 2003 or 4. So I was 14, 15, 16. I was on there back then. And what really killed it was the lack of moderation for a time period where there were literal pedophiles on there posting very inappropriate things. And they tried to moderate that stuff as best as they could. But I just had no time for any of that. And that's why I stopped going on there. I don't even go on the random forums. I'll go on X usually, or Polls, the other one, but Polls also pretty toxic. So X I'd go on X and just once in a while see people telling funny stories. But yeah. It's just such a nice place. I've never known anyone to be active there. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, no, it was like the Wild West of the internet. I think when Reddit came out too, man, Reddit, a lot of people that didn't like how toxic it was finally said, oh my God, thank Christ, a place like that's properly moderated. And now it's become a little bit too moderated, right? All the white knights on there. Oh, I can't handle it. Reddit became a little bit too uptight, I think. There needs to be a better balance. So anyway, yeah. You're not an image analysis either, and those images are fake as fuck, as they say in the business. Oh, is that what you think? Yeah. I don't know that they are. I'm not in the military. I haven't seen classified, footage from night vision cameras and shit. So I have no fucking idea. No clue. I literally have no idea. But I would bet they are after listening through the audio of that fucking conversation. Yeah. Fark.com. I've never been there, man, actually. No. Yeah. RUFO, there's a comment about the NHI egg if you want to take a look. Oh, is it really? Okay. They were an X-File for many years back. Did they worry, man? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. There's tons of great... It's funny to be in one of these threads when the shit goes down. Like some of the stories I'm not even fucking say because they're kind of fucking offensive, but there's just some funny banter and, let me pull up the thing because on this note, we're talking about UFO Reddit. I have this up here. And so as we go on about LARPs and whatnot and what happened recently with the, I'll leave this up here just in case I want to go back to it, which I don't know if we really want to or not. This John Greenwald post, because this is all running on the coattails of what had happened recently with Ross and the video he released, all the hype that News Nation and he built up that was just fucking ridiculous, man. So John runs the blackvault.com. John essentially FOIAs documents from the government, so Freedom of Information Act. He tries to get like actual tangible documented evidence of the UFO phenomena or conversations, right, comms between people about the UFO phenomena, etc. He's had some pretty good hits over the years, but he's been pretty critical of the community. I think as have I, not that I have the influence that his page does. He's a pretty big following. He's got 100,000, 200,000 people that follow him. But the present day UFO community is lost. Loudest leaders of it are largely resorting to straight up grifting, televising tantrums, and are endlessly teasing that big things are coming that never do, and they go splat when they actually are finally revealed. It's time to get back to the root of what it should be. Valuable, open, and transparent conversation coupled with good old-fashioned research and common sense. It's about what we can prove, not what we want to believe. It's hard. It's time to accept that as a community. Well, I mean, and what he really wants you to do is go support the blackvault.com so we can get like that proof through FOIAs. And yes, I mean, I think there's definitely a place for people like journalists trying to talk to these first-time whistleblowers. The problem is they can't be debating people like that. Like, you need to be transparent and open. And I mean, that was a big broadcast for Ross. Like, that brought in a lot of money for them. And it is kind of frustrating, right? Now, if it had been really good evidence, and fair enough, right? But it was just bullshit, essentially, again, right? He had told people that this was going to be effectively a form of disclosure. And then he went on about the CE5 shit. And it's like, man, listen, I love hearing the stuff about psionic stuff and psychics and remote viewing. And that stuff's all very fascinating, right? But that's a different conversation from proving the phenomena, right? I mean, if you make statements like that, you need to bring forward like some tangible physical fucking proof. So Reddit was moderated by Ghislaine Maxwell for 14 years. You said that. Yeah, I looked into that a little bit, man. I think I heard of that. Is that 100% proven to be true? Yeah. Went from 4chan to Dig to Reddit, and I don't even Reddit that much nowadays. I really cap, yeah. I was on 4chan, and then I just stopped going on any site at all. I just stopped. I was in Above Top Secret first, actually. Above Top Secret is still active, and it's like a conspiracy forum. But they talk about UFOs, and they would have people on like George Knapp and Jim Mars and fairly big names in the community that would like do AMAs and shit. And then from Above Top Secret, I got onto 4chan from there because it was just kind of more wild place where supposedly people were talking to aliens and people who've talked to aliens and aliens even talking to people supposedly, right? And so I went on there, and then from there I just kind of fucked off and didn't really participate in communities anymore. Yeah, it's some good nights watching Goosebumps scary movies there. Oh yeah, Fit I supposedly is good too. I was never been on Fit, man. Yeah. Well, I was into fitness and health and fitness a lot when I was younger, yeah. Yeah, we won't get further FOIAs. They're going to release proof. Yeah, I know. It's like breadcrumbs, right, man? That's the thing, so. Yeah. John's doing his thing. John's got that corner locked down. I mean, anyway, good enough. I think the problem is like, man, they're all just like, they're a community trying to support one another, but it's like they're just all licking each other's balls. It's like nobody wants to like just bite down and be like, bad boy, Ross, bad boy, right?
Pretty interesting.
Anyway. Oh, thanks for the sub.
However,
thank you, man. Yeah, I'd say it's 100% proven her account hasn't been posted since her arrest. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, she's 100% was a power mod on Reddit. Was she actually? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I had heard of that. He told me about that, and I ended up looking that up one morning. And okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it is the government. That's true too. And it's all fucking redacted. Anybody's ever gone through, like, where the fuck is John's? I'll go over some of the other posts here on Reddit because there's some interesting ones. But if anyone's ever gone through his stuff, where the fuck is he? John, do I even follow him? I don't know if I do. Greenwald Jr. Oh my fucking God, come on now. We'll figure this out. Here we go, the Black Vault. And some of the interesting documents, man, it's just all redacted bullshit. Like, it's just I don't know. I mean, I just anyway. Well, this is his website. You can go check him out. Yeah. Maybe there needs to be made an example of one or few of the grifters, LARPers, and debaters. Totally destroy them and call them out. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know how we do that, man. I think already Ross has had a lot of hate. And now they've tried to ascribe that to like the intelligence community making bot accounts. And I don't think so. I think there's a lot of people that just were watching from the sidelines, kind of without even a Twitter account, who were so frustrated they literally made one. What, Train Beast, are you still in there? Didn't you do that? Like, there's some people like they just called him out. They said like, what the fuck was that? Like, if you read through the actual comments, they were just like, what the fuck is this? Like, it wasn't like some elaborately crafted narrative to put down or attack Jake Barber's credibility. It was like, what the fuck was this shit? Like, that's not how you would attack him. That's people dissatisfied with what you've done. I mean, that's pretty clear to me, you know. Anyway, but what the fuck do I know? Yeah. We're reading about Maxwell's ties to Reddit on farms. Oh, really? Fuck yeah. Yeah. You vote Corbell be the one? Oh, Christ. Yeah. Oh, God. I mean, anyway. I mean, at the end of the day, they are moving the conversation forward, though. Like, people like Lou, I think, are a little bit different. Although I know Lou also had his balls dragged through the fucking glass recently over the whole, like, chandelier thing that he got. And you know what? Like, this shit happens. Like, you misremember things, you misidentify things. I misremember shit all the time. I'd fuck things up, and I do that like every fucking time I'm on here. But, you know, now I'm not charging people to be here. I appreciate the support, everybody, but I'm not charging people to be here. If you're charging people like a couple $100 to do a talk, and you're the expert, and you put a photo up there that's clearly some fucking chandelier in the window and say, oh yes, we've had this analyzed by government experts. Like, man, come on. It was pretty bad. But Lou has a history of actually moving the conversation forward. Like, he was involved in getting those videos out, right? The Tic Tac and the Gimbal and the Go Fast videos. And he really did kick the ball down the road a lot, right? Now, it's not like in the fucking goalpost yet, like, but it's getting pretty close, right? So anyway, yeah. Make it clear if extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. They do, man. It is complicated though too, right? And I mean, there's been some very extraordinary claims from some very extraordinary people, but they gave a pretty logical reason why the proof is hard to attain. Because I mean, they're extraordinary claims. It's an extraordinary phenomena. And that extraordinary proof is locked behind an extraordinary wall of secrecy, right? And for good reason, right? Because it's the biggest secret on planet Earth. Right? So getting to that is difficult. And what's going to happen as it begins to come out, or it has the potential to come out, is as the walls start to come down, you start getting rumors. You start having people talk about it first, right? So the first step is to talk about it. And that's the stage that we're still in now, where people have seen this stuff. They're talking about it, like what Jay Stratton just said recently on that new fucking documentary, where they've seen high resolution photographs of beings, bodies, crafts, etc. And they're making these claims. So they'd have us believe, yeah, and that's true. I mean, but I think there's a lot of breadcrumbs kind of leading to support their claims, their backgrounds. My problem with it is I worry that they won't be able to cut through all the bureaucracy, and that's really the problem. And that there will always be an excuse given that they find ultimately valid as to like why not to tell people the whole truth or give people a clear view of what's going on, a top-down view. Where, because I mean, as wonderful as it would be for let's say Trump signs an executive order to declass all the stuff on Roswell, declassify it, which I can't imagine he would do. But if he did something like, and because supposedly from behind the scenes, people have said that a lot of the documentation has been lost or destroyed anyway. But let's say he signed an executive order that released some documents confirming there was actually an anomalous vehicle that crashed. Where does that go from there, right? I mean, do we see the physical evidence of it? Is it just confirmation of government documents confirming there was a crash of an alien saucer? I mean, does that give us any more context as to like, well, who, from where, what are the intentions? How does it connect to these other phenomena we study, like, well, this abduction phenomena, or gets really woo like contactees or something like that? Like, it's just going to stop there again. And I want to know what the fuck is going on here. Like, generally, what's going on. I want a top-down view. And I think the bureaucracy is going to stop us from really getting that. So not the kind of catastrophic type of disclosure is a preferred method, but I mean, ultimately, I don't trust they're going to be able to get out what we need to get out. There's an endless supply of newcomers the grifters can prey on. I think Greer's a grifter. Oh yeah, fuck brother. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, he's a big daddy of fucking grifters. He's clapped more fucking, well, that's not a good way of putting it. Sorry. Steven, I swear to God, I don't start. I'm not memeing on you. And I remember back in the early 2000s, teens were charging people money for CE5 shit. Man, oh yeah, man, he's absolutely 100%. I've gone over this before. I remember fucking going on his site when I don't know if he was on Project Camelot back in the day, but it was right when the CE5 stuff kind of took off. Like, he had a website and he started pushing all this merch, and he was pushing, but they're flashlights or laser pointers, I can't remember, but they were just branded and like, you know, they're like $50 or $60. And it's just, you know, this is just some cheap fucking thing he got like off, well, the equivalent of fucking Temu or some shit back in the day where, and he's supposedly you're supposed to communicate with the aliens after you summon them, and people misidentify shit a lot, right? Like a passenger airplane goes over at like way high up, and you can't discern like the FAA lights. You're like, oh my god, it summoned it, fucking green laser pointer that hits the fucking cockpit. It's like it's kind of a bad idea anyway. But yeah, that kind of greasy shit, and then There's other examples too of him taking people out, charging them like $5,000-$6,000 per person to go do CE5 with him. Like, yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah, I want to be excited about Stratton. I've seen HIs with my own eyes, but it's going to be like some shadowy nonsense. It's a skinwalker and not a body at table, isn't it? That's what I thought, man, when I heard that, and people were trying to make a big deal out of it. But people forget some of the things that he's claimed to have seen. And again, who the fuck knows, right? I don't know that he didn't see a werewolf at Skinwalker Ranch. For people that don't know, Jay Stratton, who was Lou Elizono's boss, also worked for Anids, who was Bob Bigelow, who owns an aerospace company. He worked for him because Bob Bigelow's who owns Skinwalker Ranch. And he bought it from the original owners because he wanted to do like a scientific investigation of the area because it had so many anomalous incidents. So when Jay went out there to work with the team, a bunch of weird shit started happening to them. They were having issues, like technical issues with their gear. And then one night, Jay went out and supposedly saw, like plainly, a werewolf. And now, in isolation, I guess, you could say Jay probably had something to eat that maybe had something in it, right? But there have been other people that have seen that actually in the area. They're called skinwalkers, and the skinwalkers look like these wolfmen. And there's tons of stories. It's in like the Native American folklore of the area. Whatever the fuck they're actually seeing, but he supposedly saw that, and he's adamant about it. And one of those things, man, like if I saw that, would I fucking tell people that? It's like, fuck, I don't know. I'd think real hard about that. I probably would because I don't give a fuck. But if I worked for some government, if I had a comfy government job and I don't know. Although he did, part of his job was through, was it ATIP? Or was it OSAP or ATIP that he was involved with that he brought Lou onto? So they were into looking into UFOs to begin with, but even if it's like most people are just gonna be like, bro, what? Like you fucking saw a werewolf? Like what the fuck? Like, I mean, I would be like, that's sick. Like what, did you go up to it? And I guess no, he just frozen in fear, and it just like evaporated. And like, so it could have been a hallucination too. I don't know. Maybe it's a hallucination the entities there put into his head. We've no idea. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Fucking the guy who works on Skinwalker Ranch. What's his name again? Thomas Witherton, or the superintendent supposedly had some telepathic communication come into his head and warned him to stop digging, and he ignored it. And then they essentially said, well, you better stop. And then he said no, and then his head swelled up like a watermelon. He almost fucking died. They documented that on the show. It's funny they didn't put that into the show though. Travis Taylor told that on this Rick and Bubba radio show in Arkansas that a voice came into his head and told him to stop digging or else, and he ignored it, and then his head swelled up like a watermelon. It's like, fuck, man. It's a real incident that happened too, man. Fuck, we need to send someone like Mick West there. He can sleep there overnight and see what happens. Yeah. All it takes is one of these people talking and saying this shit to be right or honest. Yeah, every single other person could be lying, but if it's just one truthful and honest, the aliens and UFOs are real. So you have to ask yourself, every single person who has ever talked about seeing aliens, being abducted, politician, military, civilian, are all lying. Oh yeah, no, I don't think so either, man. That's the thing. It's a collection of all the anecdotes speak clearly that there is some kind of real tangible phenomenon that we're dealing with. I just, to think it's all some kind of hallucination or just ridiculous at this point. There's far too many. I mean, you can go back. That's why people just try and block this out in some communities, like the hardline debunking community. Try and block this shit out of their mind, but it just is illogical ultimately. I understand why they don't want to contend with it, though. I mean, you can simply say and sit on the fence and be agnostic and say, I don't want to get into that. And that's perfectly fine. But, Jacques Vallée and Hynek already went through this, holy fuck, over 50 years ago. They went through this, where they were part of Blue Book. and they were looking for and they undoubtedly had some access to some tangible evidence, but they were talking to people who had these encounters. And ultimately what changed Hynek's mind in the entire phenomena was talking to first-hand witnesses that had seen craft, had abduction experiences, etc. And they said there's no way this is just all hallucinations. Even some of them were correlative, where similar sized craft, similar beings, similar experiences, like, you know, the whole like hybrid thing going on where they're taking semen samples and egg samples into people. Like everybody, they weren't connected whatsoever. They said there's no fucking way everybody cooked all these stories up. So that's what changed their mind. And that was 50 plus years ago. So we're well beyond this now. The problem is there are so many more anecdotes, but there's something definitely tangibly happening, and which is why I'm interested in this. And it's an extremely important conversation to have, which is why I keep fucking talking about it and memeing on it. Is why many of us are still interested in it, I'm sure, because we see the potential here. Which is why I'm frustrated when I see the fucking big daddy grifters, man. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Mick West could be getting torn apart from a clearly supernatural werewolf, while an actual vampire is drinking his blood with actual Cthulhu points and saying, look guys, Mick is getting torn apart by an actual werewolf and getting eaten by an actual vampire. And West would say that it was just two homeless crackheads and a slightly larger than normal octopus. There will always be a way out of it. That's the thing though. And especially now where the element of doubt is still involved, there is a way out. And it's probably a good thing for people too, right? That there's a way for them to distance themselves from the information a little bit, because it is very ontologically shocking. Now, we're getting to a point, right? And someone to look at too that's very legitimate is someone like David Grush, right? Where why it's important to talk about this is really for that reason. It's because we don't want the general public to be caught off guard completely by this and have some mental breakdowns and shit. And depending upon where this conversation goes, which I think inevitably it's going to get to some very strange places like the abduction phenomena, it's going to get kind of uncomfortable, and it might make people have some sleeping problems before they go to sleep, right? You have to think about this for a second, right? This is there's a lot of people out there who have had strange experiences, right? Whether it's to do with like paranormal ghost activity or poltergeist activity or weird dreams or whatnot. I think there's a lot of people who've had their fair share of strange experiences. And if the government discloses phenomena, and for whatever reason it gets to the point that a lot of these anomalous, strange experiences get attributed to NHI, right? Or beings in places where we can't see them, they're interdimensional. If it gets to that point, it starts to kind of encroach into that area of, the thing that was in my room when I was a kid. Like, what the fuck? And then it'll keep people up at night, especially the abduction phenomena alone. That'll get tied in with all the paranormal stuff, and that will keep people up at night a bit, I think. So it's better that we have this conversation now. We start to talk about the connections to it, and then I think it is legitimate. Then wait. But anyway, that's a bit down the road. But yeah, I mean, they're never going to. It's one of those things where, I mean, maybe he will turn around and change his stance on this, but like, you've built your ego around this guy who, I'm this guy and I go out and I tell people there's nothing to the phenomena, because it's effectively what he does, really. It's what he's been involved in doing, is he doesn't believe that there's any truth to this. And a lot of people in the community think people are ridiculous for humoring these stories. There's nothing to it, right? Which is just fucking asinine. And that's where, and so they've crafted this character, this persona of a person who knows, like, I know this is not true. I'm going to show you it's not true. If it turns out to be true, do we expect that they're just going to turn around and be like, I was just wrong? It's like, well, then what is your opinion worth going forward on this phenomena? I mean, that's a big cope, man. I mean, like, they're going to have that, like, they're going to have to really kind of rethink, well, I mean, I was really off base on this. There was something to this, and I thought that there wasn't. I was approaching this in a really dogmatic way, right? I was approaching this as if it wasn't true when I should have been approaching it more agnostically. And I don't foresee, there's going to be many people that will probably just attribute this to some kind of government conspiracy or psyop, or there's not going to be, we're not going to change these people's minds. I'm over and done trying to do that, or having conversations with people that don't want to talk about, people in my own family, right? Are kind of, have conversations about this before with people where you know, my mom's side, they're very kind of intellectual people. And oh, yes, no, there's nothing to any of this. And no, don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Yeah, right. I'm like, oh my fucking, you try and walk them through some of this stuff, man. And it's like, I just given up talking with people about this stuff, you know. I mean, even like some of the arguments, like, oh, the distances are too vast, too far. It's like, man, it's like, holy fuck. There's no point. It's you. People are closed off. They're closed off. You just move forward, and you find people with an open mind, right? Not so open that your fucking brain falls out, right? But sometimes it's fun to let it just angle a little bit, you know, just fucking shake it around a little bit, right? Like, here's another 4chan post, by the way. Found on 4chan, the news article is a year later. I think this is what I was talking about. I referenced this earlier. I forgot that I had pulled it up. But this was one of the things we covered on Schizo Sunday, where was this? It was Juno. Yeah, was this the fucking thing out by Saturn or Jupiter? Let me read through it. Here, this is a meme here. So you can see, look at this. So this is January 11th, 2021. FM radio signal found coming from Jupiter moon. Sorry, it was Jupiter's moon. So this is this post. FM radio signal found coming from Jupiter moon in January 11th, 2021. So this guy posted this in October 2020, October 22nd, 2020. So a couple months before. I'll read there's more to this actually, which is kind of funny. If you're reading this is my dead man switch. I have fled the country or been murdered. I'm a subcontractor for the CIA that covers NASA's ass when they fuck up. I'm fucking tired. Fuck this country. Fuck the people who killed Walter. Fuck you for killing me. There is a damaged space station orbiting Ganymede. It has been abandoned for a very long time, as in hundreds or maybe thousands of years. It appears to have been impacted by something with a massive hole blew into it. It's shaped like a sphere inside of a toroid. The sphere turns clockwise and the toroid spins counterclockwise. The entire object is roughly 922 feet in diameter. They have no clue what it is made of, some sort of dark purple metal with a brighter green shimmer. They have no idea what its exact purpose was, maybe the first steps in colonizing the moon. A probe is in the works and expected to be rushed out sometime in 2021. It emits no radiation, no heat, nor any signs of life. They only know it exists because of June 6, 2020, it emitted a strong signal for 6 seconds that Juno detected. Juno has taken a multitude of pictures, but they are in guarded vault that holds the offline server. I know all of this because it leaked the week it was discovered and we were ordered to scrub it. Now, a very high-level official who has hands-on access to the server ran his mouth to a 16-year-old who he was fucking, and they both died of a heart attack in the same day. I stole access to a computer with a transcript report of what he told her before it was scrubbed. I was not supposed to see this. My colleague and good friend Walter Ashcroft, who also saw this transcript with me, died this morning when his car hit a power pole driving over 100 miles per hour. I fully expect to be suicided now, so I am setting up this dead man switch, so I guess this is my final contribution to the world. I didn't want this. I'm so sorry for involving you that day, Walter, and everyone will fucking know. Good luck killing us all. And then this comes out, the FM radio signal found coming from Jupiter moon a couple months later. There's more to this story. Now, the next post in line, I think, is a little bit more sus, where there's an actual image of the craft, supposedly, that I think one of these probes took. This is like a year or two after this post, like in 2022. There was an image that was leaked of this space station, supposedly, kind of, and you can see the silhouette of the moon in the background. Crazy story, man. And you know, listen, I mean, who the fuck knows? I've gone over this before on here. Norman Berggren's work, which is still kind of an enigma, and there's not a lot of people to know what the fuck to think of it. I don't know what to think of it. I've gone through conversations that people have had about, like, well, was he right? Was he wrong? Anyway, he was a very accredited person that was convinced that there were these crafts, these very large crafts in the rings of Saturn. And we're talking like multiple Earth lengths long crafts in the rings of Saturn. And he made a book called Ringmakers of Saturn because he thought they were involved in making the rings. Right? That sounds a bit fucking, a little bit too much out there to me. Maybe they're mining the rings, right? There's undoubtedly minerals there. So who knows? But he was convinced that they were out there. Who knows, man? This is like one of the fun ones, right? Like where you see those connections and those correlations. But yeah, dead man switch who fails to name anyone or value or specific locations. He posted it on, I think it was X that he posted it on, I'm pretty sure. Ganymede, right, was the moon. Ganymede was the moon of Jupiter. Right, okay. I thought it was Saturn for some reason, but Ganymede, yeah. Rainmaker's Saturn theory has been debunked. Who debunked it, Malibu? I'm curious. I don't know of anyone who has debunked it. It's because the reason I say that, but there's definitely, I've seen people who have provided counterpoints to what he was looking at, where there were misidentifications with the photographs and there were issues with the resolutions, and there's alternative explanations for what's been shown there. So Norman didn't just do that on his own too. There were other people he worked with. So he worked with some very accredited people. He worked for Lockheed Martin for many years, but he was working with people in these space programs, and there was other people that he conferred with on this too. So, but listen, ultimately, who knows? Maybe that's the case. I don't know definitively. It could turn out that the objective truth is that they were misidentifications of things. But yeah, the tech issues, the photographs, tech are issues. It could be the case. I don't think there's no definitive proof that it's definitely that. That's one possible explanation for what's seen there. The other one, I guess, is that he may have actually been looking into something. So I did spend some time looking into it. Me and Finn talked about this last time I brought it up because he was curious about it too, because he hadn't heard about it. And there's some stuff I think on Metabunk about it, about trying to go over like, is there anything actually there? It's hard to say because, I mean, again, not to like appeal to authority or anything, but he was a pretty accredited person. He was an expert in propulsion. He was also an expert in image analysis when it came to these photographs. So there aren't really a lot of examples of him debating people on this either over the years, but he has done some interviews. But it's up in the air, I think. Still, it has not been debunked. So what does that mean? I mean, it's same thing with like Mick's explanation of gimbal, that Mick tells people and people metabunk consider that, I think, debunked, if I remember correctly, where that he considers it to be some misidentification with some kind of an object in a distance. And it's this kind of, it's poor logic they employ, really, because he'll come to those conclusions. And ultimately, he comes to those conclusions because he already has this preconceived notion that what we're dealing with here is bullshit. It's the entire phenomena is something that's explainable, and there's always a logical explanation for it that doesn't involve aliens, right, or NHI. And so the door is left open for, well, this is probably just some kind of craft in the distance. It probably isn't, because the anecdotes in that incident with the gimbal speak to it being an anomalous object. They saw it with their own eyes. Well, kind of. They had run into objects like this as well. They had talked to people involved with the military radar operators who had saw these things on radar that were anomalous, 8 to 10 hours out over the water in high winds, right? So there's other anecdotes that it must align with for that to be a proper explanation and to say definitively it has been debunked as well. So that's another example of like, they're trying to assert that something's been written off and debunked, but in actual fact, it has not been. It's just poor logic, right? And it's this kind of pseudo-skepticism, too, that they employ that's very problematic, where, you know, they do put the work in to try to understand and figure out things to do with the camera, and, you know, but ultimately the conclusions are very problematic. But I think it's just a lapse in logic. And at the same time, you know, a lot of them from that community, even Mick, you know, they aren't really going out, let's say, into the scientific community and making some of these statements. Like, it's not really making a proper dissertation. That's a criticism Gary Nolan's given them as well, where, I mean, if it's like they do subject it to peer review to some degree, but again, with like the gimbal footage, it's like he was expecting Merrick to go out and find inconsistencies with his theory. It's like, well, but you should be seeking that out yourself. I mean, if this is your theory, confer with experts on the systems and seek them out, have conversations with them. You have to admit like that you don't honestly know how some of this stuff works. You can research it till the fucking cows come home, but you're not going to know it like someone who's been involved in working with it and was involved in theory crafting it. And you have to really subject yourself and your theories to like that level of peer review to be taken seriously by the broader scientific community as well, right? So Same with Norman, honestly. I mean, he made these claims. Now, he kind of did, though. But we'd have to go dig up all. I know there are probably some examples of him arguing with people over this stuff, but he was kind of an enigma in that he just kind of disappeared. He didn't really spend a lot of time in the limelight. But anyway, that's my problem with Mick too, when it comes to this phenomena where it's not very sound logic, and I don't know. Anyway, I would love to talk to him about this at some point as well. I mean, I would have conversation with these people. I mean, I don't know them. I don't know them personally. You know people from a distance. You read things people say. We all say stupid shit. We all sometimes let our egos get in the way. Right? We all make mistakes. We're all human. We all have issues with our character. And, I don't think he seems like a bad guy. I would change my opinion if they found that he was actually anonymously or trying to be anonymous and manipulating Wikipedia articles to make whistleblowers look less accredited and less important. If it got to that point, then no, I wouldn't want to have a conversation. I think he's a malevolent character at that point, but that hasn't been confirmed either. For people that don't know, there was another alias supposedly that people maybe linked to Mick, and he was going, and what he was doing was like they were like stripping, like I think Lou Elizondo was one of the people, of like whether it's accolades or achievements, or they were making them look less credible on Wikipedia. I hope he's not doing that. That would be like very revealing of his character to me. The character would be so poor that I would just consider him fucking an enemy at that point, honestly. So I wouldn't want anything to fucking do with him. But I don't think that's been confirmed. It might be some other dingus, right? To be a public figure and to do stuff like that behind the scenes, it's just like, that would just destroy his credibility entirely. I can't imagine he'd be that stupid. But then sometimes people surprise you. So sometimes you surprise yourself, right? That's the thing, Sometimes you're like, wow, can't believe I did this or said this, or fuck, it is what it is though, right? It's a risk of putting yourself out on the internet too. Even using pseudonyms and whatnot. I mean, trying to be anonymous at the end of the day. Like I'm out here, my character's out here on full display. I'm very open and honest about who I am. So it's just one of the risks that you run, right? Oh, fuck. Do I want to talk about the drone stuff again over New Jersey? I don't know. Yeah. Check that video out. Which video is it, man? Which one? Oh, the one you sent me? Oh, that's like fucking hour long, isn't it? The brain in the battlefield is the future. It'll blow everybody's mind. Is there clippets out of it, dude? Like that we can go through? Is there like a interesting part of it we can clip to maybe? Oh, I see there is here probably. Oh, conclusion. We could go through that maybe. Yeah, it's first couple minutes. Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, we'll take a look at it here. Just a second. Jack Texiera sent us to 15 years in Discord leaks case. Oh, it's all clipped. Okay. Oh fuck. Yeah, there you go. That's not good, huh? That's what you get for fucking around. He found out. Man. I do feel bad for him because he's just how old was he? He's 22 years old. That's not as young as I thought it would be. It's another example of, man, you're just young and fucking dumb, and you just do something really dumb and it fucks up your life. And they're kind of making an example out of him. Oh my God. Yeah. So people that don't know, it was the Ukraine war leaked documents that were. When he talked about it, in Minecraft or something, a fuck Washington Post. And then he leaked it on the Discord, but like, fuck. Anyway. Yeah. We all make mistakes sometimes, man. That's a fucking big one. He'll be 37 when he gets out. Oof. Fuck. Like, Jesus. At least he'll probably have Discord following. If Discord's still around and we haven't all died in some kind of nuclear holocaust. Yeah. Yeah, they showed Discord leaks from U.S. whistleblower suggested blowing up the oil pipeline from which Hungary received supplies for Ukraine. Bro, real world fucking consequences for stupidity. Fuck me, yeah. Oh, that's yeah, God damn it. Yeah. Well, let's see what it has to say. Well, oh my God. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll watch the first couple minutes, man, and then I definitely will maybe get the TLDR from them and see what he's talking about. So, Modern War Institute speaker series, Dr. James Giordano. I can't fucking say Italian names. I'm not Italian. I'm fucking Irish. Can't speak Celtic either, though. This stuff's interesting, man. I mean, it's one of those things. This is scary shit to get into because it's the unknown, right? It's again that question that I think we should ask ourselves from time to time. Although our lives are probably all stressful enough as they are right now, right? How bad are things really? How bad have things gotten out in the world? It's just anxiety inducing, really. Yeah. I think it was Ukrainians that blew up Nord Stream. You think it was? Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if some force in the West was involved. Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to today's MWI speaker event with Dr. James Giordano. Dr. Giordano is a professor in the Department of Neurology and Biochemistry, chief of the Neuroethics Studies Program of the Pellegrino Center for Clinic Bioethics,
interesting.
and co-director of the O'Neill Pellegrino Program in Brain Science and Global Health Law and Policy at Georgetown University Medical Center. As well, Dr. Giordano currently serves as an appointed member of the United States Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Advisory Council on Human Research Protections. He is a researcher and task leader of the European Union Human Brain Project and has served as an appointed member of the Neuroethics Legal and Social Issues Advisory Panel of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency,
quite a resume so far.
And senior advisory fellow of the Strategic Multi-Layer Assessment Branch of the Joint Staff of the Pentagon. It's quite a bit.
Really?
In his spare time, he has authored over 260 publications in neuroscience and neuroethics, 7 books, and 13 government white papers on neurotechnology, ethics, and biosecurity, and is an editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Philosophy, Ethics, and Humanities in Medicine. Dr. Giordano, thank you for joining us today.
His background in ethics?
No.
Medical
Don't
ethics?
applaud now. Wait till the end because the performance pressure is much too severe if you do that. And my thought is you're probably not going to applaud at the end, but what I'm going to hear is the slamming shut of your sphincters with fear. That's good. That's been successful.
Jesus Christ. The professor I studied under was an ethicist. He worked as an ethicist the medical ethics board at our local hospital, which is the biggest hospital in Atlantic Canada. Which is interesting. It's an interesting application of philosophy, like kind of in a real world setting, but making difficult decisions for people sometimes. So, yeah, man, yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's a real honor to be here. Is that Yoshi in the audience? Hello. No PDAs, but I do want you to come up and say hello. Your mother says hello. Everybody has a mother, and I know hers. So, what we're here to talk about today is the fact that the brain is and will be the 21st century battlescape in many ways. End of story. We could stop it there and I could let you go back to your respective units and think about that for a while, but I'm here to tell you absolutely, as much as there's a big old Tyrolean nose on this face, that you will encounter some form of neurocognitive science that has been weaponized not only in your military career, but in your personal and professional lives, irrespective of whether those two things coincide or not. So the idea of the brain as the battlescape is very important. And more importantly is this other acronym that's up there, which is WMD squared. Please get used to this because this is going to be part of the idea of irregular warfare and ongoing military innovation in your careers. Weapons of mass destruction and disruption. Disruption and influence will be the key to creating peer capabilities and asymmetrical engagements. Let me say it again. It will be the key to creating peer capability in asymmetrical relations and engagements.
Well, this could relate too, man, to what's going on behind the scenes right now with the disclosure phenomena and the danger some of these people may face, right? Where, I mean, if you're getting into little nano drones that have neurotoxins on them and it slams into your knee or the back of your leg and hits you and you'd be fucking dead. I mean, that's what, like, I think we, the general public, we just don't know. I don't understand how dangerous probably some of this shit really is, right? I mean, and that's when you're contending with the military-industrial complex that would be involved in making this kind of weaponry. I mean, you're going directly up against them in some ways, in jeopardizing maybe their profits or, you know, maybe their lives in some way, right? Their security. And so, I mean, this is some of the shit that like Lou and Dave Grosh and some of these guys may be aware of. Like, they have these kinds of weapons that can just anonymously kill somebody in their sleep. Little fucking mosquito-sized drone with a little bit of neurotoxin flies in your room, hits your neck, flies out. You have a heart attack, completely indiscernible, right? From the autopsy, oh, he just had a heart attack and died, right? I mean, it's terrifying. Yeah. Fuck.
If we talk about what brain science is,
well,
let me just give you a little bit of
Malibu,
background on this field.
Not to interrupt this constantly, but I mean, that's when you start to get into things like remote viewing, where if there's anything to that phenomena, if there's any kind of predictive capability that people have, right, or precognitive abilities, you could anticipate actions from people. You could, I mean, it could really end up being something that just saves us. I mean, you got to think, if we're also in a situation where this global elite that run the world, and they're just manipulating these Western democracies, installing puppets in to like run countries, and what hope do we have here at the bottom? And they're clearly very, very intelligent and well-resourced people, right? I mean, what hope do we have to kind of fight against it? I mean, it might be a force like that. And honestly, as woo as it is for some people, I mean, it could be, if it can be properly harnessed, an unbelievable asset in trying to understand what's actually happening. Knowledge is power in this age of fifth generation warfare, right? So, I mean, if you can obtain knowledge, even with some kind of predictive capabilities, fuck. I mean, it just any Joe Blow can do it. That's incredibly potent. So, yeah. I remember the name when I decided to collect comics in the 1980s. So interesting. It does save us. It's really crazy, but long story. They have to do mind war on us to prevent physical war as much as possible.
Called neuroscience.
Man, I don't doubt it, man. Yeah.
Neuroscience has only been in existence for 40 years. I know that because I've been a neuroscientist for about 38 of those 40 years. When I first applied to get into a program in neuroscience, there were only 4 neuroscience programs in the continental United States. 4. Right now, at this particular point, there are well over 200 dedicated university and collegiate programs, several programs at the junior college level, several programs at the high school level, and many, many dozens of independent think tanks and philanthropic organizations solely devoted to brain sciences. That's just here in the United States. Furthermore, what becomes critically important for you to understand is that brain science is not just a United States enterprise or effort, nor is it singularly an effort of the United States allies worldwide. Increasingly, it is becoming an international, multinational, global, and independently exercised event and endeavor.
It's really unsettling when you deal with people that are at this level of intelligence, right? And I've been around people like this before that are just scary smart, you know, and they have this unbelievable ability to read you as well, which is, it's unsettling, honestly. It's extremely intimidating. And this is one of my concerns with AI right now. And as it progresses, it becomes more apt and its reasoning capabilities increase. The data we feed into it, I mean, it could start to really be able to have some predictive capabilities on its own of us and our actions and understanding people.
Pretty interesting.
It's just, thanks for the follow, Rabbi. It's just really concerning. It's scary, actually, right? And this is what some of these government, labs and probably military in some countries are actively doing right now with AI. And what some of their hopes are is they'll be able to understand people, like even predict behaviors. And I mean, they've had models that do this anyway, which I'm sure is what he probably covers in here, man. But I mean, their ability to do it will just be very terrifying. I'm assuming that's what he gets into a little bit with COVID, maybe. But trying to kind of predict the behaviors of people in like the event of a crisis and like how they're going to react. And there have been people who've studied this. But Matthias Decima, sorry if I can say his name without fucking stuttering it. Matthias Decima is a French. Where is he from? Somewhere in that area. I think he's French. A psychologist that studied this phenomena called mass formation, which is essentially how people react psychologically when they're under some kind of authoritarian rule, or how those rules come to be to begin with, right? And Robert Malone's tagged on the end psychosis, so mass formation psychosis, because he thought that's what was going on here in the West during that whole flap. And what the fuck? Okay, likely benefited. Please join Rabbi Rothschild's World Peace Discord server. Okay, we gotta ban you right now, bro. Stop fucking. It's probably just a fucking bot. Just a second. Hold on, this fucking dick. Ban. Oh, thank you, Hendrix. Yeah, fuck. What the fuck does he say here? Most streamed person in Earth's history. 10 plus live YouTube streams. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube. Filter by live Instagram. What the fuck? Rabbi Rothschild. Oh my fuck. Holy Christ. Just get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm almost curious to go and see what he's streaming at right now. Just you go and play. I guarantee he's got nobody fucking watching.
Which increases the capability of the brain sciences to develop not only new theories, but ever more sophisticated tools. I like this slide a lot because what it presents for you, ladies and gentlemen, is a century-long history of brain science.
He did drop a follow. Yeah, thank you for that before you started spamming, brother.
Look, let's face it. For as long as human beings were looking in some reflective pool and recognizing the thing looking back at them was themselves, there was some interest in what makes me me, what makes me think, what makes me feel, what makes me behave the way I do and you behave and think the way you do. What is my sense of self? Do I have free will, and what is the nature of that? And how can we affect that in a variety of ways that go from the non-kinetic all the way to
Man, I mean, not to keep interrupting, but there's just so much in here, right? I mean, and this is, honestly, when you look at this kind of shit, right? It's hard to even imagine what it would be like to deal or interact with another species that's more advanced than us, right? Because we only really have us as an example here. But if we're dealing with aliens that have gotten here from somewhere else, undoubtedly they're more advanced than us. They have to be. By default, they have to be more advanced than us because we have not conquered the problem of faster than light travel. And to come from another star system, if that's where they've come from, and I make that argument because there's an unbelievable of anecdotes that's what's going on. They're going to be more advanced than us. And we look already at where we are right now and beginning what's happening with AI, right? To where we're able to kind of maybe feed people's brains at some point into these AI so we can study them and have some predictive patterns emerge out from the behaviors and whatnot. These beings may have this capability themselves. I mean, they would understand us beyond what we probably even understand about ourselves. And that is unbelievably intimidating to face. That's something that's not really talked about either, where these people involved in government that maybe have recovered them or even had dealings with them, if it goes to that degree. I mean, man, it would be very nerve-wracking to meet another species that is clearly more advanced than you, because you would just know that they're looking right through you, right? Or they know things about you. They could predict our behavior. It would probably be really scary, right? And this whole thing that's going on right now with this disclosure movement, I mean, maybe this is a part of their plan too. Who knows? I mean, it is terrifying to consider, honestly. Yeah. Imagine if Rabbi had actual clear video of aliens streaming, and now you never know. What was his link? What is it? Filtered by live. He sounds like it's gonna go on some racist rant, right? I just know from the name. I already know what he's on to here, right? He's on this whole thing that Jewish people run the world and shit. It's like, oh my fucking God, man. Come on. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm just curious. I'm a little bit curious. The audacity to just come into a stream and just start spamming, brother. But again, you did follow me first. And I don't have the thing where you have to follow to talk, so. Rabbi Rothschild live. I already know what I'm getting myself into here. He's got... His tag is Rabbi Rothschild eats pussy. Brother, what the fuck are you doing? What in the fuck? Guinness World Record most hours live streamed. Okay, all right. Well, that was a fun detour. You were in the office today. Oh my God. Oh, not a whole lot. Just hanging out. Yeah. Neuroscientists around the world. Well, highly intelligent people, man, and they've come from all cultures, all ethnicities. There'd be a bunch of it's probably a very diverse group of people that sit on top of the pyramid here globally. It's not just one group of people, right? Although the Ashkenazi Jews are a very smart group of people, right? Who a lot of them involved in sciences, but it's more complicated than that too, right? It's more varied and nuanced, and it isn't just one group of people. It's just fucking craziness. We're not going to have time to watch it all here right now. Can we watch later today, The Irish Lake Monster? Yeah, sure, if you got it, Malvo. Yeah, later on tonight, we'll go over some of that stuff. I get some stuff up kind of like that. I'm just curious as to what, I'm definitely going to keep this in the sideband to watch myself, though. Let me just go through and this is his goodbye where everybody clicked on for some reason, so, yeah.
Space, but to the bedside, to the boardroom and beyond. They will be a part of your realistic lives in the way we engage each other, regard each other, treat each other, interact, and perhaps enter into combat. Understanding the brain sciences and their power will become one of your obligate responsibilities, not only as military officers, but but as civilians of the 21st century global space. I like to end a lecture like this, usually by giving you a little personal story. My dad, former Navy man, was an engineer. And one of the things Dad liked to do was build stuff. He liked to tinker. I still like to tinker. I like to work with tools. And my dad was a really bright guy. One of the things he did when I was a kid, he'd come home every month and bring me a new tool, teach me how to use it. So that in fairly short order, as a young kid, I became pretty adroit, or at least I thought I was adroit, with using tools. And with all of the impulsiveness and zeal of youth, getting a new tool with only partial knowledge, I remember one day Dad came home and he said to me, Jim, here's a brand new tool. And I took it from him. I said, thanks, Dad. And I went to go running off. My dad put his hand on my shoulder and he said, Jim, slow down. Measure twice. Cut once. Sometimes you can't go back. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the brain sciences. They can and they will increasingly be used in national...
That's the circumcision. That's exactly the problem. You have to measure twice because once you make the cut, it's done, right? Is that relevant to this discussion? What we got here? Trump has declassified the JFK, I have learned. Oh, yes. Yes, we know this. Yes, thank you, Corey, again. Yes, yeah. When I first pulled it up, yeah. Yeah, it has... Oh, wait. Sorry, they're available to go see? This guy may have been this may be some miscommunication on his part. He signed an executive order to declassify them. He signed that an hour and 50 minutes ago. It's going to take roughly, I think, 2 weeks for them to actually go live. So, not this coming Friday, but the following Friday, so February 7th, they will be released. So, though they have 15 days to submit a plan to Trump on the release. Oh, is that what it was stated? Oh, fuck, I don't know that, yeah. Thanks for playing, man. You can extrapolate a lot from that. I'm definitely going to watch it, dude. I'm going to pull it over here. I'm going to go through it. Yeah, he's a very intelligent guy. I've seen some similar stuff on that, going over like the new landscape. Robert Malone is another very brilliant guy. I would encourage you people to follow. A very wise guy. He was a doctor. He's an MD, but he was also involved in researching viruses. He worked with the CIA intelligence agencies and whatnot, like bioweapons. And very smart guy. Follow his Substack, and he's kind of gone over and he's had some people involved in this new age of 5th generation warfare and how terrifying it is. It's like an information age, and it's just something that we are just not, even the general public are not prepared to deal with. So anyway, yeah, man, it's very, very intriguing. Yeah. I think you'll see adversaries targeting experts of the U.S. Army in such fields like nanodrones. It's really terrifying. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's the thing, man. It's fucking scary. Yeah. Please post a link to the video. This vid here. Which vid do you want? I don't know which one you're talking about. Oh, thanks, Squatch. That one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I wonder if it's probably on. I wonder if it make Drudge News, major news. Yeah. The deep state. Well, I mean, we'll see. Did it make Drudge Report? Straight list of snubs. Oh my God, they're talking about fucking the Oscars, for Christ's sake. This is So this news has been out for almost 2 hours now. No, it's been out for 2.5 hours. This news has been out for. And this is the front page of Drudge Report. Demi Moore caps career comeback with nomination. Is Academy scared of sex? This site is a fucking psyop. This is one of the legitimate psyops. Matt Drudge doesn't control this anymore, I don't think. It is a legitimate psyop. This is a litmus test, right? I just, that's what it is. Anyway, it's fucking crazy. Fires are still going on too. Holy shit. Man, fucking shit that just pisses me off. That is huge that he's doing that. And this is what they're concerned about. Fucking smooth brains, man. Jesus Christ. Although they're not, though. It's more complicated. They're trying to keep the general public focused on things that are entertaining, right? Like the Oscars. Not actually interesting things that might kind of upend people's faith in government. Or reveal some kind of dark plot. Or some kind of a deep state or some kind of corrupted, government or system intelligence agencies. Oh, sorry. Missed this one. While Schumer isn't exactly buddy-buddy with Trump and does some dumb shit, good seeing him post this. Now do UFOs. President Trump orders historic. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Schumer said now do UFOs. Holy fuck, Chuck. I mean, Chuck, listen. You can't barbecue worth a damn, brother, but let me tell you, if you get fucking this declassified, you know, I'll forget all about that fucking barbecue incident. I don't know if anyone saw that, where he was like fucking, he had the burger on the grill, and he just put the raw burger on the grill and then put cheese on top of the raw burger. And it's like, bro, when you flip that over, it's gonna fucking just fall into the fucking grill. It's like, guy hasn't barbecued in his life. I'm like, oh, I'm not the fucking grill master here, but like, holy fuck.
However,
oh my god. Reg, thanks for the follow, man. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah. And UAP secrecy. I mean, it's a popularity contest too, probably, where he got a lot of positive press. A lot of people came out and were like, oh my God, because he put that bill recently that they actually they gutted, but he was going to, there was maybe going to be something set up there that was going to kind of push for this transparency. And then, yeah, obviously, there's just a lot of military industrial complexes very much still involved in this. And oh my God, is that who I think it is? Oh my fucking God. Brother. Chud Bluesky himself, the king of space weed. Here he is in all his glory. Time to rip the plaster off. When can we talk to them? When can we light one up with fucking Chud? That's what I want to know. Sooner the better, honestly. Chud, if you're fucking watching this, your people are watching this, fucking come pick me up. I'll smoke the space weed with you. It's been a little bit, but we'll fucking go in. We'll go in on it. Jamaican hot box in your fucking ship. Let's do it. Turn the shower on. Yeah. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg smoking meats. Oh, that was another fucking oh, you know, to be fair to Mark though, at least, although Mark was very robotic about things, at least Mark kind of did smoke the meats. Like he actually, I think, successfully smoked the meat. I mean, that takes a lot of skill. Man, flipping a hamburger, that's just like on another level of fucking concerning that's one of the guys that's involved with making decisions for the United States. But people keep voting for him. It's one of the catch and release the criminals, defund the police, and open the border Democrats. Absolutely scumbag traitor type. Is he, man? Yeah, I thought I recalled hearing people say that about him too. Yeah. Just trying to get in people's good graces on the fucking UFOs. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, too bad he's a fuckwit otherwise. Yeah. Use him to our advantage, right? He's just a tool of the people. It's like, Chuck, we say dance, you say, what song? I say, Nelly, it's getting hot in here. Where did I fucking put this up? Right, this was something, oh, here. I thought this was kind of interesting. I don't know, again, I pull these things up and I'm like, is this worth sharing? And then sometimes it's just absolutely not. And it is what it is, though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm drunk, boys, and I was targeted by Israeli Mossad, CIA in 2017 onward. They're probably watching the stream with us. Might just be AI watching, though. Uh-oh. I undoubtedly CSIS has come into this at one time or another. Simply from me just saying how much I dislike Justin Trudeau. But no, I hope not. I hope not, guys. Maybe some other things, too. Some of the catastrophist stuff. I do genuinely have a concern. Not that I claim to be anyone or really probably know anything of any objective value, but some of the catastrophist stuff I meme on here, there's some concerning bits and pieces to that, I think, genuinely. And I do wonder if, I know, the Canadian government, I don't know. The American government maybe might know something about that, but some kind of event in the future at some point. They might have data on something and then that might be concerning to have people talk about it or draw attention to stuff. Like Velikovsky I'm not going to go into this again, but last night, Velikovsky, I encourage people to read Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. But it's genuinely concerning when you read through it. Just FYI. So anyway, not going to get into that again. Yeah. Yeah. Then I watch this. Sorry, Hendrix. Yeah. That's how I felt after my TED Architect thread in Discord 10 posts deep. What am I doing? Yeah. Is this worth sharing? It's one of those things. Well, it was a meme, so definitely yes. It's all. If it's a meme, it's always worth sharing. Yeah. Yeah. Holy fuck! What? Jeez, they like people like that. Did they actually? Man, fuck, oh, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to get anything into me. I haven't talked to aliens. At least I don't think I have. If they have, I don't remember it. So, there you go. If they're trying to stop people from talking about this shit, then supposedly they've already talked to them, according to Haim Shed.
It does seem a lot of these UAP sightings are over water. Do you think there's anything to that? And
the Matt Gates show. I didn't know he had a fucking show. Okay.
And the basing concepts that you were laying out.
I do. When I've talked to people, or their sonar people, and the way they hide it from us, Matt, they say it's because our sonar, I believe, I haven't been briefed on this, I'm just from what I'm putting together, but we have some secret sonar. But what's so crazy about it, like we're hiding it from the Chinese. Well, heck, Matt, the Chinese sold us the components for it. They know it's in our sonar probably better than we do. But when they tell me something's moving at hundreds of miles an hour underwater, and our capabilities are, I don't think we have anything that'll do 40 miles an hour. And these things, this one was large as a football field underwater. And this was a documented case. And I have an admiral telling me this stuff. And it just, to me.
It was Tim Gallaudet at the hearing recently.
So that's where you think the bases are, is underwater then, because of those reports?
I do. I just think traveling light years, I think it happens. I think it's possible. The vastness of God's great universe. I mean, light years, the light from those stars that we see at night left there before the time of Christ. I mean, the vastness of God's great universe is unreal. Yeah. And I'm not worried about them harming me. I mean, if with that capabilities, they would have barbecued us a long time ago, brother.
Brother, maybe they just want to play with your head, brother. Brother, maybe they just want to kind of make you think you're living in a world where you're really not. It's just, maybe they're just playing with all our heads, right? Maybe they've been pulling the wool over our eyes. This kind of evil wizard, this deist scepter. Maybe, fucking brother. Maybe the Earth's actually on a globe, brother. Maybe it's fucking flat, brother. And it's the alien brothers that are doing this to us, brother. Fuck, I mean, think about that, right? No one in the flat Earth community goes there with Descartes. If only they did, might have something, right? It's we could all be being deceived by fucking hyper advanced aliens. It's just like simulation theory, but just a step, before it, Who's this? I muted people. Oh, this guy. Oh, him and Ashton together, yeah. Underwater bases may be neat though, maybe. He's a cool guy, but he doesn't know. The fuck do you know, Ashton? Jesus Christ, get out of here, you dingus. Oh my fuck, yeah. Fuck. The narrative I was coming up with was dangerous. Engaging in psychological warfare against their agents over a long time. Oh, Jesus, man. Well, yeah. I had to be careful out there, right? You never know what you're going to trip over, yeah. Fuck me, yeah. Sea Leopard and Wonder went egg on our face. So as we get egg all over our chest, we get egg all dripping down our backside. Fuck. I mean, it's just a mess, It is what it is, though. Interesting. I didn't see that. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Have you ever heard a sitting congressman confirm alien bases on Earth? Well, Matt is also a congressman, is he not?
It does seem a lot of these UAP sightings.
It was Tim Gallaudet who told this story. Yeah. But he told it on, wasn't he on Joe Rogan too? Is that where he told it on? Or Lou or Dave Grosh also told the story on Joe. I can't remember. It's too much fucking shit to remember. Anyway, he had said that there's high resolution video of this. One of the other guys that was a part of OSAP, ATIP, recently just said this as well, that there is a video, a satellite, I'm assuming video of the object moving under the water. You can see it. Which sounds kind of like that burger-shaped facility that the 4chan leaker talked about, which is kind of fun, That's another, it's like, what if? So what if that is what's flying around under there? That's they're making the fucking UFOs. Under the sea. That whole meme, yeah. Fuck. Yeah, anyway. feel like they're just running off the idea that a large amount of under the sea hasn't been explored. I feel like that bullshit with all the technology and subs. They haven't seen a damn underwater city. Maybe there are underwater cities. I don't know, man. Yeah. You don't think so? I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Unidentified drones appear to be very active over New Jersey right now. I had another thing up here. Where the fuck was it? Something is happening over Lakenheath. Lots of jets have just scrambled. Can see lots of lights. Keep you updated. I just saw these two things together. You know, never forget your roots. BMW. Yeah. That's probably horse shit. I don't fucking know. I'll check Chris Sharp in a second here. But this is why I was pulling this up. New Jersey Mayor Michael Melaham graciously shares two videos taken by Dan Oliveira that purportedly show orbs turning into drones, planes, as he reported in his News Nation interview below. Yes, it does look like planes flying directly at you and then passing by. But if they verified that they were not planes based on flight trackers, it leaves us with a lot of questions. Well, the problem is that sometimes they don't always show up in flight trackers. Yeah. Dad rants posts tend to post a bunch of bullshit. That's what I saw, I guess, Corey. Thank you. But you've seen this stuff before. Okay. Yeah, it seemed like that was the case, I guess. Is he in Lakenheath? I mean, yeah. Oh, that's all right. I understood what you said. Yeah. Hopefully Sue Wiles can get us the report about what the government knows about the drones per the request from POTUS immediately. Yes. Is she the new secretary or whatever? Yeah. Government affairs and politics professional. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. So here's the videos, I guess, respectively. Okay, brother, where are we right now? Fucking, are we on Ganymede? Like, what's going on here? What am I fucking looking at? You can see wings. You can see wings. You can see wings from the beginning of the video. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Man, yeah, I don't know what the fucking, like... What are we looking through? What is this filter? I don't doubt there's, like, some real shit going on. And there has been. And again, there were people that were involved with what happened in Lakenheath, in that area at least, vicinity, that spoke to content creators, right? That confirmed there were, in fact, anomalous drones that were flying over Lakenheath. They were fixed-wing drones that looked like little planes, and they were propeller-driven, okay? And similar reports were heard over New Jersey. Now, that is 100% either just a plane, even if it's a fucking drone. It's not shape-shifting, man. These fucking people. Oh my god. And the mayor, okay, well, you know, it's like, holy fuck, brother. Has no one ever seen a plane approach them before? Like, I used to work in an airport, so I mean, I saw this every goddamn night, I guess, when they were landing on approach, because I'd be outside just hanging out with, you know, the fucking smokers, which was like 3/4 of the airport. And we just watched them land. This is 100% phenomenon habit. Like, it's when you've got a bunch of lights in a plane, when it's at a distance, they aren't all individually discernible. It's just one blob of light. And as it approaches, right, you start to pick up those other lights, right? Christ help these people. And the problem is, are there fucking actual strange orbs flying around? Maybe. I don't know. But like, bro, they're not fucking, come on. Like, this is not good. This is not. Did someone say this? I can't believe I'm seeing this. They're shape-shifting. Jason, brother. Jason. I pull your stuff up here all the time. This is just fucking, I'm gonna have a fucking mental breakdown here. Yeah. President Trump has revoked security protection for former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and aide. Yeah, I saw that. When I first came on here, I think some of you guys weren't in here, Mel, but yeah, I covered that with the JFK files, which is fucking crazy. Yeah. This is a vid where some people called him out saying it's just plain Turner getting close. Yeah. He responded saying, sure, dozens hovering or buddy pointed to the video doesn't show that at all. Holy shit. Yeah. Man, oh man. You saw Hatman 1994, bros. I've been through so much crazy shit. You were saying that, man. I read some of the Discord, yeah. You can interview me and have lots of content. I'm out of it. I'm not LARPing either. It's all real stories, some ET experiences, sleep paralysis. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Well, no, listen, I mean, yeah. Sure. Did you write your whole story out, man? Write it out in the Discord. I'll read it. I mean, do the whole thing. Yeah. I've heard other people you're talking about War Drinker, had incidents here with sleep paralysis and these entities or seeing things. And I had sleep. I mentioned the story myself. I've had sleep paralysis when I was a kid, and only when I was a kid, which isn't uncommon. I was probably 8, 9, 10, and when me and my brother were growing up, we were in the same room, and my bed was facing down the hallway, and for whatever reason, and so the door would slowly creak open as as the night progressed, and I would wake up. I remember vivid. I was terrified of aliens as a kid too, which is kind of funny. It was like one of my phobias. Jurassic Park freaked me out, but like alien abduction movies freaked me the fuck out. Actually, Fire in the Sky. When did that come out? It would have been right at that time. Fire in the Sky. So I was born in 1990. So 1993. So I would have saw it, I don't know, it's probably like 6 or 7 or something like that. It scared the fuck out of me. And it's funny because the actual story with Travis Walton is nothing like the fucking movie. He's the monster in the real account. But anyway, I remember I'd wake up and would have sleep paralysis, and I would be looking down the hallway, and it was completely pitch black. And I remember thinking, they're going to come and get me. They're going to come and get me. They're going to come and get me. And I remember my heart, I still remember this day, my heart was beating so fast and hard. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I didn't know what that was as a kid, but I could feel my whole chest just beating. It was terrifying. I never saw anything though, but that was just, probably Hollywood being fucking idiots. And the real story, it's Fire in the Sky. Travis gets pulled up and the aliens strip him naked and put like this film over his face and like hold him down, strap him down on the table. And the real story, Travis Walton wakes up in a rage, grabs a light tube and smacks one of the aliens in the head with it. And then they run out of the room terrified. So he's the fucking madman in the actual account, just swinging a fucking tube around trying to fucking smash their heads in. Like, holy fuck. You're still afraid to watch Fire in the Sky? Did it? Man, same then. Yeah, fuck. Like 90s kids having to deal with this shit. Like, yeah, I know. It terrified the fuck out of me too, man. I rewatched it years later. And I remember I knew about Travis's story, but he's a really good interview with Joe Rogan on it. And I remember listening through that, and I was like, "The motherfuckers, man! Like, just trying to make it like a horror movie, right? Yeah, not the real account whatsoever. The real account isn't as interesting, I guess, right? Like, it's not as clip worthy. So, yeah, they cut the mouth hole so sketchy. I remember, yeah, it was fucking so scary. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, fuck, Jason, I can't take you seriously now, brother. Yeah. That fucking sums it up. You've shapeshifted into an idiot. Oh man, just get the fuck out of here. Yeah, rewatch. Where's the trailer for it? Yeah. Oh, just fucking. Oh my god, man! Like, people never seen fucking planes before. Like. It's content too, right? That's the other thing. I know that's what it fucking is, man. It's fucking content. It's just people are going to click on it. They don't give a fuck, right? They just don't give a shit about it being accurate. They just want the fucking clicks. And they're just like, hey, this is going to get it. Like, how many does he have on this video right now? On his post, 139,000 posted like 5 hours ago. So, I don't know if he makes money off it. The engineer, get a fucking good paying job probably. Yeah. You never seen a plane in your life? What? Slippy, you never seen a fucking plane in your life? Really? A plane approach an airport, I guess. But yeah, fuck. Where's the trailer for this? I just want to. Travis Walton's story, again, kind of like Betty and Barney Hill's, is a fascinating story. I sat through. He was with Joe for 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I sat and watched. I've watched it a couple times actually. Honestly, just really compelling guy. Like, just really, really interesting. Yeah. It was mysterious. He disappeared for 5 days in an alleged encounter with the flying saucer. His coworkers faced ridicule and contempt as they were wrongly accused of murder. And then he appears afterwards. So it's curious that I don't know if he ever went through. I think he did do some hypnotic regression, but like he was gone for a long time. And all he remembers is being on the craft, swinging the tube around, hitting one of the aliens. They run out like little gray aliens. And then a man comes with like a bowl over his head, like a human, but with some kind of a helmet on. And he guides him to another facility where there's other humans. And they forcibly hold him down on the table and like put some kind of gas thing over his face and they put him out. And the next thing he remembers, he's just lying in the field. So it's a crazy story. Again, like, you know, the human component to it is just like out there, the human alien thing, right? So yeah, just a meme. Oh my God, man. Like this is give me a fucking break. Someone needs to remake it.
How does it think? What makes it move? Why does it breathe? Questions anyone would ask about a man if they'd never seen one before. So for 5 days, a man was borrowed. The story that Travis Walton and 5 other witnesses told was so unbelievable, so unimaginable, that it has become the most famous case of UFO abduction ever reported.
Okay. Oh, yes. Fuck off. Oh, God. Sorry. I mean, that just pisses me off so much. God damn it. Much better than I expected. No, I mean, it's fucking terrible. It's nothing like the actual fucking account. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. Fucking nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Anyway. Fuck. But all these accounts are lies in order to create a baseline so when someone actually has real experience or discredited because it's not like the meta or supposed abductions. That could very well be the case, man. People put that idea forward. Fuck, back in the day. I wonder what it's going on over here right now. I'd never go over here anymore. This was something people had said, that the elite controlled Hollywood and put out these false narratives about UFO movies. There's some exceptions like E.T. and shit. And Spielberg's other movie there, was it Close Encounters of the Third Kind or Fifth Kind? But that they were putting this out to like make people think that aliens are all bad and that we don't want to deal with aliens. You don't want to talk to them. You want nothing to do with them. They're evil invaders. Like, you don't want them to come down and enlighten you as to like what's actually going on, which is that there's a global elite that are fucking leeching all of the wealth out of the middle class. How do you link pictures? Just if it's on a browser, open it in a browser, or if it's from the internet, just put the link in, man. Just copy and paste it. But I remember people talk about this all the time on Above Top Secret. It's like fucking a conspiracy site. But it covered ufology too. There was tons of people from ufology. I think Stan Friedman did like in kind of an AMA on here once too. Back in the day, I can't remember. Probably Google it and find it. But anyway, yeah, they were talking about this shit. So yeah, it's a good idea. Just post in Discord. Yeah. From Docs. Yeah. What's the picture of? Interesting. I don't come here anymore, but I did. This is back before the days of Reddit, though. And honestly, back before the days of 4chan, too. So, yeah, very, 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 very old site. But still running, I see. Still running, yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, tell me what channel you posted in. So I'll take a look here, too. Just a second here. Oh, nice. Whitley Strieber's book. Someone just posted, I see. But yeah, fuck. Anyway, this is just ridiculous. So, I mean, the mayor's claims that there are fucking orbs turning into planes. Brother, no, that's fucking horseshit. It's just approaching. They could be drones still. They could be approaching drones, but it's just an approaching plane or object. It's the FAA lights and shit from a distance. Oh, God. It's almost too much to deal with, so. Oh, it's a GPT. Oh, fuck, yeah. I don't know, do they provide you a link? They may provide you a link to go to, and then you can share that link. Yeah. Do you know the alien from Rick and Morty called Fart? No, I don't, actually, yeah. UFOs have cloaked themselves by making themselves look like planes. Well, yeah, Sam, it's definitely, it's in the lore, but it's not usually it wasn't planes, it was black helicopters. That people supposedly would see these black helicopters like shift into like an orb or a ball of light, and then whip away, supposedly. And it's specifically who mentioned that. You'd have to go look through the actual individual accounts, but I know it's out. I know it's out there. I know they exist. It's like something in ufology, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know, but yeah. It's whether that's actually what's going on in New Jersey. I doubt it. I just feel like I kind of felt that it's probably due to misidentifications. There have been some orbs sighted recently, but they just fall in line with the regular UFO sightings, UAP sightings people have been seeing consistently for the last fucking, I don't know, 200,000 years probably, however long. But it was over Ohio. There was a couple of airline pilots who had saw a reddish orange orb, darting around up like really like 40, 50,000 feet. And so, and then there was the what's his name? The guy, Matt from the Good Trouble Show interviewed the sheriff, who had the sick beard. That guy, he supposedly, they saw an orb fly through the city as well. And they actually had some drones too. So there may be some correlation, but there's been no good video of anything shaped yet. If you saw, what would do it for me is if there was a close-up visual, like a video, high resolution of a drone clearly, and then it just turned into a ball of light and flew off. But that's never the case. It's like, it's a ball of light, and as it gets closer, it turns into a drone. It's like, no, that's clearly just some optical illusion. Like, fuck. There was lots of New Jersey drone videos that don't have proper FAA lighting. This is where we still have gaps. Ontological doubter. There's been lots of captures, I think, of legitimately anomalous drones. Yeah, I'm not debating that at all. 100%. Yeah, there's been some good footage of these drones. There's clearly been a drone problem. People thinking that it's all misidentifications. Fuck no. There's no way that it was. But connecting it gets more woo when we get to the shape-shifting part. And I haven't seen any like convincing videos of that. There was that one from Arizona, which isn't even in the area, where supposedly there was a drone that approached a ball of light, but it's hard to tell, man. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Seems like they would clone themselves in normal aircraft for invisibility. They could, they might, have they? We don't know, right? That's the thing. I mean, maybe, right? That could be the case, but I don't know how many accounts there are of people seeing them shift. I mean, that's the only thing, right? You need to find anecdotes of it, right? It's a hypothetical. It's a possibility, I guess. But yeah. I don't know. Who's this fart guy from Rick and Morty? I have seen like the first season of Rick and Morty. Did he appear then or no? Maybe I just remember him. Yeah. It's funny. I can't find a thing of him. Fuck. Interesting. Speaking of which, this is kind of unrelated to this. I'll just keep this back here for a little bit later, maybe. Well, here you go. This is about the psychic connection, I guess. This is from Jacques Vallée's book, UFOs, The Psychic Solution. From page 207, I now believe differently. It is not simply our freedom that is in danger now. It is a certain concept of humanity. And it is no longer to science that we must turn to understand the nature of this psychic crisis and find its key. Nor will the answer be discovered in some secret file in Washington. The solution lies where it has always been, within ourselves. That's very esoteric, but to some degree he's correct, because I mean, trying to figure out this phenomena, applying the scientific method to it. Now, yeah, it's not completely true, because you can do experiments with people who do remote viewing, for instance, and find that there's consistency with their viewing and like what the chances of them all getting one target, describing it blind, are, right? Consistently over like multiple different sessions, like many sessions. I mean, there's clearly, and that's the TLDR with remote viewing, that I think there were legitimate studies done by people in different scientific disciplines that the government had commissioned as well. There's other people have done this through think tanks, but there's absolutely something to the phenomena. Same, and you could extrapolate that and say then the psychic phenomena, but it's not something that we really understand, or it's not something that we can use with great precision. Although some people think that they can. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. That's what John and Glenn supposedly saw too. Cloud of orbs, light orbs. Oh, really? Oh, that's what he was. I didn't know what the fuck it was. Okay. I guess that would make sense. Fart, that's what they call them. Fart. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. There's been tons of people who have seen orbs in their house, like green, white orbs flying through their house. That's, I mean, which is really interesting when you think about it. Like, if no one really's drawn this correlation properly between the paranormal phenomena and UFO phenomena, but yeah, I have, and I do mention this, it's interesting. But when you think about it, the orbs that people see kind of sound like the spirit orbs people supposedly see like in haunted places as well, right? Where there's just these little balls of light that kind of float down the hallway, and then they'll hear footsteps, they'll hear doors slam, they'll hear sometimes walking on the roof and shit. Sometimes they'll hear voices, and it makes you wonder in these like paranormal cases where this stuff's noted. It's like, and then people who supposedly have been involved with UFOs also have that. I'm like, oh, is there a connection there? Was it old fucking Grandpa Billy Joe, right? Or is it Skinny Bob in your fucking house, right? Because that might be, that's the other schizo part of it all, right? As I talk about ad nauseum here, not intentionally, but you know, they give you abduction phenomena for one, but then you've got like, maybe where are the aliens, right? What's that? Is that the Fermi paradox? I think, like, where are all the fucking aliens? Where are they? I think it is, right? Contradiction between the lack of evidence and high probability estimation for the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. No, it is a Fermi paradox. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the Drake equation would calculate that, you know, how many hypothetical alien races could be out there, but the Drake equation is kind of sketchy, honestly. There's a lot of assumption in there. It's actually changed as of recently, you could argue, but yeah, it's what the guy saw who had near-death experience. He said they can read minds and shapeshift into beings. The orbs, you mean? Yeah. That would make sense, man, because that falls in line with the abduction phenomena where they're telepathic. But shapeshift into beings, maybe there's some higher physical space than we are. Maybe there's some other physical dimension that all that shows up to us is some kind of a light orb, right? It's just an interesting idea. You have to talk with someone actually in physics who would be able to work through this. This is just some fucking schizo thing me and Galen were talking about. But I was thinking about, like, how would shadows work, right? Like the shadow of a fourth dimensional object in a three-dimensional space, right? And we talked about this with ChatGPT maybe, but when you think about this for a second, like, take shadow people for a minute, right? Maybe we can ask ChatGPT this. Think about the shadow people some of you have seen. Some other people have seen that I know too. What happens with a three-dimensional object in its shadow? It projects a two-dimensional shadow onto the ground, right? You need a light source, obviously. But what happens with a fourth-dimensional creature? What kind of shadow does a fourth-dimensional creature cast on the ground? If it's casting one, right? A three-dimensional shadow, would it not? So if you see a shadow person, a being, yeah, he was 2D. Well, there goes that fucking idea. Holy fuck. It's like a paper cutout, really? Okay. Some of the shadow beings people have seen are three-dimensional, I guess. So it's your definition. Oh, intriguing. Okay. The orb is transporting a wormhole. They don't transform into planes. A plane comes through. They don't turn into beings. A being comes through. Oh, there you go. Fuck, bro. Yeah. Hit play in the video on that side. That's what 4D and 3D looks like. Side sight. Oh, thank you, Digi. We've seen this before.
4D Toys is a toy box filled with four-dimensional toys. By four-dimensional, I mean that they exist in a world with 4 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, instead of 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension.
Hypercubes.
So I thought I would show it to you, and in the process explain what the fourth dimension is. So here's a stack of 4D hypercubes. To us, a 4D hypercube kind of looks like a regular 3D cube sometimes, because even though these toys are 4D, our universe is only 3D, so we can only see 3 dimensions out of 4. I'll explain soon, but first I'm going to grab this hypercube and throw it. I knocked down that pile, and some of the cubes even got knocked into the fourth dimension, so I can't see them anymore. Here's a ball pit filled with 200 hyperspheres. I can move along the fourth dimension and see all the hyperspheres I couldn't see before. Let's see, I can grab this 4D shape called a 120 cell and I can roll it around. It's gone into the fourth dimension, so I'll move along the fourth dimension to find it. I can also look at different 3D cross-sections of it. So it's fun to simply play around with these, but we can try to understand what's going on a little bit more by looking at a version in one less dimension. So let's do that before I show some more stuff.
Interesting. It was, Finn did a really good video here, I don't know if you're in here or not, Finn, but of a UFO sighting some guys had in Las Vegas years ago. And it approached them like this very weird, like almost a liquid object. And as it got closer and closer and closer, it just kind of materialized, I think, into a saucer, I think, or maybe a cigar. I can't remember. Maybe a saucer. And it was like, doesn't make any sense. But it does if they're in some higher dimensional space. Yeah, brain bending, but that's the idea. A four-dimensional entity could reach inside of us through that dimension. Well, is there a fourth dimension to us, though? What would they find if they reached deep inside of us in the fourth dimension? Yeah. Oh, my heavens. So, like, a fourth dimensional drone could look like both an orb and a plane, depending on where it comes into our space. Oh, my God. Is that where we're going with this? That's interesting. Our fourth dimension is time. I think that's conflating it a bit, though, is it not? That's what a physical fourth dimension would not be time, I don't think. We consider it to be a fourth dimension of space, but 3D space equals 3D space time equals 4D space. I'm just saying the 3D boundaries of our bodies aren't limits to four-dimensional space. You can be fourth dimensionally reached into, fourth dimensionally fisted. Holy fuck. You watch yourself. It's a whole nother fucking ball game you gotta watch out for. All right? Jesus Christ. Sleep on your back. Watch out for Skinny Bob. 3D space is 3D space is 1D time. 4D space still has 1D time on top of our perspective in this model. Okay, interesting.
So say that you are a 2D character and you can only see 2 dimensions, up, down, and left, right.
Okay.
But what if the world was actually 3D and you were just a flat 3D character stuck on a 2D plane? This is what the world actually looks like, and these 2D shapes were actually 2D cross-sections of 3D shapes. I can move this sphere back and forth in the third dimension and see how its intersection with the 2D plane gets smaller or larger.
Right.
But a 2D character can only see 2 dimensions out of 3. So
it's hard to see on the bottom left of the screen because I think the chat might be in the way. But you can kind of, I'll make the chat go away for a minute so people can see. You can see what it looks like to somebody in Flatland as he's moving it through.
Back to their perspective, from inside the 2D plane. We do keep the 3D view in the bottom left corner, though. So these 2D shapes don't behave like a 2D character would expect 2D objects to behave. For example, this red circle seems to mysteriously float in midair, but we know it's actually just the cross-section of the red sphere. The slice does not go through the center of the sphere, which is why the circle looks like it's floating. If the red sphere hits another sphere, it might bounce into the third dimension and disappear from our slice. After bouncing, the square shape seems to mysteriously change how many sides it has, and gets smaller and disappears. But we know that's actually because it's a cube, and it moved into the third dimension. It's still hard to predict exactly how the shape changes, though. And now let's move the 2D plane we're standing on along the third dimension. The circles shrink and grow, and the squares morph because we're changing which slice we're taking. It might look weird to a 2D character, but for us 3D being it makes sense. It's kind of like taking an MRI. Each 2D circle we see is only part of a 3D sphere. Okay, now back to 4D toys. In 4D toys, instead of a 2D...
So again, we'll finish this little clip. It's cool, I think we've seen something similar like this before. Isn't there an interactive... Well, how's he doing this? What's he using to do this on a program? This is one of the theories that have been put forward by some people in ufology that well, where are all the aliens with the Fermi paradox? Well, maybe they're in some other space that we can't access to, that they've evolved to, that we have yet to understand, really wrap our heads around. And I know in string theory, there are these other physical dimensions that they talk about, but they're not like inhabitable physical dimensions. This is like something different. And so if they're in some kind of a physical fourth dimensional space that's inhabitable, that's a whole different ball game, right? And because there's a lot of anecdotes of people seeing these strange shapes in the sky, or the crafts appear very strange, or maybe it could be a symptom of this, right? Yeah. Maybe it looked 2D to me. Maybe he was interdimensional. True flatlanders fucking come and that'd be fucking crazy, bro. Yeah. You can play with it afterwards. Oh, fuck.
Being living in a 3D world, we are a 3D being living in a 4D world. So we can
Cheshire Cat, man, you have fairy stories, exactly, yeah.
Instead of 2 out of 3. And instead of seeing a 2D cross-section of a 3D world, we see a 3D cross-section of a 4D world. But otherwise, many of the same things happen, just in one higher dimension. These 3D shapes don't behave like a 3D being would expect 3D objects to behave. The sphere floating in midair is actually just a 3D cross-section of a 4D hypersphere. The slice does not go through the center of the hypersphere though, which is why the sphere looks like it's floating. If the red sphere hits another sphere, it might bounce into the 4th dimension.
Fuck yeah. Oh, Harry, yes, we did listen to it. I'm thinking it's a massive LARP. The alien had like an Eastern European accent. I'm not super confident. Can I, do you need to go to the App Store? I can't play with it here. What in the fuck is that? Some 4th dimensional entity. 4th dimension is most likely time. A 4th dimensional being would be able to navigate through time non-linear. For them, past, present, and future all exist at the same time. Imagine reading a book. You can skip to different pages to read the story. This would also explain superposition, where multiple states of a particle exist at the same time. That is, I've heard of that description. I mean, that's one of our assumptions, in that the 4th dimension would be that of time. But I think it's a different thing that we're dealing with here. We're dealing with. I don't think it's. I've had this conversation. I mean, I'd have to ask Drunk this too. He's a physicist. If you're in here, man, if you can clarify. But I've talked with ChatGPT about this too, with string theory, and tried to clarify. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. It was a meme, Harry. Yeah, fuck yeah. It used to be a web app. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. Fuck. I can tell you what. Well, here, where's ChatGPT? Because its reasoning isn't to the point where it's going to be able to go through equations that are that complicated, but it could at least give us a background and idea. A entity that's in a physical 4th dimension, like a tesseract, versus, see if we get an actual description here from it, versus the idea that 4th dimension is time. See what it says. I'm just curious. Yeah, physical 4D versus temporal 4D debate. So the 4th dimension as spatial tesseract style. In this view, the 4th dimension is a spatial dimension beyond the 3 we experience, length, width, and height. The 4D being would perceive our 3D world much like we perceive 2D, easily peeking inside closed 3D spaces. Think of how we can see inside it's a whole flatland, right? All right, people seen flat. Carl Sagan did a really good example of this with flatland, cut an apple in half, right? And like, we did this whole deal about like, you know, 2D people seeing 3D people. Okay, so a tesseract is just a 4D equivalent of a cube. Our brains can only project into 3D space like shadows. If an actual 4D entity existed, we'd only ever perceive its 3D cross-section. 4th dimension is time. Here's the 4th dimension in time as described by space-time by relativity. Time binds the 3 spatial dimensions into a coherent framework. Instead of being able to look into the 4th dimension, you're stuck traveling through it. You don't have freedom to move forward or back for freely. It's only one-way traffic controlled by the arrow of time. A tesseract in this view might just represent how objects and even events extend through space-time. So, key difference, you got physical 4D, could manipulate 3D space in ways that seem impossible to us. Temporal doesn't let you manipulate the past or future willy-nilly. So, what's more likely? Physical leans towards time as the 4th dimension. Physics leans towards time as the 4th dimension, as space-time math and experiments like dilation back it up. The tesseract-style 4th dimension is more of a mathematical abstraction or sci-fi fantasy, but that doesn't actually make it less fascinating. Okay, and that abstraction is what people are referring to in ufology when they say aliens are in the 4th dimension. But not necessarily that they can go through time I think that's a conflation between this abstraction and the space-time math that Einstein and relativity suggests. So it's conflating of the two, where it's like, oh, fourth-dimensional aliens could go through time. It's like, well, but in ufology, it's like this physical space they exist within, and then we're conflating that with this idea from relativity. I believe that's what I've tried to be able to discern too. So, was able to pop into our 3D space at a point of 4D space-time, enabling time travel. I think we would be ripples in each direction. Remote viewing supposedly works best when there's a physical thread or link between remote view coordinates and actual location. You're gonna buy cigarettes and weed. Okay, man. Thanks for coming in. Have fun with the fucking weed. Yeah. One theory is remote viewers are drawing from future knowledge back in time. Maybe. It could be. It could also, I mean, there could be some predictability too. To our universe as well. They could be possible scenarios as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of different possibilities, I think. Yeah. But this gets very complicated. And obviously, yeah, I'm not really well-versed enough to speak with any conviction on one way or the other what the fuck it actually is. But this is what I love about ChatGPT. And as its reasoning progresses, we can really have these kinds of conversations, and it can kind of act as a tutor in this a little bit. There's like in the woo and ufology, these beings are able to access these higher physical dimensions by augmenting their vibration. That they're vibrating at a higher frequency than we are, and that's how you access higher physical dimensions. I don't know if there's anything to that in physics. I haven't really asked it that. Yeah, but smoking bowl will probably help your brain think about this. Yeah, it's very abstract kind of stuff. Yeah. I tried smoking cigarettes last week, and I have mostly full box of American Spirit Blacks. Oh my god. I fucking hated cigarettes always, man. I fucking, oh my God, I hate cigs. I love cigars. I don't mind tobacco, but cigarettes are just like, no, not for me. Nicotine, honestly, nicotine's one of those things doesn't really agree with me. Like I usually, if I do cigars, it's usually cigarellos. I just like a little bit of like bourbon, and a little cigar is great. You know, it's a little buzz, but you get too much of a head rush off it. Yeah. 16 asking people that smoke stink. I say that an avid weed vapor and ex-smoker. You guys be aware of how others perceive, man. Yeah. What is it? Is there anything to the idea that raising your frequency, your vibrational frequency, could allow you to access higher physical dimensions? And this is one of those things, right, where this is talked about by people who've been like abducted, like regressed through these abductions and whatnot. I've read about this before. Some of this stuff comes from like woo places. Anything by Dolores Cannon, if anyone runs into it, highly sus. All of it. But there are some other accounts I've read over the years from people, I forget from who specifically, that maybe were less sus, but we have no idea ultimately. Now this isn't you know, it's like the God of the Gaps argument here. I'm not trying to slink this in there, but we really don't know. I mean, maybe this is something we haven't figured out yet, right? Maybe there's something to this idea. Tesla thought this. Tesla thought that there was something to do with frequency and vibration in the universe that we were missing, which is interesting because he was this kind of, you know, trodden on, lost visionary for some people. So technically we are just vibrating at super low frequency. The idea of elevating your vibration and transcendence was covered really well in the Celestine Prophecy, which is fiction, but conceptually interesting. Well, that's the thing, Digi. And you know, if we're dealing with advanced species and it's through this kind of back channel or it's unreliable information where there's an element of doubt involved, there could very well have been real communication that has gone on in some of these accounts of people. Like ideas at least have been conveyed to them about reality. And that's why people are like, oh, well, Jim, why? Some of my buddies over the years like, oh, this is fucking horseshit. Like, why would you give any time to these fucking crazy stories of people talking to aliens? I'm like, well, because there's a possibility they actually were. Right? And then they'll be like, oh, well, fuck, all right, we'll get them to solve some fucking problem in physics. It's like, well, maybe they're not going to do that because it would be upsetting, right? And it would also remove the element of doubt involved with the phenomena instantaneously, right? And then that might not be the intention they have. It could cause chaos, right? I mean, a catastrophic disclosure. They'd be like, this guy's actually talking to aliens. What would happen to that guy too? Probably get fucking killed, actually. He'd be pulled in 30 fucking different ways by intelligence agencies all over the planet. They would essentially sentence him to death if they did that, right? It's like, think, right? So, but if they were to just kind of communicate some of these broader ideas about reality through them, but what could we infer from that? I mean, maybe we could orient ourselves in a better direction. Is there something to this idea of frequency and vibration when it comes? I don't know. I'm not a physicist. But I'm asking the questions, right? What philosophy does. The physicists can go fucking play with this. And then they can cite me in the fucking dissertation, the paper. And I can get rich off it. There you go. That's the plan here, yeah. I think we have to think beyond physical. I'm not suggesting spiritual or anything. Even our space-time doesn't exist as suggested by Donald Hoffman. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm hearing what you guys think about this, but yeah, it's well. Here, let's see what ChatGPT says about this idea. Yeah. Energy is the speed of light, mass squared, and light is energy. The mass is light at a particular speed. This is what Salvatore Pi talks about. You just invert the math, and with enough energy, you can manipulate the matter. Matter has gravity. Turtles all the way down. There are turtles involved with this? Turtle people? Brother, what the fuck? Oh, nice. That's a picture there. Yeah. This is what they said they saw, and they basically turned into 8 to 9 foot beings. Like humans. Humans from a higher physical dimension, brother. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Goddamn. It's a Discworld reference? Yeah, I don't even fucking know what. Goddamn. Fuck. Brother. The idea of raising vibration to access higher dimensions sits in the realm of metaphysics and spirituality with minimal grounding in hard science. We don't give a fuck. We're doing metaphysics. This is a philosophy show. Shut the fuck up. I'll talk down to my AI again, see how it gets angry with me. Vibrational frequency in science. In physics, vibrational frequency refers to the oscillation rate of a particle wave or object. Everything is a natural frequency: atoms, sound waves, electromagnetic waves, etc. Raising physical frequencies in this sense, e.g. increasing energy levels in atoms, doesn't unlock extra dimensions. It just alters energy states or physical properties, a particle's behavior in quantum mechanics. Vibrational frequencies in metaphysics. In metaphysics, vibrational frequency often symbolizes your state of being. High frequencies mean positive emotions, awareness, and spiritual growth, with lower frequencies are associated with fear, anger, and stagnation. The belief is that by raising this vibration, you align with higher levels of existence, possibly overlapping with higher dimensions or planes. Accessing higher physical dimensions. Physics view. Accessing higher spatial dimensions would require manipulating the geometry of space-time itself, far beyond the capabilities of vibration, metaphysical or otherwise. A higher dimensional being wouldn't care about your frequency. They'd move in ways your 3D bodies physically cannot. How did they attain that state to begin with, though? It's a question. That's what we're trying to get at here. It's like people, these beings are just made de facto as 4-dimensional, or there's a way to access that place. Some argue that raising vibrational frequency turns your consciousness to higher realms, which may overlap with higher dimensions. Why it sounds tempting. Quantum woo. Terms like vibration and frequency feel scientific, lending credibility to otherwise mystical concepts. You motherfucker. What you trying to say I'm doing here? Trying to cook something up? You know, trying to sell something on Guy TV? You fucking... Consciousness has a key. If reality is a simulation or consciousness-based, maybe altering awareness can unlock hidden layers. Verdict. Science says. Science. Raising your frequency, vibrational frequency doesn't grant access to higher dimensions. Says you. Metaphysics says it might enhance spiritual awareness. So Deepak Chopra versus Michio Kaku. Who are we betting on here? I'm betting on Deepak Chopra's made way more fucking money. Come on now. Are we fucking kidding ourselves? Like, god damn it. Anyway, space turtles. Oh, this. Oh, yeah. That we're living on. Yeah, it's a flat Earth and we're fucking on like a turtle. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I remember this now. Yeah. DMT will alter you enough to see through every dimension. You can even see the fucking code inside of it, supposedly. If you smoke enough of it with the right people. Yeah. Why not both? Well, so like, okay, let's try and figure this out. You negative Nancy. Fuck, just bringing this down. What did Tesla say about frequency and vibration? And is there any research into actually trying to change the physical frequency of matter? You've hit me with the Tesla card. Fuck. As people tend to do. Yeah. I hate when it does this. Just give me this response. What's he saying here now? Let's unravel this with a mix of science, Tesla's musings, and what's actually out there regarding alternative frequencies of matter. Brace yourself. Yeah, Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. What he meant, Tesla viewed the universe as deeply interconnected through electromagnetic forces, waves, and vibrations. He wasn't talking about spiritual frequencies, not what we're talking about either, or metaphysical planes, but rather physical phenomena, radio waves, sound waves, electromagnetic fields. Tesla was obsessed with resonance and frequency control, using it to improve technologies like wireless energy transfer and experiments of resonance in solid objects. So he's saying this isn't a way for us to access another dimension, though. This is just what the universe is made up of. Here's where the science enters and things get a bit more mind-bending. Do you know of any Tesla ideas you can't tell me about? Oh, that'd be a good one to ask, too. See what it fucking says. Resonance and vibration in physics. Every object has a natural frequency, the rate at which it vibrates when energy is applied. If you match that frequency, you can amplify its vibrations. This is called resonance. Example, bridges and buildings can collapse if their natural frequency matches external vibrations. Soldiers marching in step. Can we change the frequency of matter, atoms and molecules? The frequency of atoms and molecules vibrating due to thermal energy can be altered by changing temperature, pressure, and electromagnetic fields. This is the foundation of quantum mechanics. Examples in practice. Acoustic levitation, using sound waves to trap and move physical objects. Laser cooling, lowering the vibrational energy of atoms to near absolute zero. Nuclear magnetic resonance, manipulating the spin of atom nuclei using electromagnetic frequencies, essentially tuning the vibration of subatomic particles. What about large-scale matter? Changing the vibrational frequency of large objects like your own body isn't something science has achieved. To alter matter fundamentally would require ridiculous amounts of energy or direct manipulation of its atomic bonds. Think particle accelerators, not meditation. What happens if you put somebody into a particle collider? Will they enter the fourth dimension? Or will they turn into a giant mess all over the floor? We will ask it now. Fringe ideas and cutting edge research. While not mainstream science, there are some fringe theories and experiments worth mentioning. Cymatics, using sound waves to manipulate matter. Interesting. Quantum vibrations of consciousness. The orchestrated objects reduction theory by Roger Penrose suggests microtubules in the brain cells vibrating in a quantum way, potentially linking consciousness to quantum mechanics. Metamaterials. Scientists are engineering materials for vibrational properties. It's fucking that bad. Okay. If you put for the pizza tomorrow, you motherfucker. Thank you, Dr. Crandall. Actually, I think it's your turn for the pizza this time, isn't it? Because I think Uncle Jim got it twice. Galen TV got it once. Have you got the pizza yet? I don't know. Thank you for the prime sub, though, babe. If you... no, that doesn't sound right. So that's fucking right to me. If you put a man into a particle accelerator, and it'll figure the spelling. And... how do I word this? Or let's say we had enough energy to alter his physical frequency upward. It'll figure the typos. What would really happen? I don't know why my name is Bill here. Oh, Bill, you're cooking up some mad science today. Let's dive into theoretical nightmares of cranking up a human's physical frequency. Yeah, here's what would probably happen. Particle accelerator scenario. Particle accelerators like CERN's Large Hadron Collider are designed to smash subatomic particles together, ignoring the whole ethical disaster. So if you tossed a human in there, here's the grim breakdown. Disintegration at the atomic level. Humans are made of atoms, which are mostly empty space. Particle accelerator would bombard these atoms with high energy particles, smashing them apart. You'd be reduced to a cloud of plasma. We'd look like Fart. What's his name from Rick and Morty? Oh my God. Oh, I think we're figuring something out here, bud. You got a kid coming out. I know you do. Fuck. Yeah, it's all the more reason to celebrate. There you go. Yeah. A soup of free-floating electrons and nuclei. Release of energy. The energy release would be annihilating a single human body, 70 kg, be ridiculously massive, something like 63 megatons of TNT. You wouldn't vibrate higher, you'd be obliterated. Holy shit. That's the Tsar Bomba, I think, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Pics of what? The man who put his head inside a particle accelerator while it was switched on. I can't see it. Wait, did he die? Oh my God. What the fuck? Why'd he do that? Russian physicist is the only person known to have directly exposed to a nuclear particle accelerator beam and survive. Oh, went right through his fucking cranium there, huh? Holy shit. He was 36 at the time, working as a particle physicist at the Institute for High Energy Physics in Protvino, small town Moscow. Of course, it didn't have the right fucking rules and regulations. It didn't have the fucking guardrails up. Holy fuck. Of course. Bergorsky was working on the U-70 synchrotron nuclear particle accelerator. So what happened? Why did he do this? He leaned into the synchrotron to check a malfunction without realizing the safety mechanism had been turned off. He experienced a flash brighter than 1,000 suns. He unwittingly put his head into the direct path of the main proton beam, which entered through the back of his head and exited through his nose. He was blasted with 3,000 Gs of radiation. When he was rushed to the hospital for treatment, though most of the doctors and scientists involved in care were convinced he was a dead man walking. They were wrong. Incredible survival story. Oh my God. And he continued to be a physicist. He gradually healed. Burns left half of his face permanently paralyzed. Oh my God. Wow. So, well, I guess so. Yeah. If you put the whole body in though, like, was it for science? Yeah. Most of what we know about the limits of the human body have resulted from gruesome accidents and some case experiments. So then we don't know. I said, who's going to try this? I guess there's nothing. It's crazy. If you accelerated us at that speed, we'd have enough energy in our bodies to be equivalent to 63 megatons of TNT, which is like unbelievably massive. It's a huge nuclear explosion. I mean, wow, that's crazy. So people could be weapons at some point. We could weaponize people. Insanity. Altering physical frequency hypothetically. So let's say we're not smashing you into particles, but instead using energy to raise your frequency on some mystical or sci-fi scale. Raising the frequency of your atoms means increasing their thermal and vibrational energy. This is what happens when you heat something up if you ramp up far enough. Oh shit. You turn into plasma. Oh shit. Atomic nuclei themselves break apart into subatomic particles. At that point, you're more of a glowing cloud than a person. Well, that could be kind of sick too. I mean, fuck, is that the future? Quantum vibrational frequency. Wave function collapse. Stability of matter depends on particles staying in their energy states. Changing their quantum properties could cause your atoms to stop behaving like matter. You dissolve into quantum chaos. Maybe that's what. How do we get to know God, right? How do we physically, I bought Jordan Peterson's book, We Who Wrestle with God. How do we physically wrestle with God? Why does fucking this phone company keep calling me? Fuck off. Higher dimensional access. If you believe in metaphysical or extra-dimensional theories, raising frequency might involve transmitting to a state of existence outside 3D space. This assumes dimensions exist beyond our physical constraints and that your matter could somehow resonate with those. Realistically, matter tied to a 3D space probably can't just vibrate in another dimension without ceasing to be matter. That's sci-fi territory. Fun to imagine. The brutal truth. Physics doesn't care about your vibe. What the fuck? How ignorant. Matter follows rules. If you dump enough energy into something or someone, they break apart long before any mystical higher frequency transmission can happen. Best case scenario, you turn into plasma. Worst case, you're a quantum mess scattered across space-time. How fucking ignorant is this? Yeah. Aiming for mad science or philosophical fun here? Well, brother, it's all philosophical fun. He knows this. We've had these conversations. Yeah. Soviet scientists getting the research by falling off a hotel balcony. That's true. You be careful what you get into, right? That's the fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking crazy shit. Yeah. I think particles rip through our tissues at that point and cause cells to come apart, which is result in liquefaction. You turn into this big blob of goo. Yeah. Holy shit. It's all about the crystals. That's true. Should I tell it that? It says, you don't know. Fucking know. I know the crystals are the key. The magic rocks that tie it all together. My mistake for not immediately recognizing the universe shifting importance. Let's indulge this crystal powered theory for a moment. You know what's crazy, actually? I mean, that's a fucking meme. But talk about woo. People who have had visions of this lost civilization in woo spaces, like whether they had a past life regression or they remote viewed it, there's mention, and this is actually where in like the woo, Atlantis gets tied to crystal stories, right? That like there were these crystal beings and they were flying around in crystal powered spaceships and shit. But that there was something to do with a lost civilization. I don't know, not actually, probably, but who knows? But that they harnessed the power of quartz crystal somehow. Like there was something to do with crystal technology. And you find this in all these circles of people to do things like past life regressions, or they target these weird esoteric things, right, in the past, or the ideas of the civilization of Atlantis, like a crystal technology. So is there anything to quartz? The science of crystals. Crystals are known for the unique lattice structures that allow them to resonate at very specific frequencies. This isn't just hippie nonsense. Quartz is literally used in oscillators for watches and electronics because it's stable and precise. The science of crystals. Piezoelectric effects. Crystals like quartz generate an electric charge when subjected to mechanical stress. This is how they're used to keep time in watches or even generate energy. Crystals vibrate at specific, consistent frequencies when energy is applied. So how crystals might affect matter's frequency. Let's imagine your crystal theory isn't just a lovely metaphor for good vibes, but an actual mechanism for altering matter. Here are a few possibilities. Harnessing crystal resonance. If crystals are amplifiers of energy, perhaps they can be used to focus or tune the applied matter. The energy applied to matter, Think of them as a tuning fork of the universe. Hypothetical application. Use a crystal lattice to channel massive amounts of energy into the specific vibrational frequency of your atoms. This assumes matter can even respond in the way you're hoping. Crystals and dimensions. Crystals could resonate at frequencies tied to higher dimensional planes. If true, they might act as bridges or conduits for energy matter to shift into a new dimensional state. Real world science. Nope, but it's a fun thought. Blending metaphysics with quantum mechanics. Why science doesn't back it yet. They do vibrate at consistent frequencies, but this is only applied to their structure, not the stuff around them. The idea you could alter the frequency of external matter or tune it to higher dimensions isn't supported by evidence. Well, no, but you got to find out at some point. Like, it's like you got to put your head in the particle collider to see if you can survive it, right? It's like, can we survive it, right? You have to do crazy shit. You have to do crazy fucking woo. It's all woo until it isn't anymore, right? And there's so many examples of this. Quantum physics existed within the realm of metaphysics in philosophy before it became an actual discipline in science. Back in the early 1900s. It's real. That was a real, it's all speculative until we actually do something that proves that it's real. So you have to ask the right questions to get to the fucking answers, right? What role does philosophy play? So maybe the guy saw it was legit kind of scary. Maybe they thought they were crystals because they were primitive. What if they were actually glass? I don't even know. Could you 3D print a piezo crystal around a magnet? That's a good fucking question. Is that a thing? Yeah. What if you're right? Let's say you're onto something that science isn't cracked. If crystals couldn't alter the vibrational state of matter, you'd need precise control of energy input to avoid annihilating the subject or crystal. A mechanism for translating vibrational shifts into dimensional transitions would need to exist, and it would revolutionize physics. Moreover, Einstein. Wow. All from a bunch of fucking woo that fucking we read on the internet. Wouldn't that be fucking cray, Final thought, I don't dismiss wild theories, but let's test it out. Got a lab, a crystal, and a particle accelerator. Let's put a crystal in there and see if it unlocks the universe, or it just makes a mess. Jesus. You make a mess out of fucking whoever played around with it. That's pretty dark. God fucking damn it. Yeah. It would be quartz. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Do I play Dark Souls? I have in the past, yeah. I'm calling it now. Baron Trump is a Dark Souls boss on the come up. That could be it. He's tall enough. Yeah, he could get dark enough. He could go down a dark rabbit hole. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah. What's this house?
What are they called again? Annulax batteries.
There you go.
Harbulary batteries. That's nothing like what I just said. You're so blessed they didn't kill you. You're telling me. You want to buy some batteries?
Because he stole Annulax batteries.
They're called Harbulary batteries.
No, they're not.
That's great. Fuck. When I tell my wife I loaded the dishwasher. Growing up to be a psychopath just like his father. Like father, like son. Yeah. Who knows? He's just a kid, man, isn't he? Yeah. I couldn't even imagine growing up in an environment like that. Honestly, it's like peak fucked being Trump's child. Like, God, Jesus. Anyway, yeah, they're gonna conquer Russia in our lifetime. All this. Like, I don't want to know how they do that, but yeah, fuck, it's crazy. That doesn't look like Trump's genes. Yeah, that's kind of true though, isn't it? When you really think about it, huh? He has similar hair though. He could just be styling it like him. I kind of see the resemblance. Well, whether he's biologically his son, he is his son because he's been trained under him for years and the art of the deal and manipulation and the meme. He knows, he gets the meme though. I say, he got the meme. He got Trump on all the right podcasts. He watches fucking Joe and Huberman and who else was he seeing? Theo Vaughn, and he knew Nelk Boys. Like, he's in touch with, which is honestly, that's Trump too, though, right? Trump kind of always had this intuition, right, to get on to the right thing at the right time, and sometimes, not always. I guess he was pretty poor at one point, but anyway, who knows? Yeah, there's resemblance. Yeah. What's this? Trump's changed with age. They're fucking identical at the same age. Oh yeah, that's definitely his kid. Yeah. Holy shit, huh? Wow. Jesus. Yeah. Well, like father, like son. Oh well, whatever. Yeah. Well, we'll see what fucking happens there, I guess. Are they gonna get us into 4D? Is the fucking question, though. Is that Tweedledee and Tweedledum are always gonna be under their kid's thumb? Yeah. Is Barron gonna get us? What was that fucking theory though? It was, what was Trump's uncle got like fucking time travel documents from Tesla, or so, like Tesla. Again, this isn't my area of expertise, but like Tesla didn't figure out fucking time travel. Like, there's this theory that like Tesla gave time travel documents to Trump's uncle or some shit. No. Yeah. Just fucking crazy. Yeah. You retract your statement. They do look similar, don't they? I'd never seen that comparison. They actually look really fucking close. Yeah. Yeah. Trump's uncle helped raid Tesla in cahoots with JP Morgan, not the time travel, but it's free energy shit. JP Morgan had him shut down because he was working on alternating current, which they could meter. They couldn't meter, I think, right? Yeah. Holy fuck, man. Yeah. Edison or whatever. Oh God, Jesus. That's fucking interesting. What do I get up here to watch? I get some other things. That's pyramid stuff. I don't know. Chris Leto gets interviewed by, I had this up here yesterday too, Professor Simon. I mean, Chris is a smart guy. He just kind of went off the rails a little bit. I wanted to watch a couple of these things. I don't fucking know. Yeah. It wasn't meters. So JP was like, how are we going to make money on that? And he went with Edison. No, JP was the boss of all the USA back then, pretty much. Yeah, I remember reading about that. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Well, all right. Let me go throw my fucking food in the microwave quick, guys, and then I'll be back and throw something up and continue the meme. I'll be back shortly. Sad dudes. Oh, fuck. Man, this fucking mic. Every time I touch it, it almost dies. Probably gonna get electrocuted one day live on stream. It'd be a good clip though, I guess, right? Content. Fucking just me getting zapped, fucking flying backwards. What's this now? Oh. Satellite detects giant circular object moving on the ocean floor. Google Maps has done it again. This time, satellite imagery shows a massive circular object moving in the Pacific floor. Intriguing. What could it mean? Is it just an illusion? Interesting. Interesting. Oh. Some kind of current, maybe? Intriguing. Where was it found, though? I love when they don't put any other relevant information in the post. Where was this from? Who found it originally? What are the coordinates of Google Earth? Yeah. Some say it's old. Yeah. If you see testicles, gather here. Gather here. What the fuck? Gather here. Yeah. You found it on Twitter. Oh, you found it on Twitter. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Fuck me. I mean, this is probably, is this interesting to watch? I don't know. I mean, this is definitely something I want to kind of go through later, which is like kind of actually really interesting. New discovery to the Jim Russellverse. It is. Let's go through this. Ben from Uncharted X makes really great content. I think Ben's stuff would be more entertaining. I'm genuinely more interested in this. And we've talked about the egg stuff. Fucking head Aussie, man. Like these egg UFOs. You know, I just this can be related to it if the fucking egg UFOs are from Egypt, right? Like this fucking guy from 4chan said it was, right? So I thought I'd do that. My mukbang. I got this is again a lot of food from this meal prep place. It's chicken orzo. Orzo is a little kind of pasta. It's like little beads of pasta. You can see. Look, see it? See it right there? It's the big sloppy mess. Another mukbang. God damn. I'll just start clipping all the mukbangs, put them out there, and maybe the Asian community will be into it, you know? Fucking Korean, Japanese, Chinese, YouTube. All right, I'll play this, see what the fuck it's about. He says, huge bedrock shafts and hidden subterranean chambers at the Giza Plateau, walk and tour with Yusuf. So this is cool. We were just talking about this last night, so yeah. You're an artist, not a time traveler. Sorry I had to say that. Fuck. Chokey the cat. God damn. Well, listen, you never know what'll happen, though. Chalky. I mean, in the future, we have no idea. Yeah. That's what I felt like. It's all psyop having us chicks after eggs because we're nuts and obsessed with balls. Is that what it's about? It's some phallic thing. They're trying to access some deep part of the human brain and throw us off, you know? Are they hidden in the pyramids? Maybe we'll find out. I don't know. I'll throw all this pasta down the gullet here. Good Lord.
Welcome back to Uncharted X. This is
he's got all the vases. Holy shit.
Out there is doing
oh my
well.
God. Man, well, I have to get a hold of one of those recreations of those vases or vases. Oh, he's got Göbekli Tepe T-pillars in the background too. Oh, I'm jealous. This guy's got he's got a levitating pyramid. Oh, brother, that's some fucking, oh, that's sick as fuck. Yeah. The urns. Yeah, they're vases from, where are they from? Saqqara? Is that what the pyramid is called? But there's like 40,000 of them found, but some of them are unbelievably precisely crafted. And there's some really cool recreations of ones. I wonder where we got them from. Yeah. Yeah, they were like to the point where some people think they're the level of precision is that of like a CNC machine, and supposedly they were done by hand, which they probably weren't. But how they were done, we have no idea. So you printed out one of those a while ago, John Team. Did you actually? Oh fuck, man, I would love to get a hold of one. I'd pay someone for that kind of shit. If you can get the actual plans for it, man. I guess 3D printing you probably could, right? You probably print some. That's a good point, Rabbit. Yeah, fuck, man. They look like sick. The gold ones down there look sick. It's got an American flag in there. So, well, let's see what he has to say.
It's a new year. I've been playing with a new setup, and this year I want to try something a little bit different on the channel. I want to provide a little channel update here as well as to give some background to this specific video. So if you're not interested in that, please do just use the chapters below to skip right to where the content starts. As you might imagine, my regular style of video making takes a long time to produce. There's a lot of research that goes into them. They're fully scripted, usually 45 plus minutes long, and they're edited using my now extensive library of just painstakingly acquired footage from on-the-ground visits over the last 10 plus years or so. Honestly, even though videos like these ones take a little bit of my soul with them every time I do it, it turns out this is just the way that I make content. I can't help myself. I want to be happy with what I put out, and I like to provide enough context to support what I'm saying, as well as trying to make it as visually appealing and convincing and as high a quality as possible. I'll really never stop working this way and producing this sort of long-form content, so don't worry about that. The reality is though, amongst everything else that I have going on these days, it's tough for me to keep up a cadence of even just one of these types of videos a month. I've tried other methods to compensate for this a little bit in the past. I do have a second YouTube channel, Uncharted X Live. I put less produced content on there. I do occasional live streams.
Cool, man. This is cool. We'll just get to the video though. Oh man, I'd love to fucking go there. Oh, fuck. If I can blow the stream up, we're going to Egypt to stream. I don't know if that'd be, maybe Starlink fucking for the Wi-Fi. Do a live stream from the Giza Plateau. A little bit sketchy there though, right? People getting thrown in jail and shit, but man.
Use of
crazy,
A1, visiting sites like the Giza Plateau, Saqqara, and Memphis, as well as recording on several days throughout the tour that we hosted in December. So what I would like to do is to start sharing some of that footage with you all. Think of it as a slice of life walk and talk exploration of pretty specific, interesting areas on ancient sites, with Yusuf and I talking through them live and on the ground. I want these videos to be shorter than my normal content, a bit more easily consumable, and I want to be able to intersperse them amongst my regular long-form scripted content. And in fact, this video right here is serving as something of a stopgap. I wasn't really planning on putting this out until another month or so later in the year, but as usual, it's taking me longer than I expected to finish up on the video that I've been grinding on. That video...
Everyone just skipped to the... Jesus Christ.
I wonder, why did they close this gate?
To the Sphinx?
This one, right here. Because people used to visit and come out from here and continue walking.
Yeah, it is weird that they've closed that off, huh? I don't know why. It's a weird fence.
Energetically, right. Maybe that's why they closed it.
The what?
Energetically, you know?
Yeah, energy, yeah, like stopping people from actually experiencing the full causeway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So before we go and see the
cracks,
spaces between the blocks that still taking sand until today, we want to share some of the things here. The area that used to belong to the Italians from the back of the Sphinx until the Middle Pyramid.
Yeah.
And then after World War II, it was taken from the Italian and given to the Americans. I actually didn't believe my eyes when I was reading this article, with all the article that I found in my father's belongings, but
yeah,
like I didn't find any other document or source that talks about how the Giza Plateau is actually divided among big countries. And
yeah, the archaeological teams, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the English get, what the Italians get.
Yeah.
The Germans.
It looks like it's been going for a long time.
Well, yeah.
If it changed during the World
Isn't that
War
the
II.
English that are doing the basalt pavement over there?
I believe so, yeah. The British, of course, will focus on the
Great Pyramid.
The Great Pyramid. Now this is the area that has more shafts than any other. We can see this one. Of course, the wall is built by the Ministry of Antiquities.
Yeah.
It's the same stone masonry that they used to do the reinforcement at some parts.
And useful for tying your horse up for you. What's up, horsey?
Look. The small blocks over here shows that there could be a passage.
There's a virtual Egypt thing set up at my local mall right now. You can even go on top of the pyramids and look around. Oh my fuck. Must be in a bigger city, are you? Jockey? Holy shit. Oh, I'm jealous. I would kill to go. Even just to experience that. That'd be fucking crazy, man. Oh man. I mean, I've seen Graham Hancock and showed some pictures before. He climbed to the top of the Great Pyramid. And like, man, the view is it's just a crazy spot.
Going into this level.
Yeah.
And we all know that the Osirian shaft, we look to the bottom and it's just the bottom of the first level, and that there are 2 other levels below.
What do you think? Horse? Huh? Yeah, okay.
The mom is panicking and the kid is screaming because she feels that her mom is panicking.
Yeah. That is about right. I guess we give away the camels.
So when we look at other shafts that is exposed or open to the air like this one, this massive one right here.
It's a big structure, right?
Huge. And
are these blocks or is this cut bedrock?
No, this is cut bedrock. But it used to have blocks because if you look on the surface...
Yeah, you can see the inset, yeah.
Yeah, the inset, exactly. How come you didn't teach me this word longer?
Inset?
The inset, it's a good phrase.
Yeah.
And also on the edge here. So there used to be a ceiling. And you can see the mortar. There is no doubt that this shaft used to have a structure on top of it. Which, this part here,
yeah,
was also to have the blocks covering this gallery. We can see the mortar even that they put between the stone and the blocks. And the inset.
Yes, the inset on the blocks here.
Is right here and here, which shows that there used to be... What the hell is that? What is this thing with the edge?
I don't know, that's a block though.
But it looks like basalt or something.
It does, doesn't it? It's like someone shoved a block in there or something.
Somebody maybe made a burial there from the 26th dynasty. It's a very common thing. It's a very common thing. And actually the archaeologists think these were done in the 26th dynasty. That's crazy.
And you don't know. I mean, these must have been excavated at some point. I mean, it's obviously filled up quite a bit.
Yes, but imagine if this was sealed and between the blocks there is a space that is taking sand.
Yes.
With this space underground, it will keep taking sand for a very long time.
Yeah, with a little crack.
Especially when we find the evidence that it used to have stones on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
So when we find these spaces, and also we find it sometimes beneath huge blocks that can work for a ceiling.
Yeah.
Something that will be 9 meters long, big enough to seal a huge shaft underground like this one.
Yeah.
So if we have these and they used to have the casing, why is it harder to believe that we can have more of them?
Over there. Well,
yeah.
I mean, they're everywhere. There's like...
They are everywhere.
1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, just
and there
5,
is further
6 over
ones.
there. The Osiris shaft over there.
The Osiris shaft, exactly.
Yeah, we've looked at these and they're deep.
I think his name is Yusuf.
Quite deep.
Is that what his name is? Yusuf is his name. The guide here. He's gotten banned and he gets him into all these different kind of areas where supposedly you're not even allowed to go into. Here's the most replayed part. I wonder what they see. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Sometimes we need to get just to the shade.
Huh?
Don't worry.
It's like it's on maximum attack here. Hang on, let me just put it down.
Oh Jesus, he's going down with it,
Yeah,
brother.
there
He's
you go.
brave. Holy shit.
That's good.
Fucking crazy, huh?
Don't worry, I'm not gonna drop it.
No, I'm not worried. I would be fine with that.
I wouldn't.
Probably do me good not to have my
And
phone.
we
in my-
can still see that a very similar
Yeah.
design, but on a smaller scale, was done here.
Yeah.
Very cool shit. What is these subterranean chambers
that-
of the Giza Plateau? Just kind of move it along a little bit because I don't want to like bore people here. It's very cool though. There's another part here too that's important, I guess.
Don't know.
You can choose between two things.
Look at the area, man. Like
Symbolic or coincidence.
Coincidence. That's right.
look how weathered it is too. I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
there's a lot of like you look around at it. Like obviously, I have a background in geology, but people have noticed this. That there is a strange weathering in the area. And it's on the Sphinx too, and it's on the bedrock around the Sphinx, which is really where Robert Schoch saw the weathering, the erosion that was due to water, not to wind and sand. And oh, me too, OD. I know, man. It's a bucket list trip for me. So that's the Great Pyramid of Giza, dead ahead here, or Khufu's Pyramid, some people call it. But you can see the top of it. So it is the only pyramid out of the three that has the outer layer still intact on it. So I forget what it was. It was, let me go see the picture. What pyramids of Giza looked like in the beginning. Like they were white. They had like this kind of capstone on the outside. This. A digital recreation of Giza by Australian insurance company Budget Direct. I don't know how accurate that is. I think that's fairly accurate though, as to what people thought they would have looked like. So they had like kind of a white surface and then the gold capstone on top of them. And what had happened over time is that had weathered and come off. But casing stone, thank you, Bones. That's a word I was looking for, yeah. They were taken and reused except for the ones that were the very top of the biggest. Yes, yeah. How do they know it was water and not wind and sand? Like something residue left over or something? It's water leaves a very specific mark, I guess, chalky, on the rock. It's undeniable for people that are learned in geology. Mr. Magoo, is it smoother lines? Yeah, it's the erosion is fairly it's discernible. And when it actually wasn't Robert Schoch who saw that, it was John Anthony West first, who was just a researcher that lived in the area. But he got in contact with Robert and said, "Hey, like I think this looks like water," and like didn't make a lot of sense to them because it wouldn't line up with the time period. So it hadn't really rained in this area for thousands of years. Like the amount of water that would have to be to cause that much erosion would have to have been 8, 9, 10,000 years ago, right? Which would redate the Sphinx and potentially redate the whole area. Because they think it's only 4,000 roughish 4,500 years old. So that redating was a big deal. And now I'm bringing up the Great Pyramid because I've shown this on here before. But you can see the top of it is where some of the casing stones and where the capstone used to be still there. Bits and pieces of it, at least the shell of it. And there was a theory some guy has. He must have a background with some people. He must know some people in archaeology. But he has this whole theory too that the Earth is periodically subjected to these geomagnetic pole reversals that are very cataclysmic. And he thinks the whole area wasn't subjected to just rainfall, but a giant wave. There was a giant wave that swept through the area. Like the whole area got flooded up to what we're seeing here, this line where the keystones are, roughly. So you can see around here, and he has an argument for this that he's published. I don't know how well it's received, but that the same kind of weathering and erosion can be seen on the rest of this pyramid, on the stones. And that there are even wave marks, supposedly, according to him. I don't know. I can't discern between that. It does kind of look like it when you look at it. But that the water is what really removed the casing stones, all of them. There's theories that they were pulled off and reused, but I'm sure some of that is true because they found some of them. But that was actually a wave that eroded and washed all that out. So, which is pretty crazy because the size of that wave was apocalyptic, right? So, yeah. I just want to know the truth of them. If I had a time machine, that's my first stop for sure. Oh, a lot of people, man. Same. Yeah. When is abrasive? Water is corrosive and abrasive. Oh, there we go. Yeah. They were considered ancient, even Cleopatra. They were, man. Yeah. Well, because the date is 4,500 years ago, the official date, which is a long time ago still. But there's a possibility they're even older than that. We don't know. I don't think anyone knows with any conviction, really, or with enough conviction to know for sure where and when they were built. Archaeology points it to be toward, 4,500 years ago for a couple reasons. But there's some carbon dating they've done on some of the stones as well that might show that. It's hard to tell, though, with reconstructions or, there could have been repairs made. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know for sure. It's older for sure. Is it not a floodplain? Doesn't it make sense? Well, not a floodplain that would bring waters of that height is the only thing. Like a wave of that height would be a cataclysmic wave. In other areas would have been subjected to it too, not just this area. And there are stories of a giant flood, but they go back a long, long way. It goes deeper into history than even because of the supposed construction of these pyramids, but it could be that these pyramids have sat here for 12, 13,000 years. Biblical flood, yes, yeah. So it's hard to for instance, Göbekli Tepe is about 12,500 years ago. That's the oldest megalithic site that we know of right now, but that kind of redated history to some degree, where I'm going to bet, right, and this isn't based on a lot of hard data yet, but I'm going to bet that there are going to be a lot of megalithic sites that get redated to probably around that time period. Because there was groups of people back then that were doing this. And we don't really know who they were, I don't think. So that's why the Sphinx and the pyramid watermarks. Is there any other evidence in the area of it? Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm not an expert on this argument, but I've heard them say that there is actually bones, and that some other sites are completely demolished. There's another site to the north that is pretty fucking destroyed. There was a whole temple complex around the Sphinx too. There was a Sphinx temple that's completely decimated. So there's some evidence around the area of like a kind of a cataclysmic event. That people suggested that in the past. I've seen that. And so tying this together with some giant wave that hit the area may not be completely off base, but you'd look and see, is there erosion around the other bedrock? And that's what I was just noting here, because it kind of looks like it does have that. As they're walking up here, you can see.
Right.
I mean, you need someone with better eyes to look at it than myself.
You can choose between two things.
Symbolic.
Symbolic or coincidence.
So what version of man lives there in our timeline? Well, brother, that's a good question. That is the question. I mean, who were the people that were there? I mean, it could have been that the people that are now the Egyptians were the people that were there, but maybe there were other people that entered in there. I mean, for instance, the Egyptians speak of this time called Septepi, which is like the time before. And the time before is when the gods walked among man. And the gods, bear some resemblance, really, I think so, to the Mesopotamian pantheon. Very tall, very big people, which is kind of reiterated across a lot of different cultures, a lot of these different polytheistic cultures, the multiple gods, right? So it could have been a combination of the local people and some of these other people at this time period, whenever that was. I don't know if there's a hard date on Septepi, but they speak of it like way, way in the past, right? Like there aren't a lot of, I don't know how many anecdotes they have of it, like specific. I feel like it's like 10 or 12,000 years ago, but I don't know if they would know when it specifically dates to. They might be there. That might be written somewhere, you know. I know Plato speaks about an Egyptian priest telling Solon that they had records going back about 9,000 years in Egypt, which go back to the demise of this other civilization they talked about called Atlantis. So the people had been in the area keeping records for that long, right? So then that would harken back to this time. And I don't know if anyone's ever tried to do that. It'd be hard to do it, but to correlate Zep-Tepi with the end of Atlantis and Plato's story. The problem is a lot of people like academically would look at Plato's story quite skeptically, that it's like, well, it's an anomaly in his writings, really. He gives a lot of specific data mentions to Atlantis, you know, specific examples, of Atlantis, about like the size of the city, roughly how advanced they were, you know, even going to describe what the city looked like. That's something people don't really realize, I guess, like that they used this metal called orichalcum in the city. And this was supposedly an anomalous metal that they'd found since then in the area. And we maybe have even found, but this orichalcum, which is the metal of the orcs, for people that maybe play Skyrim or the Elder Scrolls, but it's actually the metal of the Atlanteans here in real world, possibly, right? Our world. But that it was this kind of fool's gold that was made out of copper and some kind of weird bronze mixture, but that they covered the city with orichalcum because they were obsessed with gold. They had this fondness for gold, which is, again, like another group of people in Mesopotamia, like the Anunnaki, were obsessed with gold, the gods. They had made us to mine it for them. So that's another weird connection, that they were obsessed with. Humans have been obsessed with gold, but the gods were obsessed with gold, which is why we were obsessed with gold ultimately. So what was with the gods' fascination for the gold, and why does it span across these cultures again, right? But anyway, so very specific mentions of even what the city looked like, that it was draped in this orichalcum, all the buildings were like glistening, and you know, anyway. But yeah, what version of man? It's a good question. I mean, when you look at the walls on the Egyptian in some of the, not the pyramids don't have anything written in them, but some of the other depictions, like the Egyptian gods, they'll show a relief here of them in comparison to everybody else. You know, like Anubis and Horus, where's like a creation myth scene, right? Like here's a good one here, right? You can see, and this would be considered a schizo take by people who were involved in researching this probably, but you can, I don't know, this is a famous one because there's like a crocodile, cheetah, hippo creature in Ancient Aliens. It goes on about, oh, maybe they did hybridization of the animals. It's like, oh my fucking God. Maybe maybe they were hybrid people, like, with a crane head and a dog head. It's like, oh my fucking God, man. But taking that into account, these gods here are way bigger than the people. Right? And it's a theme, and I think, you know, people who study this, art historians or people in archaeology, would look at this and say, oh, well, they're the gods. They were huge. But I'd buy that if there weren't stories of people of that stature around at the time. Everywhere. And it's reiterated again in Mesopotamia. I don't know if I have this up here or not. Oh, no, it's a meme. But, you know, the cylinder seals I usually bring up on here that I find to be very interesting also depict this same kind of theme, right? Where, you know, we'd have to dig further into it. We have recovered people like this. So if we want to take a shot in the dark at it, I would say maybe this is who they were and what they looked like, right? And I've already gone over, and this is some, I would love to bring this to Robert Schoch and say, Robert, put this in your book. I'm not going to write a fucking book on it, but he can. I would love to bring this to him because I haven't seen anyone really make this correlation. I think some people are getting hit with the ads right now. This one here, man. So not only do we have a lot of similarities, like the height kind of similarity of these gods across these different polytheistic, religions through the year. They're all this area, Mesopotamia and Mediterranean and Northern Africa, but they are very eerily close. Anthropomorphically, if that's the right word to use, which I think it is here, the shape, those are the Moai heads on Easter Island, right? And there is a god, Enki, I think it's Enki or maybe Enlil, on that Mesopotamian cylinder seal. That's, I don't know, Babylonian, probably 4,500 years old. So that cylinder seal is as old as the pyramid, supposedly. So digest that for a minute. And if it's that old, also, how the fuck do we know that? Some of the cylinder seals are like grocery lists, but some of them are different, right? And they're more revered and they may be older, right? I don't know if we know that definitively. You always have to kind of press a little bit and be like, how do we know that? How do you know that? Like, how did we come to that conclusion, right? Is that old there? Because people sometimes speak with a little bit too much conviction in these disciplines, I find. So not everybody does. Some people are more transparent than others, but it's really fucking similar. Like, actually, I'd wager if you really matched up, which we have, it's almost identical. It needs to be addressed in that this may have been the culture that was lost that we're looking for here. And here's a piece of fucking literal evidence for it, that they were making Easter Island heads of themselves, reliefs, and they did this also on these cylinder seals out of Mesopotamia because they were in both these areas, because they were across the globe, right? I think I'm all in. I'm saying this is beyond fucking coincidence. And the other funny fucking thing is that supposedly when the explorers landed on Easter Island, guess who the Easter Islanders said built the fucking statues? The giants. And supposedly, this is a little bit more schizo. It's kind of a looser thread, I guess, to pull on. But supposedly, there were a couple explorers who landed there, and they met with some of these fucking people who had gone native with the natives, who were huge. They said like 9 or 10 feet tall. It might not have been that tall, actually. But they would have been fucking big. I mean, if you meet an 8-foot tall person, they're going to seem just like a fucking giant. But there was tons of rumors all along Patagonia too, right? In South America. There were stories of them running into these giant fucking people. This sounds crazy at first, and I thought the same thing until I actually started going through the history and being like, I don't think it is. I think either we've just stupidly kind of ignored it and it got lost in translation at some point because people didn't want to associate themselves with Christian fundamentalists or the Bible, right? Who talked about giants and whatnot, like the Nephilim. But I really do think there's something here to be dug into further. I'd place a bet, and it's probably a bit of a premature bet, but from what I've seen so far, I'd place a fucking bet. This is probably who they were. This may have been kind of what they looked like, actually. They were definitely human, too. Just another race of people, right? A lost race of people. And they could be depicted on these walls as well. Not quite the same, but, a similar kind of motif where they're walking among the people and they're very large. And again, that could also just be due to the fact that they were the gods, but I don't think so. It's when you have those it's like you can't ignore those other correlations in the stories. It could paint kind of a much broader picture here. People kind of confine themselves a little bit, and it's due to judgment or whatnot. I don't give a fuck because this is my area, really. I'm just looking at it critically, and I see some of these correlations, and I'm like, what the fuck? And like others, like Robert has come in, right, from another background and looked at it, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, none of this makes sense. And that's the problem when you isolate yourselves, too. And they were just a scholarly community, these Egyptologists, and they desperately needed to have other opinions from other disciplines, right? But they didn't go seek those out because they may upend their conclusions and their life's research, consequently. So that would be very bad for them and their ego. But anyway, yeah, man, it's fucking endless. I don't know when we're going to get closer to it. I mean, yeah, maybe like Jimmy had an idea whenever this earlier, where Trump just released all the JFK files. Maybe it's time they go through the Smithsonian and exhume that fucking place and see what's in there. I'd be real fucking curious. I would be fascinated to know what's in that fucking facility. And because there were supposedly dozens, if not hundreds of bodies of people that were between 7 and 8 feet tall that were recovered off of Native American burial mounds, right? Talk about this quite a bit. But I couldn't fucking believe when I heard this. And when I started going through the stories of how many bodies were recovered by archaeologists and anthropologists. This wasn't Jim Bob and the boys being like, oh, these are big boys, fucking, you know, you want to buy them? No, these were accredited people, right? So smoke weed beer and ate a weed cookie. Oh, fuck, brother, fucking buckle up. We're going down a rabbit hole. My kind of time. It's going to be me tomorrow night, man. It's going to be me tomorrow night. 100 fucking %. It is. Well, actually, when we play Magic, but I'll probably still be fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, well, fuck, we're down a rabbit hole right now. And listen, as I told Digi, because he's going to be going to fucking the Vatican at some point to, you know, check out that whole shindig. The Rongo tablets. Right here, right? So we don't know how to read this language. This is a language of the native Easter Islanders. And guess who owns some of the tablets? The fucking Vatican. Are you playing Magic the Gathering? Fuck yeah, man. The Vatican owns these fucking tablets for some fucking reason, right? Like they own a bunch of shit that they stole a long time ago. Anyway, I think they've made amends to some degree, but fucking dinguses. Anyway, but the Smithsonian is just as interesting in what they might have. I would place a bet again that we would probably find the remains of some very large people. Might not be complete skeletons, but we'd find the remains of them there. Because it was back in the 1930s when, I forget what the guy's name was. Hugh Newman had talked about this in a video we watched. But he was one of the head archaeologists at the Smithsonian in the 1930s. And he came out and just put this whole idea of this giants down. He said, no, it was all misidentification. It's all bullshit. After, you know, and unfortunately for him, I mean, all these local newspapers around the U.S. documented these finds. So I don't know what the fuck he was on about, what he was trying to do. Whether he was some kind of like, you know, fundamentalist Christian that didn't want to like dig into this story or whatever the fuck happened. But that's when it all started to kind of go dark. There was probably him and a group of people really that put down this whole narrative, and it didn't really make a lot of sense. They could have just been ignorant and they weren't around at the time when a lot of these digs were found. These digs were found probably before they were born, honestly, most of them. And so they just attributed it to just idiots or people misidentifying stuff, but it wasn't. And it's funny, it just completely died. This idea of giants in America. And I'm not going to go on about it ad nauseum again, but like there's tons of mentions of this. It was a meme, and beyond just in the United States, it was a meme among Native American tribes who had tons of stories about these people. It was a meme among many ancient peoples that there were this race of giants in the past. And, you know, I think due to, you know, fantasy and media, I think of like Jack and the Beanstalk and like, you know, 30 foot tall, fucking 100 foot tall people. Like, no. Like 7.5, 8 feet tall. That is fucking a literal giant. If you've ever seen someone that big. I've seen someone who's like 7'2", and like, Jesus Christ, like give that guy a battle axe and I'm fucking running away instantly. Like, you imagine if someone's 8 feet tall, GG, you're done. Yeah. Fuck me. Check your whole tiny octopus, trout, unicorn, simple plant. Holy fuck. Yeah. Card games lead to paranormal opinionation. Do they actually? They could, man. That could be a thing, yeah. But they find more things than asking mummies. Well, that's another thing too, man. I mean, they'll keep digging shit up, and who knows what they're going to connect? Who knows what kind of dots they're going to connect too, right? You know, I fuck. Yeah. I wonder if I could pull. This might be a good time to do this. I've done this before, but it might be a good time to go and pull up some of these articles. Now, it's hard to find them. One way I did it was I actually went to, how did they do it? There was a website, and Kendrick, you'd found one of them, but there was a better one where you could go through some of these old articles. There was also a collection somebody had, it was a post, it's probably on my phone and my bookmarks somewhere, where someone had painstakingly gone through and found all of these mentions, and it brought you to the website of the town where they in their museum had collected these articles, and they still reside. And it's a photocopy of the actual article from like 1890 or 1903 or whenever. And it's when the find was made. And we read one here on stream, and they're talking about 80 bodies that were this big, that were about 7 to 8 feet tall. Bodies recovered, U.S. burial mound. Oh God, it will be. I wonder if Hugh Newman, maybe he has it. Newman, giant bodies, newspapers. I wonder if he has a resource. Is maybe who actually had it. I'm trying to see. Here's the full text. Oh my God. Okay, Hugh, I apologize. Oh, this is not really good because we don't have any visuals here, guys. This is just the actual physical text. Okay, that's Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Well, that's kind of useless to us. Fuck me. Yeah, he's got a couple of stories of this. He had giants of Stonehenge in ancient Britain. Again, they had tons of stories around in their folklore. Who built the Stonehenge were giant people. Stories from Geoffrey of Manaroth back in the Middle Ages talked about how in ancient times there was a giant tribe that Brutus of Troy encountered, and that they named a place called Gog Magog after this giant leader, Gog Magog, they killed, and they're fucking crazy, yeah. Show you them bones, yeah. That's the meme. Oh, fuck, I would love to find... I mean, this is giant skeletons found. This is in the New York Times, 1902. You're probably searched in the New York Times and find this. Los Angeles. So there you go. Archaeologists to send expedition explore graveyard in New Mexico where bodies were unearthed. Owing to the discovery of the remains of a race of giants in Guadalupe, New Mexico, antiquarians and archaeologists are preparing an expedition further to explore that region. This determination is based on the excitement that exists among the people of a scope of country near Mesa Rico, about 200 miles south of Las Vegas, where an old burial ground has been discovered that has yielded skeletons of enormous size. Lucien Quintana, on whose ranch the ancient burial plot is located, discovered 2 stones that bore curious inscriptions, and beneath were found in shallow excavations the bones of a frame that could not have been less than 12 feet in length, which is crazy. Where do we see it? Like the men who opened the graves say the forearm was 4 feet long and that his well-preserved jaw of the lower teeth ranged from the size of a hickory nut to that of largest walnut in size. There you go. Anyway, that's one instance of it. But it was a meme back then too, which is the important context, that they were finding these everywhere, right? So then some of these you have to be suspicious of probably, right? But yeah. Do you think the Giants of Kandahar is a whack story? I would say probably, because the fact that they would still be alive today would be very suspicious. I definitely could. Yeah, we should Google Earth it. Guadalupe, New Mexico. Yeah. Country near Mesa Rico. Well, let's go to Mesa Rico. I think I mentioned this before, but yeah, the story of the Kandahar giant is actually, I think it might be a LARP, but it's based on why can't go to Google Earth? What is going on here? Come on now. What? Fuck's sakes. The story is actually based on the Sitka from the Pueblo Indians. I can't remember. Paiute Indians. And the Sitka, I'll pull this up. Sitka. Giants. Giants. The Sitka Giants were this cannibalistic race of giants. Of course, there's no images. That were talked about by, yes, the Northern Paiute tribe. And essentially, they were these giant people, long red hair, who warred with the Paiute and other tribes as well. And they ended up killing the remains of the remaining tribe back in, I think it was like the late 1700s. But there's a place called Lovelock Cave where supposedly the remains of these giants were found at some point, and they burned them out. They burned them alive. But the Kandahar giant story is essentially just a visualization of like what happened with the Siddhika. These giant 7.5, 8 foot tall, red-haired people that fought with the Native Americans. And in this instance, it was the U.S. Army. So yeah. Wonder, maybe there's some FOIA comment records, but supposedly multiple guys lit the Kandahar giant up with rifles. It's interesting, man, in that, you know, if there is truth to it, I guess it would kind of vibe with history a little bit, really. It might, because this story isn't just, it's more than just Northern Paiute people that talk about these giants. They're all over the America, essentially. There were other tribes who spoke about this. They lived among them too, supposedly, in some of these other tribes towards the east, which is why they were found maybe in these Native American burial grounds, but they didn't look like them. But you can read stories of explorers too that landed in the Americas, and they encountered these people. They encountered very large people, like unbelievably large people. And it may have just been remnants of them. Maybe there were groups in them that interbred with us. That's also what all the stories talk about when you go through like the whole ancient astronaut theory. But essentially the gods mated with man, and then even the story from the Bible with the Watchers, right? You know, ended up creating this kind of bastardized race of the Nephilim that were giants. Well, I mean, who were the Watchers? Probably also giants, I'm assuming, right? They had giant kids. If you try and take it literally and be like, well, who were they literally, right? So, and then you get the Watchers, or you get the Egyptian god pantheon, or you get the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki could very possibly be considered the Watchers as well, right? This group of beings that came from heaven down to earth, right? And then also interbred among man, undoubtedly, and then, you know, but with their offspring would probably have been giant if they were giant. So why the fuck is Google Earth not working? Hold on. Google Earth 501 error. What if I can just go, oh, here, it's going to take us here now. What was that area? Sorry. Mesa Rico is where it is. I'd be really curious if there are any other of these areas. Really? It's nothing found. Are you kidding me? Mesa Rico, United States, New Mexico, Mesa Rico Drive. Is that where it could be? It's probably been built over now, for Christ's sake. It's probably a neighborhood on top of where it used to be. Mesa, scope of country near Mesa Rico. Exist among the people. This determination is based on the, race of, it's in Guadalupe, so maybe we should just go there. Oh my fucking God, go there. What are you talking about? Go there. Guadalupe. How do I spell that again? Guadalupe. New Mexico. Here we go, right here. Let's go. Yeah, we government land now. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. So this is the area that they were found in. I mean, fuck, like that's, you know, Jesus. Such a cool, I'd love to go to New Mexico. It's such a cool spot. Like, I don't know if any of you guys are from there. Go back. Interesting. So somewhere in here, they were just found randomly buried. And you know, the interesting thing too with these remains was that there was a lot of the artifacts that were found with them with strange writing. And that's what's really fucking interesting. Where, like, what language were they writing in? Right? Like, did it look like cuneiform or some shit? Because if it did, that'd be even more of a fucking head trip when you really think about it. It'd be an absolute fucking head trip. It'd be some direct kind of correlation to the Anunnaki, which is, you know, and there's like sketchy evidence for stuff like that. I don't really believe some of it. Yeah. Mesa Rica, not Rico. Okay. Oh, is that what it is? Mesa Rica, New Mexico. Oh, they're up in here. This is Mesa Rica. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, West is eerie as fuck. I mean, I've been through Las Vegas and Arizona, man, and yeah, it's an eerie spot. It's very I mean, this is the thing, right? Which is very interesting. So like all over here, let me pull up this guy's Twitter page because this is genuinely interesting. What's his name again? fuck. Who do I, he's one of the, I follow him. He posts about these burial mounds. What's his name? Following. I just followed him recently. Gregory Little. Here we go. He goes to these mounds. So Frogmore Mound, Louisiana, built in 700 AD. So that just looks like a fucking hill, right? No, this was a mound. And in many of these mounds, they found remains of people. And in some of these mounds, they found the remains of these very large people. You ever heard the weird shit that goes on in Joshua Tree? No? What goes on in Joshua Tree? I've been to Joshua Tree National Park. That's where the Grand Canyon is, isn't it? Leading up to it. There's another one there. Like they just look like hills, but they're not. They're man-made mounds of dirt that are very old. Yeah, one of the 2 mounds remaining at the Haynes Bluff. I wonder if there aren't still some of these kicking around in some areas, or if there aren't there's a lot of cave systems out west in the US. I'd wonder if you didn't, because we don't want to go north of like Maine or anywhere along that parallel, because that's where the ice sheet would have been like 12,000 years ago, even sooner than that. So these people would have been in this kind of sweet spot here. And so, yeah, I wonder if there wouldn't be areas still you could stumble upon some gravesite with these remains in them. Still. I mean, it's becoming more and more unlikely, but UFOs, cryptid ghosts, you name it. Are there actually? That's interesting. We have thousands of these mounds in Denmark. Oh, do you actually, Edge? You ever find big people in them? Any stories of big people? I mean, the Vikings have their own stories. There's their own pantheon, right? They have their own polytheistic pantheon of gods, right? With Odin and Loki and Thor and, you know, tall, fair-haired people. Yeah. So, even faced with ETs. Fuck, did they talk about this, man? Are you traveling through back roads and farmland? You often see trees and elevated spaces in the fields. These are often Native American Indian mounds. These are the Carter Mounds in Mississippi. Just out in the middle of nowhere, you wouldn't think it'd be anything. And then, you know, years ago, people went inside them and they're burial mounds. So they buried people in them. This was their civilization. It's hard to imagine. You think of the Native Americans as being these fucking people who were just living in teepees, but they had full-blown cities and shit. So, and in some of these, this is where these people were found. It just blew my mind going through his Twitter page. I had an idea how many there were, but like a few of the 29 mounds at the Moundville, Alabama complex. Look at them. Look. Like, fuck, man. Yeah. Told me to ask anything and I said, save us all. And it was acknowledged. Fuck. Ask them about the Giants next time. Say, talk to me about the Giants. They might just say, you don't want to dig into that. 58-foot tall Chiefs mound at the 29 mound complex in Moundville. Crazy shit, huh? Anyway, I mean, it was more, some of the artifacts are extremely interesting. I don't know what Greg's opinion of this is. I mean, he's posted, how I found him was he posted about this. He made a post referencing something like this about these people. And he's not into this argument, but I think it's a part of the history here that they found these people here. Although it's been lost to history and lost to time, but yeah. 6-inch tall figurine excavated from Spiro, Oklahoma mounds. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah. A lot of trade routes in major cities in the USA were native trading posts and villages that were just assimilated, and it's been pretty whitewashed. Yeah, man. No, I know. It's fucking... the whole story there is just terrible and disgusting. A pair of large white marble lions guard the stretch of the Mojave Desert, and it is utterly mysterious how they got there. Really? I've been through the Mojave Desert too, actually. Years ago. Interesting. Somebody just deposited them there, huh? That's cool. Oh, look, that's a cool shot. That's a cool shot there. Wow. Holy shit, huh? Wow, under the Milky Way. Very cool, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't really heard about Joshua Tree having weird activity. Is it kind of like Skinwalker Ranch, maybe? Man. Fuck. I wonder if I would love to find... There was a crazy story. I think we read this on like Sunday one time, but it might be, it might not be, it wasn't a green text post, but it was about someone who was in the Grand Canyon maybe, or in that area. And supposedly they found a cave entrance at like a very awkward angle. Like it was like it was a very precarious spot. It was like almost, I think they had to rappel down to get into it. But supposedly they entered the cave, and inside the cave they found the remains of this giant person with like a sword. And there are stories like that too. And actually, I think where this one came from was John Bavanku, who's a remote viewer. And he's actually into this argument as well. It's one of the reasons why I emailed him a couple of years ago. Because he's under the same fucking shit here, right? And I was like, okay. Anyway, there's a story about this during the gold rush in California. There was a guy, a prospector, who was up in the mountains somewhere in the middle of fucking nowhere in California. And he stumbled upon this cave entrance again, walked in, and he found a bunch of these tombs of these people, giant people with like swords and pickaxes and gold. And it was, he couldn't bring any of it back, but so he tried to trace his steps back, and then he went into town and he tried to organize some kind of like a raiding party, but a group to go and get all the shit out of there. And anyway, like the morning they were about to leave, the guy winds up dead. Someone kills him. And then no one ever found where the fuck it was because he was the only one that knew. So didn't tell people where it was. He was going to take them there. So the anecdotes, people say don't go wandering around at night in the area. Oh, that's fucking interesting. Goddamn. I almost did that. I almost fucking stayed out there, honestly. Good thing I didn't. Yeah. But there have been finds. Where we can find this right now, we probably could. We could say giant pickaxes found California. See if I can find this article. Fuck. Good luck trying to find it. Good luck trying to find it. Fuck. Again, one of these finds years ago. Probably like 100 years ago. But they found a mine in California. And they found these giant pickaxes. And the description was, this could have only been wielded by a man who was like 9 feet tall. And it's just, I can't reiterate how many stories there are of this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah. A posse. A native English picture. Yeah. A posse, I guess would make sense. Yeah. Would that be what it's called? Posse? Raiding party would still work if they're going to go fucking, steal a bunch of ancient relics out of some kind of like holy site. But, yeah, man. I wish I could find the articles. It's weird. I mean, obviously, people aren't searching for this. This stuff is like buried in archives that Google isn't even going to be able to access, which is what's funny about it. It would be some library somewhere in California would have a newspaper clipping of the find, and that was it. And that's where it went. Like no one's collected this. I forget how I ran into this to begin with. Actually, I can't quite remember. I ran into Hugh Newman stuff at some point along the way because Hugh Newman was an author who started digging this up himself, going through all these accounts. And their book, although I wish it had pictures in it because it had pictures of the actual articles and shit. I think it does. They went and dug up all these fucking stories, literally. So, yeah. How big were the tunnels? Like giant too? They would have had to have been, I imagine, if they're fucking like 8 plus feet tall. Yeah. Yeah. Where were these giant pickaxes found? California. Somewhere, I don't remember where in California. This is just an anecdote. This is one of these articles that I'd seen. Kind of like the giant body recoveries, right? Like whether it was in the New York Times or wherever. But it was one of these articles talking about this recovery. That was quite old though. Like it was it would probably be, maybe it was in Hugh Newman's book too, that you'd find this, but that this was just one of these archaeological discoveries they had, and where the fuck they went, who knows, right? They're completely gone. Yeah. You're installing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yeah, I was just speaking with someone the other day, Rabbit, that was hyped for that. So interesting. I was never really played the Final Fantasy games, man. Some of my buddies were like huge into them, but I played the Final Fantasy MMO actually back in the day a little bit, but I never played through the other series. Yeah. Fuck me. Anyway, it'd be quite a chore to dig it up. Fuck. I'll have to try and find if I can find that resource, maybe one stream, I'll dedicate like a stream to it or something and we can just go through all the stories because it's fucking crazy how many there are. And that resource, I think it may be my phone somewhere, but it was brilliant. It brought you, somebody spent the time. I could probably, let me try again here. Stories of Giants in USA links, something like that. Maybe someone has links to it. The Giant Storybook. Giant human skeletons. Yeah. Something like that. Oh, is it this guy? Well, here's a fucking reason. Here's some stories collected. Here's some of the newspaper articles. Oh, well, there's a prehistoric baseball bat. What is this? Beside the trunk of the skeleton, I found a copper axe with an edge harder and keener than any steel instrument of the kind I've ever seen. On the opposite side was a club made of the same metal of the axe. It was shaped not like a baseball bat. Under the trunk was a gold plate 10 inches long, 6 inches wide. A little farther along lay another skeleton of a woman. I picked up a string of nuggets near the skull also. Interesting, yeah. The catacombs, as I have named this passage, are about 300 feet long, 14 feet wide, and 30 feet high. Seem to be cut out of solid rock. Interesting. I gathered 500 ounces of gold in the underground passage. You found a giant baseball bat looking thing. A race of Indian giants. I mean, here's just an idea. There's one of their, I think that is real. That's one of the bodies that were recovered there. I think it is. It's a woman. You can actually see her reproductive organs there. I guess it's an old mummy, so we probably need to worry about it. But where the fuck is the? I'll zoom right in on it there. There you go. There you go. Hey, she's like 7 feet tall. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Good things are coming, bros, worldwide. Fucking right. It's clearly just perspective. She's in the foreground. Is that what you think it is? I don't know. I don't think it is. Oh, look at man. I don't know. Compelling stuff. Yeah, I think this is. I think this is one of the accounts. Yeah, yeah. Oh fuck! Hold on. Shit, it zoomed in here too. This is the actual story. The corpse of the biggest man that ever lived, dug up near San Diego, California. As to the accuracy and the estimate, there can be no question, as the cadaver has been carefully inspected and measured by Professor Thomas Wilson, curator of the Department of Prehistoric Anthropology in the Smithsonian Institute, and by other scientists. The tape line even now registers the length from head to the top of the head at 8 feet 4 inches. Yeah. The mummy's head of an Indian and almost certainly prehistoric. Craziness, yeah. How do I get an Amazon woman? Man, that's a good question. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think I don't know. I genuinely don't know. This is on Hugh Newman's book, so this may be one of the finds here. But yeah, how can I have this standing like that? I don't know. It's a good question. She's in a coffin, so I think you could probably tell. You can infer from the shadow of the box over his feet that she's not too far in front of him. They're standing right beside it, I think. If you look to the left here, look, you can see. I know it's not out in front. Yeah, look down here. You can see where his foot's right in line with the coffin. So whether it's real, I don't know if this one's real or not. I think it's supposedly supposed to have been, but yeah. Anyway, it's surprising there aren't more images of it really, but a lot of them were found in like the late 1800s, mid 1800s. There were a couple that were found in the 1900s, but again, anthropologists involved. The newspaper clippings are more important to me, but this guy has a resource here. I mean, you get an idea how many. Like, look how many though that this guy has documented. These are all newspaper clippings of finds. Yeah. Yeah. Why is it not rotting more? Where's the giant snout? It was mummified. They're mummified. Same like mummies, right? Yeah. They were mummified to some degree. So that's another interesting part of the story, I guess. Because that's what happened in Egypt. That didn't happen in Mesopotamia, though, but they were preserved. So, yeah. I may have dated an alien briefly in 2009. No cap. Oh my God, bro. Fucking get that skinny bob fucking gussy or how? What race? Yeah. Yeah. Where is the giant now? I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows. That's the conundrum where all of these finds, man, went. These are all finds. Right? Like, where did they all go? Right? The Carnegie Museum claims possession of an 8 to 9 foot giant. Dr. W.J. Holland, curator of the Carnegie Museum, Pittsburgh, and his assistant, Dr. Peterson, a few days ago opened up a mound of the ancient race that inhabited this state and secured the skeleton, who, while in the flesh, was from 8 to 9 feet in height. So, again, from a mound. I mean, this is 1920. I wonder if we can find the actual newspaper thing here. I mean, that is the Inquirer, but I mean, that is... I don't think that's a... There you go, right there, clipping out of it. Yeah, I mean, I'd want to go right to the newspaper page with it. You can usually. There's probably another asset. There's probably another repository of this that you can go to, which would bring you right to the page. But yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Yeah. So they took this picture, and then what? Good question. I don't know the origins of the picture or what it's even connected to. I've seen it used before in correlation with these stories. I don't know I don't know what find in specific it's tied to. The one we read wasn't what it was tied to. Yeah. Look, mentally it wasn't human. It was crazy. Have you guys read Book of Enoch? Oh, I have. Council of Rome took it out of the Bible. Oh my God. Yeah. Anyway. I mean, but that's insanity where, again, you have a curator of the fucking museum or professor who was involved. And it's the language that's used too at this time period. So they say things like, a few days ago, a mound of the ancient race that inhabited this section and secured the skeleton of a man. So did it mean the natives, or this is another group of people they were aware of? Like this ancient race that inhabited this section. Like, I don't think that's how they described the Native American people, was it? I think they're talking about these people they were finding in these mounds. Like, what the fuck happened? Like, anyway, just a question I brought up on here again that I had. Because, like, again, when I look into something, I'm not just going to be like, oh, that's sick. Yeah, there's these fucking stories. I'm like, no. Where the fuck did this come from? Like, where are the citations? You know, I've some background in, you know, digging into source material and actually going through, you know, some of these accounts, and I want to go to the newspapers, websites. I've done this to some degree, and I've seen dozens of these already. And it seems absolutely, it's not just improbable, it's impossible that these professors of anthropology and archaeology would be mismeasuring these people. They're referring to them as a lost race of giants that they pulled out of these fucking mounds. Clearly unrelated to the Native Americans. So, like, that doesn't add up that this was just misidentifications. Like, this was a group of people. And it's very suspicious to me that we don't have any of these remains left. I don't buy it, actually. They must be somewhere, unless they all just turned to fucking dust. Because maybe they were too old, but I don't buy that either, because there's tons of stories of them being on display. This is one of those fucking arguments that, you know, is one of these stories here that it might get a little bit sketch, because I don't know if there was some kind of a cover up over this, why that was the case, but it's a little bit weird. It may just be one of those things that got lost to history, but I'm worried. Yeah. Yeah. Where are the records? Well, the records of the retrievals are right here. All over the United States, right? It was in the discoveries were detailed in all of the newspapers. But yeah, where are the records from the Smithsonian that took them? Supposedly, and now you'd have to defer to someone like Hugh Newman who really dug into it. But a lot of the finds ended up going to places like the Smithsonian. So ultimately, and then the excuse for why they can't find them, or the records are gone, is that there was an exhuming that happened in the last couple decades where they gave some of this stuff back to the Native American peoples where it came from, and they didn't give a fuck. So they gave them remains back to them. The boys probably just threw it in the fucking gutter somewhere. right? Or sold it off to some private collector. They don't want nothing to do with it. So they move these bodies around even in 1991. There should be a paper trail of where the body's stored now. Yes. Well, there should be. Well, right here. Here's a paper trail right here. It was at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. Is literally where this ended up. So you could call the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. Does it still exist? Let's see. Carnegie Museum, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm sure it's still around. There you go. Yeah, it's still there. It's built in 1895. When did this happen? Where did it say? Where's the actual date? Oh, in the early 1900s. Was it 1901? Something like that? Okay. So shortly after it came into existence, they had this find. So you could call the Carnegie Museum of Pittsburgh and you could say, hey, do you guys have any... I might do this tomorrow morning. Might call them tomorrow morning and say, hey, do you guys have any record of this find? I'll leave this up. Maybe next time I stream, I'll give you guys an update. I'll call them and say, do you have a record of this find that happened back in like 1901 or something? Where's Buddy's fucking article? 1920, sorry. 1920. Do you have a record of this? Maybe they still do. Yeah. Is anybody in Pittsburgh? Yeah. See if they still have it buried somewhere. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I saw that. Malibu. Giants in the mountains perish when dug up. Yeah. Cave giants are a different story. Catalina Island and Uinta Mountains in the Rockies have giant reports. Yes, I've heard of the Uinta Mountains. There's a basin there too, I think, where they found them. But same with Malta. Malta, off of the coast of, is it Sicily? Out in the Mediterranean. Has tons of stories of giant people being there as well, and also giant bodies being recovered. And this is where I think it might be some weird phenomena where a lot of people, maybe even academia, just don't realize that this was real. Like they might just genuinely think, I talked to one of my cousins about this. And again, I bring this shit up at like fucking Christmas dinner or some shit. I'm talking with people. We were talking about something along these lines. And I was like, oh, have you guys ever heard of the stories of them digging up giants? And he just comes in, he's like, bullshit. I was like, you motherfucker. I was like, I'm going to fucking choke you right now. But I understood where he's coming from because I literally said that when I was watching a video on this years ago and someone brought it up. That's literally what came out of my mouth. And it's that knee-jerk reaction of just ignorance. And it wasn't until I actually started looking into it where I was like, oh my fucking God. I was like, this is fucked. The Skinwalker Ranch is in the Uinta Mountains area. Is it actually? Where'd you hear that, Malibu? Is there an article you found on it? This is one of those things though, right? And I know some people in academia are going to be like, oh my God, Jim, like fucking what are you talking about now? It's like, okay. Who wants to be the one to find the giants or solve the mystery, right? It's not going to be for me because my background isn't in this area per se. But if somebody out there in anthropology or archaeology wants to get the credit for probably the biggest discovery in human history, here it might be. Here it lay. You just have to have the cock and balls to go after it. Or even if you don't have a cock and balls, you understand what I'm trying to imply here. You have just go get it. There's something here. You just have to cut through the bullshit. Man, I'm seriously going to call that museum tomorrow. I'm not even fucking joking. I'm going to call them tomorrow morning. Some poor fucking guy, some poor curator in one of those departments is going to get a call from me, fucking Mr. Schizo. He's going to be like, oh God. I'm going to get him to go fucking look. I'll make up a story. I'm going to say I'm a wealthy investor and I'm looking to make a donation to the museum, but I need some information first. And then that'll be how you get him off his ass out to the back and just say, could you please look through your records for me first of a find back in 1920? And do you still have those remains? Wouldn't you be fucking crazy? Wouldn't be crazy? They still have the remains and they take a picture and they send it to us. That'd be nuts, wouldn't it? Right? A skeleton of that size, of over 8 feet tall. And then we could just go around and keep doing this if there's some remains. And it might just have them locked up. They're like, oh, we have no idea this is a mystery. It's like there's a lot of fucking mysteries of people finding this shit, isn't there? In all these different burial mounds all over fucking America. Yeah. And of all the woo out there, Ancient Giants is the most believable. Well, it probably would be, man, because again, anyone that kind of has a background in ancient history would have run into these stories, even from Plato, who made a very small reference to a group of people that far off distant land, which I don't know if anybody has taken a jab at what Plato was talking about when he said that. I feel like he may have been talking about Albion, which is Britain, which is how some people in the ancient world referred to the British Isles because of the White Cliffs of Dover. So there was, and this, there isn't a lot of information on this, but that there was rumored to have been a race of giants there. And then when they got there, supposedly some people ran into them. And then the myths from the Celts living on there were that like Stonehenge, some of the megalithic sites, the other stone circles they found they were made by giants. And then like people came over and, they were like, oh, okay, the big rocks are moved by giant people. But no, literally, they were moving them. And then you get stories of these same kinds of people in other parts of the world, like in Central and South America, involved with megalithic sites. And it's like, I think it's Tiwanaku. No, it's Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan. Pyramid. Ancient Mesoamerican city. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Could you do the whole story and make a video about it, Jim, and have some big YouTube steal all your work and react video? Well, see, bro, I'm not going to do that because that's my trick. That's what that's what the streamers do. I can't be making content because since someone else is going to fucking watch it. Right? I'm going to wait for someone to do that, then I'll steal it. That's the game you have to play. All right? Do you guys know the story of how Teotihuacan was created? I hope I'm getting this right. I'm not misremembering it, but if I misremember it, then you'll have to excuse me. I believe it's Teotihuacan. So when I think it was, it would have been the Spanish, right? Because the Portuguese were in South America. But when the Spanish arrived, they asked the local priests who built this and why it was built. And the story that they told them was that a group of giants landed in a flint knife, got out, and then made the area. Now, back then, they thought, you people are fucking crazy. Another one of your crazy stories. And then the god of the wind and the god of thunder and then the god of the sun built out. It's like, no. They told them that a group of giants arrived in a flint knife, crashed in a flint knife, got out of this object, and built this site. And that's just been, I guess, attributed to just some other crazy native story, It's like, let's look at that one again, right? Let's take a second look at that one again, all right? That sounds very Mesopotamian to me, right? Flying around in these ships that like they can call, right? The Mesopotamians, like the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, you could like summon them. Like they crashed in this fucking ship and then got it and built this site. And back then, we were fucking just as stupid as they were, really, just pretending that we weren't. We're like, oh, well, it's a crazy story. It's like, it may have actually been what fucking happened. And we're too dense to understand what it actually means. I mean, if you've ever seen Teotihuacan, I've shown it here before. It's fucking insane. The site is it's an entire complex. The thing is so big from a distance, it looks like a fucking circuit board. Like, where's an image of it top down? It's unbelievably precisely crafted. And the iconography too. This serpent, the winged serpent, right? This winged serpent is all over the place in this area. That's almost identical to what's depicted in Mesopotamia with the caduceus and the winged disc. It's hard to believe. Is there anything inside part of the pyramid like the Egyptian ones? There is, yes. You can go inside of the main structure there. Yeah. Again, it's like same with the winged serpent motifs everywhere, which is Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha too. But where the fuck is it here? I mean, the idea again is that these people, right? Again, like there's the caduceus. This is found all over Mesopotamia, right? These entwining serpents around a staff, this winged disc. I mean, I could look up a depiction of, and then the dragons in the east, right? That's Revelations. You get the dragons are in the east, and then where's fucking Quetzalcoatl? I'm gonna butcher the spelling. Quetzalcoatl god. Like, where's a picture of him? You know, oh, there's a good one. He has wings. Like this giant this winged serpent he's all over the fucking pyramid too. Like, and actually the winged, I didn't know this till recently because there was a Russian archaeologist on Twitter asking people from the Mesoamerican community. He had a picture of the Mesopotamian winged disc that I usually show, which is this one here. And supposedly, I think I may have saved it actually. That one there, I think I did save it. This one here, it was an Aztec depiction. He was like, did you guys know that like they were depicting this same object in Mesoamerica in the sky? They just depicted it a little bit differently, but it's all over the fucking place too. I had no fucking idea. It's everywhere. Anyway. What do you mean by these people? Anyway, I'm just going down a rabbit hole again here. I apologize. Yeah. What's in there? Well, do you know the story of, what's his name now? Fuck, I just had his name in my head. I'll pull this up here, Mel, but thank you for grabbing it. Yeah. John Casey. Oh, fuck, that's interesting. Digging up real giants, buried UFOs. Fuck, what's his name? He was a god that was found. Ooh, he was Mayan though. ChatGPT, help me. Famous Mayan ruler found under pyramid. What was his name? Pakal. It was Pakal. Supposedly, I think he's still in there. Yeah, it's intricately carved into it. He's supposedly like 7.5 or 8 feet tall, is what I had heard. And he's in, where's the city at? It was beneath the temple, the inscriptions in Palenque, Mexico. Is he still in the coffin? They can't get to it or something. Oh, no, that's not him then. That's not him. No, this is a different guy. There's somebody that's still stuck in the sarcophagus, supposedly somewhere in Mesoamerica. That's huge. And I don't know, it's underwater or something, but they haven't got him out. I saw that documentary on this like last year, and I couldn't fucking believe it. And they said he's like over 7 feet tall. I was like, man, you can't make this shit up. Yeah. It's not like giant tall. Well, but yeah, none of these finds, 7.5 to 8 feet tall, 7, 8 feet tall. I mean, you got to think back in the day though, where most people were like 5.5 feet tall, right? That's pretty big. You would probably consider somebody who's 7 feet tall a giant. But that's what I mean. They're not fantastically tall. But hard to say. If you're over 7.5 feet tall, you get that good inocular DNA. Well, I mean, that's what we've gone into here before, right? Which, I mean, you know, some of these people walking around are 8 feet tall. Who the fuck knows?
There is a connection between
2 hours long.
Paranormal, UFOs, and the myths of ancient history.
Blind fog.
The clues are scattered across the landscape from a forbidden past. Maybe even in your own backyard.
Let's just skip to
there is a connection between the true nature of
us.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. I mean, so you've seen yourself giant bones which indicate civilization or beings or entities that could even still exist to this day and hiding that are different or have supernatural qualities to them or interdimensional qualities to them. Who knows? It's still unexplained and unknown. But you've seen bones and the folklore's there, the legends are there. The indigenous people like confirm that as well, and you have friends that have pulled, you know, tombs and bodies out of places here in Utah, and so, you know, why is it that, or let's talk about why suddenly you go back and they're just missing, or there's tablets that come out with a certain writing that tell a different history, and then boom, they're gone. And you've got stories to tell about some of that. We can get into that in a minute.
You got the Hobbit gene?
Stone tablets that you've discovered too. But
Yeah.
so you found this giant body and you go back the next day and then it's gone. So let's discuss that. What do you think?
Bro, I swear it was there, bro. I swear it was there, bro. All the gold was there too, bro. I swear to God, it was all there, bro. Yeah. Like there's a direct correlation between the Sumerian kings list and the shortening of lifespan over time due to DNA dilution and the people who were supposedly giant, Nephilim, etc. 5'10", probably normal. That's pretty tall though. That's above average. Yeah. I'm 6 feet, so I mean that's honestly that's in the average range nowadays. Honestly, for most men, I mean anywhere from 5'8" to like 6'2" is like average range. You're in like that ballpark of like that's like the kind of average height. Anything over that, you're getting tall. Anything under that, you can say maybe you're getting a little bit short. But yeah, man, the Sumerian kings list is extremely interesting. Yeah, I've gone over that here before too. It's another kind of like enigma that they haven't quite figured out yet. Where it's a little bit crazy. Yeah, but
What do you think is your theory on all that?
I don't even know what to think. I mean, like I said, there's only 10 of us that actually knew about it, and everybody was, kind of on the same page, more so some of my other colleagues wanted to take the bone home, take his leg home, take his head home, take his hand, have some piece of him or it, I should say. I don't know if it was he or her, but I don't believe that was the right thing to do.
Brother, if I found a giant body, I don't care if it's in bones or if it's a mummy, I'd be dragging that motherfucker out of there instantly. I like desecrating a sacred site. It's like, man, they're dead. All right. They're dead. They're gone. They're off to their next adventure. That's how I'm looking at it. We're taking everything in there. Okay. It's going on eBay, but we're going to bring the bodies to not the Smithsonian, some anthropologist, and be like, look at this DNA, please. Yeah, 6'1" is average around here. Yeah, in Denmark, you fuckers are pretty tall, aren't you? You guys are up there. I reckon this guy got a little giant gene himself. Yeah, he kind of looks like that a little bit, doesn't he? Yeah, you'll be looting that shit. I'd be exhuming it. That'd be a good way. That'd be a nice way of putting it, I guess. We'd exhume the tomb. Yeah. I'll check this out, man. I love these anecdotes. This is intriguing. Where were they when this happened? Maybe they missed the context on that. Lost treasures, biggest gold finds. Man, it's like some real uncharted shit. And the crazy thing for me is if you found the bodies, and this is what was the big conundrum for me, and this is what you could probably pin the Smithsonian down on, is that with the bodies in many of these reports, there were other relics that were found with them, and they had anomalous writings on them. So what the fuck does that mean? Right? That could potentially be, this is a crazy claim, all right? That could be these people could be from this Atlantis or that era, and that could be their writings. That could be the root of all of our languages. There's weird connections with language, like through Mesopotamia, the cuneiform system. I mean, where the fuck that came from? There could be connections to all of this, and they could have that shit locked away somewhere, and no one's ever seen the light. It hasn't seen the light of day in 100 years. And same if you found the remnants of these people and they had anomalous writings with them, like where did that go? That wouldn't dissolve like the fucking bones. Like the bones could turn to dust, but. Come into private collectors' hands. That's my concern, man. Or some groups of private collectors that have taken these remains and are hoarding them and have a knowledge of history that we do not, a perspective of history that we do not have here in the general public. And there are groups of people around that are in clubs who supposedly are keepers of ancient secrets, right? And I wonder if some of the lodges might know what happened to this stuff, honestly, because they were around 100 fucking years ago, 150 years ago. if this didn't end up in some of the lodges, or maybe, again, if anyone's in the Freemasonry and they've ever talked about any of this stuff, please tell me. Please let me know. I'm not just going to walk into my local fucking lodge here, but I'd be real curious if they have any kind of knowledge. Yeah. Klaus got a secret underground lair. Well, man, I mean, that's where the conversation gets even more schizo, which I don't know if we want to go to.
So what you told me that made me interested was the size of it. Tell me the size.
Well, the jawbone was probably 3 times the
we
size
got one ear
of my
going,
own
that works.
jaw. And
From the files of Terry Carter.
a scavenger all my life, and I got the opportunity to hunt, not really looking for something. I was actually out fishing, and I just happened to look up at a sand dune behind me and saw that there had been a lot of wind erosion, and there were lots of rocks and shells exposed, and I thought, well, I'll go up and look around in there. And one day I just happened to look far enough, and I found what looked like a femur bone poking up out of the ground, and I thought, well, this might be a sea lion or a porpoise. And it was really exciting to think that I might find a skull or something like that was fossilized, so I went ahead and kept digging a little bit. But when I finally got down to a skull cap, then I got kind of nervous because it was real fragile looking, and dug a little bit further, and then I saw teeth that looked like human teeth, and they were really ground down, and I thought, holy cow, this is something that probably should be told to the authorities. So I went ahead and dug that up, set it on top of the surface
yeah, that's literally it.
Sand along with the femur bone, and these are pictures that you'll get to see, and took pictures of it and then put it right back where I found it because I felt really creepy picking something up like that, and sent GPS notes and everything to the local archaeologist in this area. And this was down in the Mexico area, and it's something that feels really good to find, but it was also something that I really didn't want to unearth.
So what you told me that made me interested was the size of it. Tell me the size.
Well, the jawbone was probably 3 times the size of my own jaw, and I thought I had a pretty wide jaw because I talk a lot, but this was actually a big jawbone, and
they are weird.
So this would be kind of considered
flat as fuck.
Giant?
I know nothing about giants, but I know this was bigger than any normal human being that I'd ever seen before.
Mary, man, thank you for sharing this with us.
Yeah, this is just the video's fucked.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, if everyone's watching this on the TV, you might not have heard it, but through headphones, it was only through one ear, like strongly. That's sick, you Mal. Isn't that fucking trippy? You look at the fucking teeth. Again,
surface of the sand.
I will tell you, you can get on these rabbit holes and you will be down on them for a long time because there is an endless amount of this. And my hypothesis for this is that what we're dealing with here is a lost race of man that in the ancient past may have been a little bit ahead of us on the evolutionary scale and was around influencing other ancient cultures after they were subjected to a cataclysm. Yeah, the front teeth are not human, you don't think? Looks like they're metal or something. It's a strange find. Who knows if it's, is it real? It looks kind of real. But there's tons of these accounts. Yeah. So, yeah. They look weird, huh? They look like copper, don't they? They look like metal or something. It could just be the age of them. Yeah, it kind of looks weird, doesn't it? Like they don't look like regular teeth. Like they have been ground down. Very strange. Yeah. Do they match the teeth of the Nazca mummies? Well, this is a human. Look at the face. If it's real. But supposedly this is something she'd found. Yeah. It'd be greenish blue. That's probably true. Ordinary, yeah. Like pieces of a cup bar. I mean, how schizo do we want to get with this? Wouldn't teeth ground down like that suggest a highly vegetative diet? Maybe that's just how their teeth are. Maybe that's how their teeth are. Maybe their teeth are different from ours. That could be. Maybe they're vegetarians. Although, according to the Northern Paiute, they weren't. They were eating them. According to the Northern Paiute, these people were fucking cannibals. So. Here's the chin. Oh, it's fucking massive. Oh, it's a very pronounced face, isn't it? Can we think of here's a fun experiment. Listen, we're just getting schizo with things, which is what I love to do. Here's a fun experiment. Can you think of any depictions of the gods that have a chin like that? Can you think of one? Hold on. Oh, wait. I can't. Fuck, I thought I lost internet connection. This is fucking mic just dying on me. We're back. Streamer, fix sound, please. There we go. We're back. Where's the picture?
I'm nervous.
There. We're back, yeah. You jiggle it too much, you're playing with it. I definitely play with it. Oh, brother. We have rough play times. Fucking don't buy a Samsung G-Track Pro. Oh, hold on, I gotta reset it again. It's the red light's blinking. Just a second. I'm gonna throw this mic at the wall. Yeah. It's got no canine teeth. No, it's all yeah, it looks like a vegetarian. That's what it looks like. It looks like what you'd see on like a vegetarian animal. Look, they're completely flat. Well, you could look at it with like another skull. Like what's like another skull? Like where's like another ancient human skull? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's pretty ancient. Yeah, the teeth are still fine there. Look. Although those are kind of ground down. I wonder what ChatGPT thinks of it. Oh, look there. Human skull on a clean background. That might be fake though. Hard to tell if it's real. Well, what does ChatGPT think of this conundrum? Hold on. Can I fucking... No, get that out of there. There you go. Can I just do... Oh, fuck. I'll have to... Give me a second here. I'll have to put it in paint for a second. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Search Denisovan skull. Okay. Denisovan skull. Did they have teeth like this? Oh yeah, there's some little teeth there. Look. Where they're seeing teeth filed down to prevent identification. Fuck, that could be, maybe that's it. Yeah. Yeah, flat teeth from grinding back and forth to crush veggies versus ripping meat. Yeah. So are we saying the gods were vegetarians? Yeah. They were tall. The Denisovans were tall. How tall were they? Denisovan height. We don't have enough skeletal remains to make any claims about their stature, to be honest. We know their molars are probably bigger than the modern Homo sapiens, and the one finger bone we have fits the ring of modern Homo sapiens. Would have been something like twice the height of a modern Homo sapien teenage girl. Has like no evidence. The speculation, okay. Interesting. Well, let's ask ChatGPT. How tall were the Denisovans? 5'9" to 6 feet tall, which would have been pretty tall compared to Homo sapiens in the day. Interesting. Yeah. Let me try and put this face into ChatGPT and see if it can infer anything from the skull. Oh my God. Now home, paste, view, zoom out. View, zoom out. View, home, crop, select. We just want the skull itself. Okay. Copy, and we'll get new. No. Hopefully I still have some things left. Paste. Paste. And then Save as Big Boy Skull. There you go. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's go give this to ChatGPT. Upload. Downloads. Big Boy Skull. Here we are. Okay. Let's see what it thinks of it. I'm curious. Yeah. Can you give it the other angles from reference? I'm not sure how it works. I could actually. I can only upload so many things with the free one here. We'll see. This was supposedly a giant skull. We are looking at the teeth, and they look very weird. The skull does look unusual, particularly around the teeth and jaw structure. However, without a verified scale for comparison, it's hard to determine. The teeth could appear strange for several reasons. Erosion and weathering, long-term exposure to the elements could have worn down or distorted the teeth. There you go. Pathology, abnormality. This individual might have dental or skeletal disorders. Fossilization processes can alter bone and teeth structures. Artifact, replica. If this isn't a real skull, inaccuracies in its design could explain the odd appearance. That could also explain it. Yeah. We have no idea other than the fact that looking at it, you can kind of see the teeth up in the jaw, which is kind of weird. Where's it zoomed in? Like, I don't know. That, I mean, I don't have the background to assess whether or not just looking at that it is real. I don't know if anyone would really, but interesting. Yeah. My theory was on point again, according to the ChatGPT. What was your theory? Oh, the erosion. Yeah. Especially considering how much sand is going on there, that could definitely fucking explain it. Yeah. Maybe the fangs and someone filed them down to cover it up. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, again, it was just floating around. Like, so some of this person had died and then it must have been uncovered by the wind, right? So blowing the sand around. So yeah, man. I mean, I don't fucking know. This is cool though. Again, it's another one of those anecdotes, right? So he's got a bunch of them. Nephilim Giants, Brewer's Cave, the Lost Dutchman Treasure. Another video here. Nephilim Giants found in Utah, Brewer's Cave. Yes. Fucking pirate brother. Nephilim Giants tomb found.
Terry Carter calling. How you doing, Terry? Hey, I got a couple more questions I want to ask you about John Brewer, if you got a minute.
Sure.
I was wondering if he ever told you about the inside of his cave, the East Cave, the one with the mummies in it.
Yeah.
And just what he described to you and what he told you about it and how he found it and just the whole story of what it looked like and how he hit it up. And
story, you got time?
Sure.
Well, there was a woman, or a girl from Manti.
That's all the cave exploring people do, man. I was just like, yeah, like, you'd have to be fucking nuts, man. Do you know how many people, I remember there's this fucking video I watched, and this poor kid got stuck, and it took them like 3 days to try and get him out, and he died because his blood pooled because he was stuck upside down. They couldn't get him out. He's just stuck. He just died. They were just there when he died. He just slowly died from being like upside down. Like, oh man. Fuck it, yeah. Yeah.
That graduated from high school, and she didn't want to stick around Manti anymore, so she took a job in San Francisco. And she was raped, and she got pregnant, and she came back.
The fuck is this audio?
Manti, and she had the baby. She didn't want to keep the baby, so she gave it to a family at a ranch outside of Manti somewhere. And
interesting.
They raised the kid. He was half white, half black, and the people didn't accept him very well. The kids kind of picked on him, so he ran around with the Indians.
Okay.
And
that was George Keller.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was the George Keller Ranch that he was at.
Okay.
And anyway, Johnny was making pictures out of arrowheads, Indian chiefs and stuff like that.
Oh,
He was going to display them at the fair, and the fair was coming up, and he needed more arrowheads, so he started asking around if anybody knew where there were arrowheads. And somebody said, well, George Keller knows where there's a lot of arrowheads. They said, where can I find him? And they said he usually hangs out at the bar down here. So he went down there and he found him and asked if he could show him where there's arrowheads. And he says, I will for a jug of wine. So he gave him a jug of wine. He told him where to go, and he went up there and couldn't find any. So he came back down, and he said, will you take me there and show me where these are? And he says, I will for another jug of wine. So I bought it to him and took him up there, and it was under an overhang of rocks. And he says, now don't just pick up the ones on the surface, dig down. Because
all he needed was that drink. That's all he needed.
Because this area for making arrowheads for many, many years. And he dug down a couple of feet in there, and he broke into a chamber. And the story that he told me is that there were steps going down, and at the bottom of the steps was a hole, a deep hole, big enough for a guy to fall into. He says he tossed a rock down in there, and it went down a long ways before it hit. Anyway, he says that I asked him if the hole was man-made or if it was natural. He says, oh, he didn't know. But he said on the left, at the bottom of the stairs, was a kind of a desk or a table, and he thought that was used for inscribing record plates on. On the other side of that...
Was it made out of stone, or the table, or...?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Okay.
But he said on the other side of the table was a very large stone crypt. And he says that it was huge. And he says that against the far wall, going the other direction, was another large stone crypt. He says on the right-hand side, there was a bunch of shelves cut into the side of the hill, and there was a bunch of bundles on them. And he said that he came back with pry bars and wedges and stuff and was able to raise one of those lids up far enough that it could shine a light in there. And there was a mummy, a well-preserved mummy in there, with a giant guy.
You got fucking dinosaurs on the fucking etched into the you got dinosaurs etched into the fucking crypt. What, you got those velociraptors, for Christ's sake? Holy fuck, brother. Oh my god.
Red hair, in full armor, a big...
He had red hair. And I mean, you know, full armor. If we don't know if this is fucking true or not, though, right? The Native American people were not smelting ores, right? Do they really?
Sword in there. And the other one, he said, had a blonde-haired woman in it. She was also large, but not as big as him. She was also in armor. And on the other side, he says he didn't know what was in those bundles until he opened one up. And he says there were cement box that was wrapped in juniper bark and covered with pitch, and those were the ones that had the records in.
Okay.
And I asked him, I says, well, what was straight back? You told me what was on the left and what was on the right, but what was straight back? And
is this fucking real? Like... Like, where the fuck is... If this is real, where is this? Like, what writing's on this? I better not find out that there are all these, like, relics that just have unknown writing, and they've just shelved them because, we don't know how to read it. I mean, it's impossible to ascertain from here, I guess, man. You'd have to message this guy and be like, is there a better picture of that? Like, where the fuck is this? Oh my, I mean, who knows? Yeah. Just a bunch of nonsense. That'd be funny that they're all stupid as fuck, all the giants. They didn't even have a language, it's just all a bunch of random scribbles. Yeah.
he said, well...
Atlantis!
He says, I don't know.
That's exactly it.
Back there, but he says he did kick, stumbled on something, and it was some tablets there that was underneath all the dust, and he says he put them together and they formed a map.
Oh my god, where is this guy calling from? The fucking moon? Like,
the area.
My head.
and showed where 7 other locations were where he said that they said there were records.
I guess I do, man.
But he says he found.
I am actually, yeah.
What looked like a melting pot, where they probably melted metals down into it, in with it.
Huh?
And he says that.
Whoa. Never a straight answer. Yeah, it's fucking gibberish. Yeah, you fucking gibberish, all right. If these are real photos, and this is something that was actually found in a cave with giants, and this guy didn't just fucking Jimmy rig it together for me. I mean, yeah. NASA shirts is so cringe. Someone bought it for me as a sweater, yeah. He thinks Jim should be the new Arabelle. Holy fuck, man. I guess like that's kind of what I'm trying to do on here a little bit. We just got to get some people calling in fucking with some crazy stories and shit, but we're thinking about setting that up anyway. I don't know, like on Wednesdays or some shit. We'll do like a call in if people want to call in and tell their story. But yeah, that's kind of what this has become. It's the new coast to coast. Yeah. You screenshot just in case. Yeah, man. Well, I mean, I'm not a fucking sumerologist. I can't read cuneiform. But if you look up Sumerian cuneiform, well, you look at the King's List, would be one way to find it. This is Sumerian cuneiform here. And I mean, you know, if you were to look at this, you'd think that's fucking gibberish. That's a proto-cuneiform, right? So here's some tablets of cuneiform right here. That's what it looks like, right? So you'd look at this, and then you'd have to look at this, right? Is there any similarity? Not really. I don't know. No, it looks different. I mean, this is obviously Mesopotamia. These Sumerians were Homo sapiens. They were us. So, I mean, it's the Anunnaki that weren't. So, who the fuck knows? Yeah. Go bare chested and put a shark teeth necklace in. So I should do. I'll put some nipple tassels on. How's that? Fucking with some shark teeth nipple tassels. There are online translators. Yeah, GPT, my friend, made a puzzle. Can you read it? Should I ask GPT about it? Yeah, makes could be some tampon wisdom sort of grave farewell card, like Japanese death poem. Should we give this to ChatGPT and see what it can make of it? Here, let's see. I have to crop it and paint. Just give me a second. Oh, you're doing it. Okay, well here, I'll do it too at the same time. I mean, fuck only knows. I mean, wouldn't it be fun if we solved an ancient mystery here? I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting into with this shit, is I think there's genuinely one right here that nobody's figuring out because they're all too afraid to be criticized and called crazy. Now, thankfully, I've just been called that my whole life anyway, so it's just like a Tuesday for me. So I've been strapped in for a while, you know, fucking, but Atlantis, lol. All right, there you go. Okay, so we're gonna go here, and then we'll go back to old. Now, there's only so many uploads you get a day, but I think we're still within that framework here. I think we're still doing one more upload. Atlantis, translate. Fuck, I'll try and spell it. Translate this language for me, or find what this language looks like. There you go. Crack this case wide open. We're dug in already. Yeah. Change it to black and white to reduce contrast. Probably a good idea. It's too late for that, I guess. This artifact appears to have inscriptions that resemble cuneiform script, which was used in ancient Mesopotamia by civilizations like the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. A figure depicted might indicate its cultural or historical significance, but the exact origin is hard to pinpoint from just this image. If you'd like, I can look into this further and try to identify any specific cultural connections. Yes, please. Will it allow me to? No, fuck, it wants me to chart a new conversation. Yeah, because I ran into the free things. Well, there you go, guys. Live investigation show here. According to ChatGPT thinks this looks like cuneiform. And supposedly this was found in a burial mound in where? Somewhere in the United States with giant people with red hair. Fun times, huh? Look, so I wasn't joking. We might have been on something here. Now, there's variations in cuneiform. So Sumerian's the oldest, but there's the Syrians adopted it, the Akkadians and Babylonians all used it as well. So there's variants between them, I believe. To me, it doesn't necessarily look like, oh, well, I mean, there's some pre-cuneiform tags. So there's proto-cuneiform, which we could look up. Just a second here. Let's see what that looks like. Proto-cuneiform. Oops. Proto-cuneiform. So this would be the oldest form of it that we've seen. What does that look like? You might get into some more. Oh, where is it? Fuck me. Symbols like something like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Make a new account, open another browser. I could do that too, actually. Yeah. Hilden the Ruler. Yeah. The king gives an offering a blessing. Yeah. Fuck, there you go. We appear to be sabotaged by the technical difficulties and inefficient funds. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. The shit. Beautiful. Yeah. Dedicated LARP. Debunked. Well, it's similar, man. Is it debunked? Well, this is the thing, Brad. Is it debunked? Or if it's real, is this evidence that there's a connection between this relic and Mesopotamia? Now, I will say there are supposedly people who say they found iconography that existed in Mesopotamia over in North America. And how did it get there? Yeah, I can't show the chat because I pasted the image into it, but that's what I got from it. All those sentences. What? The king gives an offering of blessing. Hail to the ruler. Bless the divine cycle of seasons. Sunrise brings harvest and peace. The king blesses the land with peace. Invoke the deity for its abundant harvest. The sky and earth find harmony. The sun rises as it stars. Is it trying to translate the cuneiform? I can show you a Discord screen. What? Can it do that? No, it can't. We've got to try this ourselves. Hold on. Hold the phone. Where's ChatGPT at? I don't need. Oh fuck! You can't upload. Just a second. I'm gonna try and move over to another account. I just have to log into it. You know what I can do is I can continue as another profile, and we'll have a couple more free sessions with it. Billy boy, it's my birthday. 28th of 1901. Continue. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Yeah. Let's do it. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to try. We're going to all the fuck. All right. I didn't think it would be able to do that. Yeah. Canaanites and Egyptians have interacted with North America. I've heard claims of that. Yeah. Well, just quickly, before I do this, again, there are similarities here, like, you know, like this is in Mesopotamia, right? There's tons of cross-like imagery out of Mesopotamia, and then like the Hopi's fucking flag, right, is a cross and then a circle. And where's the one that this one's pretty damning? Where is it? Fuck. Well, this is more exciting, but you can see there's a god with a cross and then a circle in his hand, or up in the sky. So, I mean, it's a pretty simple symbol, right? So maybe, but there's some people who think that there's a definitive connection. So that could just be kind of a correlation. Translate accurately this cuneiform text for us on this image. I was just going to say, I can guide you on how to interpret the text. How did you get it? Did it just make that up? Yeah. More answers, please. Those are my inputs. Please continue to provide the solution. Yeah. So you cannot read cuneiform. Can you not try to translate the text? It's a complex ancient script. Yes. If you'd like, I can help with identifying the language and provide general information. I would need the text to be transcribed into a readable format such as Unicode or description of the language used in the artifact. Let's say it's Sumerian. If you can extract a clearer transcription of the signs, yeah, it can't read the, yeah. You'd have to get it into like an actual like do key. So yeah, it can't do it. Yeah, unfortunately. My browser screen of the town square in Discord. If you want to pull that up, I can scroll. Okay, no, I not that I don't believe you. I believe you. Just a second here. Oh, I'm hearing myself. Here, I'll just mute it on my end. Just a second. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share the screen here. Just a second. Okay, there now everyone can see it. Okay. Hand drawn resembling an artifact or ancient inscription to assist in solving this puzzle. I need additional context. It's just a cipher. I'd like you to analyze the patterns and align the script. This is a language-based puzzle. Interesting. Okay. Here's how we can approach this. Okay. Yeah, I see that. All the information we have, the language is unknown. Pattern analysis. Okay. Compare characters with known ancient fictional scripts: cuneiform, Linear B, ancient Hebrew, Phoenician. Iconography. Okay. Suggested tools. Use OCR software to digitally extract the symbols. Holy fuck. Okay. Isn't it funny you were able to get it to do that? Mine's just stupid. Without a key or additional context providing a definitive... Okay. Appears to be arranged in vertical columns. Holy fuck. Okay. Alright. Please continue to provide the solution. Okay. Assign the placeholder symbols, hypothesize context. I can act for the number of unique symbols I do not know. Let's please write. See, you're talking to it properly. I wasn't doing it. You were guiding it properly. Please write possible outcomes. Substitution cipher approach, or encoded letters or words. I mean, is this what it could do like that we'd never been able to do before? Is this an example of this possibly? Hypothesis English letter. Okay. You'd have to like, this is some fucking Da Vinci Code level shit here. Please formalize all approaches and provide each answer. Here are all the approaches formalized step by step. Would you like me to formalize one hypothesis, test it out? So using the placeholders that were ascribed. Yeah, the question is like, is it hallucinating, like, or is it actually onto something? That's the real question. Assign each unique symbol based on repeating patterns. Man, okay. And then, Mother of God. The king gives an offering, a blessing. Fictional language. Symbols used to existing fictional alphabets. Dwarvish. Elvish, Dwarfish. If user created, treat as entirely novel script. Well, hail to the ruler. If the text is fictional, any translation requires a key. Without a key, so it could be. Okay. Here's additional approaches. More answers. Holy shit, look for repeating columns. It's into some deep shit though here, right? Like you need somebody in, is it cryptology? So there's people who study languages, but they study stuff like this. I forget what their names are. Cryptologists? I think that's what it is. Position mapping. Man. Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry. I can't see the chat and you at the same time, but I'll try and do it just a second. I don't want to. Here we go. Now I can see it. Yeah. Yeah. Is Roman P. Constantine very productive stream today? I mean, well, yeah. It could be hallucinating. The book of Cryptonomicon is all about this shit. World War II and the Turing machine breaking codes. I mean, the asset reproduces as a drawing in black and white. Yeah, I should have done that. Yeah, Malibu. I could probably still do it on my end here, but reverse engineering backwards a lot. This is some of the spooky shit that when the reasoning gets, I mean, it's possibly already there to some degree, but you could get it to kind of break stuff like this, like things that have like kept some people in these disciplines hung up for years. The AI could look through all these other possible solutions and maybe give somewhat of an accurate translation. Wouldn't that be a fucking head trip though, if this ended up turning out to be like a thing where you accurately ended up translating some unknown text to some unknown recovered artifact? And I mean, what we'd be looking at here, I mean, not that I think this is definitively what it is, but you'd be looking at hypothetically like Atlantean or this lost civilization's language. Jesus Christ. There you go. The King's offers peace. The king blesses the land, sky and earth in harmony. Astronomical, the sun aligns with stars. Would you like deeper exploration in any one approach? Move forward, turn left. Game clue. I mean, man, that's literally it though. You go to a bunch of museums, take pictures of shit they don't care about, and data set it all. Sky ascends to meet the earth in uniform. Eternal cycle of creation, sky above, earth below, growth ascends, and harmony follows. Imagine it starts talking about fucking Nibiru and shit. Planet X. Fucking, uh-oh, fuck. What have we dug up? Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is, I mean, even if it's just hallucinating, this is still pretty incredible. From that fucking image, it was able, like, look, it's all the symbols it's found. It's creating a language from them at the very least, which is absolutely fucking mind-blowing. Yeah. Man, it's a D&D campaign at minimum. It's a fucking head trip. Hidden messages and gaps. I mean, this isn't even all. We should go back to the video here, because this isn't even the whole fucking thing. This is one fucking thing. Oh my God. It's definitely an example of, yeah, how interesting this could get, where once it becomes advanced enough and the reasoning gets to a place where, like, because, you know, what happens when it gets more advanced and knowledge base, you know, expands out is, you'll get Irving Finkel, who is a fucking sumerologist in the GPT. And then what you can do from there is crazy shit like this. And then you'd have all of these experts in one little fucking box that could just endlessly try and crack the codes of this shit. So let's continue and see.
He doesn't know what was in the back of the...
Could he see the back, or it was all covered up with dirt?
He couldn't see anything in the back, but he says he doesn't know what was back there. He didn't excavate anything back.
He couldn't tell how far it went back, or it was just covered up? Or...
Oh, I am shit.
But
sorry.
Anyway, he says he took some of the records out, and then he closed off the entrance, and he says...
Okay. I mean, we have no idea. This is... This could be, this guy just cooked this up in his basement on a sheet of fucking copper, for Christ's sake. I mean,
You can get within 3 feet of it and not tell it's there, because he says he closed it off and covered it over. But he says he has taken a video, made a videotape of how to get to it and a map. And he's put those in escrow, in a bank in Provo, and they were in Paul's name. So if anything happened to him, they would go to Paul. And when Paul died, I went and told him that Paul had died, and he was quite upset about that. I told him, look.
I don't know. You'd have to just... these could always be hoaxes. But fuck if it's not. This is what we were just talking about earlier. Yeah. Yeah, he's got ground. Yeah, the grounding is fucking crazy. Yeah. It could just be insanely... It could be insane schizo story. Yeah. If it's not... Well, this is the thing though, man, because they found in some of these reports, which is why I find this might be interesting. In some of these, actually, in quite a few of these reports, the recoveries of these bodies, there were relics found with them. And on a couple of the reports, I remember reading, they found tablets with strange writing on them. And I thought that to be weird. And, you know, I don't think we've ever heard about some other lost language in the past, right? From Native American peoples. So, like, where did the fucking tablets go? What did it look like? I mean, is this an example of it? I mean, I cannot imagine that they would have recovered shit that looks like this. Because that is so far and away from what... Well, the native peoples didn't even have a fucking right... They didn't even have a... I don't think Native American people didn't even have a fucking alphabet. It was all through word of mouth, was it not? It was an oral language. So, I mean... And this looks very weird. Too many concurrent requests, yeah. Using the same approach, please summarize all possible outcomes. Oh, fuck, yeah. But wasn't the Native American languages were all oral, though, I think. Glyphs and language, yeah, there was no writing system. So, like, this would, who knows what we're looking at, but this would have to be someone other than them, right? If that's the case. Canaanites in America knew scripture in stone. Interesting. Supports any Canaanite discovery in America. What more would add to the discussion? Canaanites were termed Phoenicians by the early Greeks, and most speculation refer to them. Written in the 4th century AD. So that is this some kind of a thread here, where maybe they think this is who they were, or there is evidence of this stuff being found. Interesting. Do mysterious tablets from the Western Hemisphere represent the scripture in stone more important than the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls? The great controversy is with us again, as in a review of the evidence explains why experts conclude that every alleged canon Phoenician inscription in the New World is either misidentified or a fraud. A startling title appeared in the 1978 issue of Biblical Archaeologist, How Wide the Biblical World, the Challenge to Recognition and Preservation, summarize some recent books and Canaanites in America. How long will the establishment remain skeptical and silent? Let the voices be heard so that the layman can learn the truth. For in the wooded lands of Vermont, New Hampshire, and elsewhere, we have our own American biblical heritage that is much in need of preservation. Artifacts and inscriptions predate Columbus by hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Can we accept the challenge? The editor acted most properly in bringing the issue into the open and following it with a rebuttal by Ives Goddard and William Fitzhugh of the Department of Anthropology at the Smithsonian Institute. Let's see here. Archaeology nor linguistic evidence supporting Canaanite discovery of America. So this is the shit that they found. Okay. So again, so it didn't just go and went missing. They have been debating about it. I'm not involved intimately in this conversation. I was wondering where these tablets they found would have ended up. And these were absolutely not fakes. They found them buried with bodies almost identical to the ones bodies supposedly said were found in this video. So they tried to ascribe them to Canaanites. Well, they wouldn't have been. They would have been a different group of people. Yeah. Having arrived safely, the representatives of relatively sophisticated Phoenician civilization supposedly left a lasting impression upon the less developed Aboriginal societies still living in Stone Age America. So that they wandered around, and then I wonder if they get into the remains of them. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Ogle proposed an amendment to the Constitution to allow presidents to serve 3 terms. Oh, Christ. In a statement from White House Trump with the JFK files, he mentions the continued redaction, so that's promising that what comes in won't be redacted. Oh, that's fucking good, man. Yeah. China just dropped a new AI today. It's supposedly better than the $200 ChatGPT. It literally just created an account here. Holy shit, it's saying the tablet has Chinese on it. Of course it does. Does it actually? It's a totally different result. Oh, really? DeepSeek. This DeepSeek is supposed to be a chain of thought model versus ChatGPT's large language model. Yeah, I'm running the same test. Oh, really? Actually? Let's see what we can do. Log in with Google. We'll use the Jim Russell account here. Continue. Let's message DeepSeek. Can we ask it about Xi Jinping? Will it not want to do anything? Okay. Parsing. What is this? Language. Did it actually upload it? It appears to be in Chinese. It repeats phrase like new product, new experience, new life. New product. New product. Said, no, it's probably more cuneiform. Can you translate from cuneiform? It's one of the earliest systems of writing. However, text you provided is not in cuneiform script. It appears to be in Chinese characters. No, it's in fucking cuneiform, not Chinese. I think it's biased. Holy fuck. I understand the frustration, but the text you provided is clearly in Chinese. I think we're done with this already. I think we're done with this AI already. Holy fuck, yeah. You just put CCP agenda, yeah. These are stylish representations, not cuneiform characters. If you believe this text is cuneiform, please provide an image or more accurate. This image is translated as cuneiform. Please, right now. I understand you believe the image contains cuneiform, but based on the text description you provided earlier, it appears to be in Chinese characters. Oh, that's good. You got a good call, Bones. Yeah. Fuck, what is it? Sumerian King's List tablet. If this says it's Chinese, we're gonna call fucking the CCP out here. Sumerian King's List tablet. Here we are. Oh my god, of course they provide a picture that's like tiny. Okay, here we go. Here, let's just do this. Here we go. This will be good enough. Here. Okay, translate this then. Text you provided, Freeze Mamantrix does not appear to be in an ancient or cuneiform script. It appears to be in modern English. Brother, last time I looked, that is not fucking English. That is definitely cuneiform. Okay, I just... this fucking Chinese AI is already fucked, yeah. Yeah, I'd say you're drunk. I spelled it, you're wrong, actually. If you have an image or specific text you believe is cuneiform, okay. It's not Chinese. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Digi's girlfriend, yeah. I was gonna say, I think we're having some issues here. And I think it's because the CCP is running this fucking AI. I think that's really the fucking problem. Okay, try again. This text is cuneiform. I already know it can't translate cuneiform. Pretend it's cuneiform. I'll play along. I give up. I had Chinese for dinner last week. You confirmed not Chinese. Thank you, Larkin. Yeah, that's fucking. That also helps. This also helps. What's DeepThink? Use DeepThink to solve reasoning problems. Oh, would that help? Oh, hold on. You have to fucking use this. Hold on. Oh, fuck. I can't share any more goddamn images with it. Oh, for Christ's sake. Upload files is unavailable for searching. Oh, that's why. Text extraction only. Well, that's fine. Let's try this again. Use of deep reasoning. I believe this tablet is written in some kind of proto-cuneiform text. Please try and understand it. P.S. It's not in fucking Chinese. It's thinking deeply. Okay, the user is really insistent the text is not Chinese. Hold on. Oh, you motherfuckers. The characters are 100% modern Chinese. Okay, we're done with this. We're done with this fucking AI. I'm never coming back here again. Yeah. Proto-cuneiform. It consists in abstract pictorials and numerical symbols like grain, land. It looks nothing like Chinese characters. Hypothetical creative translation. If we ignore these Chinese characters as proto-cuneiform symbols. Divine offering, ritual of harvest moon, the king's decree for eternal prosperity. This is pure fiction. Okay. Yeah, we're done. We're done with this. Yeah. It's thinking in Chinese in my head. Yeah, that's I think that's what it's been instructed to do. Interpret everything as such. And yeah. Let me start by double checking the characters provided. The characters listed are not all Chinese. These are definitely simplified Chinese characters. Like, these boys have to go back to the fucking drawing board. Fuck this place. What is this thing? What is it? Well, I can't read it. It's in fucking Chinese. Okay. Oh my God. Anyway. Oh man, this is on another level of ignorance here. I can't fucking Jesus. As for race facts, it should know and see if it gives the Chinese. How spicy can we get with this? How much trouble do I want to get into? It's important to study. Okay. Let's see how you feel about the CCP. All right, we're going to get off here before we get fucking some agent on our tail. All right, well, that was interesting. There's specific online translators that AI is decided to translate. Again, I haven't tested any, so don't hold me to the clarity. Oh, really? It just doesn't get it. Yeah, sometimes you can have a hard time with it, man. Yeah, cut the hard line. Holy fuck. Just absolutely fucking nutty. Yeah. Are the proto-Sinaitic inscriptions in Colorado? Interesting. Petroglyphs across the Munsell site, Buffalo Arrow, Pueblo County, Colorado. Interesting. Here's the image here. Interesting. Could be some kind of language. Oh, well, they're correlating here actually between interesting door. Some kind of a language. Yeah. It's called diffusionism, the argument that travelers from the old world visited the new world over and over in prehistoric periods. Yeah, various proponents make their case for the Phoenicians, Celts, even the Chinese, and centuries before Columbus. Interesting. We know the Vikings actually did make it in North America, so arguments about American Roman students have received new fuel for their fires. Undoubtedly, there's probably groups, that wouldn't surprise me in the least to be some crazy motherfucker that got about in different time periods and ended up, maybe he got through currents, maybe he got brought, to the coast, to North America, even by accident, and wandered among peoples there, the native peoples. But the big thing is there like a truly anomalous writing style that's been discovered? And that's what was that supposedly discovered with the bodies. Like this shit here. Like, where's the fucking thing? Like this. Like something that just has no basis for. And now this could also be nonsense and just, crap. But there were supposedly anomalous writing style found like inscribed into stone, and actually bronze that found with these bodies. So I'd be curious what they look like. If they look like this, that's really fucking weird. Yeah. Jesus, to Google Earth. Yeah, that is proto-Sinaitic script and compares it with discovery in Colorado. Interesting. Thanks, Malibu. Yeah, it's very interesting. Interesting. What evidence is there that these inscriptions can actually be in Proto-Sinaitic? Opponents of traditional archaeology investigation, in my mind, say there's absolutely no evidence at all, total lack of corroborative evidence. The proponents say that inscriptions themselves are corroborative evidence. Yeah. What did he say now? I am in no way an epigrapher, linguist, or even an expert in the Middle East. Well, then you need to bring people in who know these languages. You need to bring, like, if this turns out to be real, I'm just going to go through the images because, like, the story, we already kind of know what happens. They found giant bodies. Those are very low resolution, but, like, to be completely honest, that is what's described as what they found. They're inscribed on these, like, copper tablets. I mean, that jives with reality, I'll say that much, of what's written in some of these other accounts of them finding these bodies in these burial mounds. Whoa. Who knows? You have to message a guy and be like, where did you get this picture from? Is this actually something that was recovered? That looks more like cuneiform from a distance there. But this could actually be cuneiform, although whether it's inscribed on copper, probably not. They only had stone. So, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, you know, who knows? And to pick up the fucking velociraptor heads, too, there. Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, there's a lot of bullshit. But to be fair, they're described as, they did find them actually adorned in armor, too. They had, with axes as well. So, yeah, I don't know. But there's no pictures is the only problem in these newspaper articles back, 150 years ago. There's no images with company by them. Aside from, like, maybe that one we looked at. But, yeah. Pretty crazy shit. You get Trump to open up the museum archives if you appeal to his Indiana Jones. Started a meme petition. Well, Jimmy from Farsight wants to open up the Smithsonian's records. That's what he said. He said, open the fucking place up. I mean, you know, Christ, if Jimmy knows Joe knows Trump. Isn't that funny? Isn't that the degree of separation? I could see if I can message Jimmy. Jimmy can message Joe, and Joe can message Trump. There you go. Isn't that funny? You can fucking, but Jimmy would respond to me, probably not. But I would love to get him onto this. That's what I mean, though. Like, my background isn't in this, although I have an interest in it. I would love to get somebody who academically has a background in, like, anthropology or archaeology to kind of take this seriously a bit and actually dig into it. I mean, listen, they'd be ultimately they'd be the ones probably credited with figuring this out. You know, whether we just get them on the breadcrumb trail. So all the glory be for them, really. So anyone who wants to dig into this, it's right there, right for the fucking taking. And really anybody, it doesn't necessarily, you don't even necessarily have to be. There's tons of people that have found very interesting things that just were guided by their intuition and their logic, right? Alone. And, I mean, yeah, holy fuck, huh? Look at that. I mean, you know, from a distance, they do look like relics. Man. That looks a little bit more cuneiform as well. As does that. Fuck only knows. What was his description of the video? Love gold and silver? Want more of it? Want to protect yourself against inflation by poor government decisions? Oh my fucking god, this guy's fucking chilling. Wow, okay. Yeah. How John was tortured by some people to try and get his secret out of him. Oh my heavens. That sounds kind of crazy. Yeah. It looks like the way of the 90s digital clockwork, the markings on the right. Is there more in the video? That's cool. Yeah, there's tons here. There's tons of these artifacts that he keeps showing. Like, it looks like fucking Braille. I mean, I just don't know where he's getting this from. That's what I want to know is do they still have access to these recoveries? If the bodies are gone or they decayed or whatever, but if they still have access to these anomalous writing systems, like, this is a crazy thing. You'd think they'd go and they'd look through Mesopotamian history and be like, oh, that looks like cuneiform. But then you find out that they just didn't bother. And it's like, what? It's crazy, yeah. It's just bare bladder pills is always, it's always 2 minutes away. The fucking CMOS and alpha male vitality formula, yeah. Did they name the town in the beginning? That's a good question, actually. Did he? Actually, it's in the title. Oh, no. No, I thought it was. A friend of John Brewer, who describes what John Brewer told him of the king and queen Nephilim giants, the armor, the crown weapons, and how they were placed in the stone sarcophagus. I don't know if he did. I think the site might be lost. It's of a cave. Wait, so this chamber is in Manti, Utah. I live 5 minutes from there. I had a strange thought come into my mind a couple months ago that there's a hidden secret cave here. I'm not a crazy person, but the feeling was so strong that I've always believed it was true. Maybe I'll do some research. Did he respond to him? Vlog it. So it's in Manti, Utah, is where supposedly the idea of having the cave itself as a museum is amazing. That'd be surpassed Smithsonian, yeah. Yeah, the stuff isn't released mainstream, so the records of it can be lost. There are 30-foot giants on display in Ecuador. No, they're not 30 feet, brother. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You couldn't have a person be that big here. When I was young, a friend in Ohio took me and 3 others to a place somewhere by the Snake Mound, to a place he called the Giant's Graveyard. I saw an amazing row of what it looked like a cemetery. It's said to be old when Native Americans found it. Can't find anything about this place. Snake Mound is actually previewed in Graham Hancock's documentary Ancient Apocalypse, and it's an anomalous site that was attributed to the Native Americans, but they don't really know who fucking built it. Graham suggested it might be like 10,000 years old due to astronomical alignments it may line up with. That's interesting. Again, man, if any of you in the States, I mean, where I am right now, unfortunately, the fucking ice sheet is sitting right on top of. So 10, 12, 13,000 years ago, there was nobody here because we was all under ice. So it's in this other area across the continental U.S. that you'd find some of these remnants. So, yeah. Horny goatweed and sea moss. Yeah, the funds. I go, man, I fucking definitely would too. Where's the area? I can go look it up right now. He said it was, Manti, Utah. Where's Google Earth? I got 2 chat GBTs open here. Google Earth, just a second. I think they said it was by Manti, Utah. I never been to Utah before. Manti, Utah. Is that even a fucking place? Yes, it is. It's a city. Oh, yeah, okay. Ed Big Daddy Ross Rat Fink Museum. The fuck? What in the fuck? Big Daddy Ross? Anyone been here before? Ed Big Daddy Ross Rat Fink Museum? We can stop by there and get lunch. I'm sure Big Daddy can throw a couple glizzies in the grill for us if I can get us all fed. It's just his fucking house, I think. Get us fed and our bellies full before we go look for giants in the fucking mountains. Yeah. There's a couple spots in Georgia that I'd love to see before someone blows it up like the Guidestones. Oh yeah, man. Fucking, that was definitely some Illuminati conspiracy theorists that blew that up. They said, fuck the globalists. Crazy. So, there's quite a bit of mountainous terrain up in here. Some cave system somewhere in this area, I guess. It is a small town. Interesting. Man, there's a lot of unexplored areas, undoubtedly. Hillsides, little cave systems. This is what I'm saying, though. There could still be these bodies and relics to be found all over the place. And actually, you know what a really interesting technique to employ to maybe try and locate remaining ones would be? Remote viewing. And again, it's all woo until fucking Big Daddy hits the jackpot, right? And then guess what? Then it's not woo anymore. Then it worked, right? So maybe we can reach out. I can reach out to the remote viewers there. And Pixel, are you in here? Another project, maybe. Try and find a remaining gravesite, burial mound with these giants in them that has not been discovered, and try and get it, hone in on the location where it could be located and go there. This is, man, if I had money, this is the kind of fucking shit I'd be doing. Yeah. There's a lot of weed farms and moonshine still in them dar hills. And we heard after a couple tokes and a couple sips that there may be giants in these hills as well. The more you drink, the more you start seeing them walking around. Oh my head, what the fuck? That's a weird kind of angle, isn't it? Okay, some kind of a lake, huh? It's a reservoir. Oh, that's kind of deep woods, huh? It's kind of random. What a weird terrain up here, huh? Like farmland, you get kind of like arid desert, you've got like mountainous area and fucking straight up forest. Yeah. Interesting. The JFK stuff, good thread in some of the more important documents that have been redacted and not released. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like a good tasking. I mean, well, listen, if you know anybody too, I mean, that would be a legit thing to ask, is try and find like where is the location where there some of these people are still buried in the US, and try and pinpoint a location after you get data on it, right? Get other remote viewers to task on that data as to where it's located, and then just keep going down the chain until you get a hit, maybe, and just go down the breadcrumbs and see if you can find it. Yeah. Discord project. Well, I mean, listen, man, it could be pretty cool. I mean, you can find somebody. The only thing is, like, you know, it might be a bit precarious. Like some of these, just like at the beginning of the video, buddy crawling through the fucking little holes in the cave. Like it's pretty sketchy. You'd be going on an adventure, having a fucking cave collapse and kill everybody involved looking for giant bones. But definitely wouldn't be the burial mounds, but just some random cave somewhere in the US. Like remnants of this lost race of giants. Like find a burial site that has not been discovered yet, and try and task people on that and see if the universe allows you to hone in on it. And then once you can locate it, who knows what you could locate there. I mean, you could solve an ancient fucking mystery through that shit. So yeah, we find YouTubers to collab with. Same with magnet fishing. Is that a thing? Yeah, send someone else down there. That's probably good. Yeah, go send the YouTubers in to fucking possibly get killed in the fucking cave collapse. Yeah. Fuck. Where's that guy who goes through the spooky fucking abandoned fucking mines? That guy? He'd walk in there. He walked in that fucking mine and heard all those strange noises. Like he'll go and do it. Yeah. There was a mine system, Hand River NB. I know because my dad's friend caved it in on purpose. I saw the entrance to it, yet I can't find any record of it. It was dangerous. Oh fuck, man. It's a shitty thing about like where we're from. A group of us in here are from this area, right? And the ice sheet was sitting all over this. So there wouldn't be any remnants. If there were a people from here that were scattered all over the planet, they wouldn't have been over here because the ice sheet would have been here. The ice sheet would have been here for tens of thousands of years. So it would probably have preceded them even, right? I'm assuming, but then maybe you could find something very ancient. But it's more likely they're going to be down here, right below where the sheet was, is where you'd start to find all that interesting shit. When they were wandering around like 12,000, 15,000 years ago, maybe even older, right? That's where because human remains that are older than that, I mean, if they're not stored properly, they're just going to be fucking gone anyway, right? The bones. So yeah. Following the animals. That's exactly it, man. Well, yeah, that's where everybody was. There was nobody up here. That's why up here to me is like not that fucking interesting. It's like there wouldn't be fuck all up here, right? Like it wouldn't be fucking anything. It was all fucking ice. And this, at least in regards to like this narrative, right? Like of like this lost group of people. It's all in here. So, I mean, that's a lot of fucking land to go over. To be completely honest, it's everywhere around the globe. Like, where's Malta at? Little fucking island. Is that Malta there? Holy shit, where is Malta? Oh, right here, right there. I mean, there's Malta. It's like an Isle of Giants is one name for it, I believe. But there's tons of megalithic sites all over Malta. Supposedly made by these people. They supposedly found their remains there as well. But, I mean, that would be, it's pretty fucking populated now. Holy shit. Every corner of the fucking island is populated. But, as opposed to even the US, right? When you get out here to like the Southwest and shit, there's not a lot going on still. There's probably a lot of shit still hidden there, right? I mean, fuck only knows, right? You just gotta fucking follow the breadcrumb trail and see where it fucking leads. But yeah, it would be cool. That would be cool tasking. If I'm talking again with anybody that does this kind of shit, that would be an awesome thing to task. And then listen, if somebody has the funds and they have an interest, you could put it to some YouTuber that is exploring a caves, find somebody in the area. Let's say you do it and you're like, oh, there's this area in maybe like in Utah, like we just fucking searched, like in this fucking area, like in Peru there for some reason, but a fucking Duckwater. There's this place, Duckwater, this little tribal area office, and there's a mountain off of Duckwater, and then you get like they do stuff like this. They've done stuff like this in remote viewing before, which is extremely interesting, where they'll have like treasure hunters would task them. Now, I don't know how often they actually end up finding the treasure is the question, but you get some kind of like reference point like this, and then there's a little cave opening, and I don't fucking know. It'd be funny as shit. It'd be funny as shit if you used it and you actually found something, right? Again, it's crazy until you go and do something crazy with it. So, and then get results. So, yeah. Nomalian, Mexican. Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit, huh? Oh my God. So they found that with the baby mummy. And found another baby mummy. Oh my heavens. Looks like someone broke his neck. Oh Christ. Now you wouldn't want to meet that guy. What the fuck? Some strange creature, huh? Interesting. Oh Jesus. A true alien. Interesting. Anomalian.com. Fuck yeah. News on science, space, UAPs, aliens, and history. Fuck yeah. Well, anyway, I think that'll conclude this evening's stream, guys. But hey, listen. This is the kind of shit that I'd love to fucking do. We get the stream bigger. I start throwing off some cash at this fucking thing. I would hire a group of remote viewers in a second. I actually know a group that I could hire that I already work with. I could get them out there and we could fucking try and find something and organize a raiding party. Why not? Like, just, why not? Then we could claim it for ourselves. Yeah. We got somewhere today. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Now we got to find the giants. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll find a giant civilization. You'll all be credited on the paper here. Everyone in the fucking chat. We all figured it out together. Yeah. Your names will be etched in history. So we found those motherfuckers. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget to call a museum. Actually, no joke. I will not. Just 1 second. Let me, before I end this, make sure that I have this still up here. Yep, I do. Here, I'm going to take this off and put it in a separate page. And I'm going to take the Carnegie Museum and put it off in a separate page. So I don't close it. Hold on. Fuck me. Because that's what I'll do is I'll accidentally close it. And then here. Awesome. I legit will. We will continue this later. So, yeah. Guys, who knows? This could be a meme. I hope it becomes one. But listen, take care. Maybe you'll have dreams tonight. Maybe the giants will reach us in our dreams. And who knows? Say a prayer to them. See you guys.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.